Welcome to LitRPG Realm. One world, one system, endless power.
Chapter 13. I took off toward the sign in the distance like death was nipping at my heels. My heart pounded so loudly that it almost drowned out the croaking sound echoing through the swamp. Almost. "We're right behind you!" Kyle shouted breathlessly. I whipped around to see my teammates were trailing behind me, both panting as if they'd never run a day in their lives. Kyle gasped in oxygen and tapped his pants pocket as if he expected to find an inhaler, while Ashley held her side. I slowed down until they caught up with me, grabbed both of them by the hand, and dragged them forward. "I can't!" our cleric cried out. "I can't run any faster!" "You have to," I said. "We're so screwed," Kyle panted. The rogue managed to pick up the speed a little, but every breath was accompanied with a wheezing sound. I double-checked his health bar, but it was still completely full. If he was really having an asthma attack, then his HP would drop, but it wasn't the time for a lesson in mind over matter. Mud splashed up to cake my leather pants as we raced through quickly forming puddles. Fat raindrops slid down my face and made it hard to see, but my entire focus was on the welcome sign looming closer with every step. "Just a little further," I said. Is it just me, or—" Ashley started to ask, but the question faded as she gritted her teeth and put an extra oomph into her run. I didn't need her to finish, though. There was only one thing she could have been about to ask. Was it just her, or were the croaking sounds getting closer? And yes, they were. Shit, Kyle ranted as purple light flashed to our right. 2 bullfrog monks were headed straight toward us, with the glowing purple eyes in their containers trailing a hazy mist after. I glanced at my healing spell, but it was grayed out. Great! They'd already knocked out our spells. More croaks came from our left, and long health bars bobbed through the trees. Bullfrog Monk Mothers, Level 8. The jerky movements made me think they were hopping closer to us, but it was hard to spot them through the rain and the massive tree trunks. Hopefully they were having trouble seeing us, too. Ashley let out a scream as she slipped in a mud puddle and face-planted straight into the muck. I released Kyle's hand, and the rogue ran around to help me pick up our cleric. She stumbled a few times, and her health bar dipped as if there was an injury we couldn't see. A tree trunk next to us exploded with green magic and leaves that sliced through the air like ninja stars. I put myself between the shrapnel and my team, and my health bar plummeted in response. It was the second time that particular spell had almost killed me, but thankfully this time most of its potency was absorbed by the now destroyed white oak. "We're almost there," I said, and fought back a cough. My head swam, and I could feel the blood trickling down my back from where the leaves had embedded themselves, but we were so close. Kyle and I dragged ourselves and Ashley through the barrier before we collapsed in a heap of limbs and exhaustion. Another spell from a bullfrog monk mother slammed into the magical shield, and the golden magic rippled with the effort it took to stop it. 3 more leaf bombs followed, along with enraged croaking that shook the ground beneath us. I couldn't be sure if the frog people were the same from the night before, but either way, they'd brought backup. 6 bullfrog monk mothers and 5 bullfrog monks stepped into view, and each one glared at us like they wanted to rip us limb from limb. I waved at the one in the lead, the one I was pretty sure had tried to kill me the night before, and she started slamming her webbed fists into the barrier as if she was going to smash her way through it. Damn, dude, Kyle laughed as he sat up. I really don't think she likes you. You know, I think you might be right. I snorted and forced myself up. I think I have some leaves stuck in my back. Can someone pull them out so I can be healed? I've got them, Ashley said in a quiet tone. I'm so sorry. If it wasn't for me, then you two would have made it past the barrier before they could hurt you. I winced as she started to pull the sharp leaves from my back. There were a lot more of them than I realized, and they all disappeared into green mist the second they were free. I gritted my teeth for a few seconds and then distracted myself with comforting our cleric. What are you talking about? I asked, and looked over my shoulder to see her emerald green eyes rimmed with red from unshed tears. Kyle would have slowed me down regardless. It's true, the rogue said with a thumbs up. As soon as those idiots spotted me, I slowed down. I bet it's the reason you lost your footing. I jerked us back a little as my speed dropped. You know, now that you pointed it out, I said, I did feel you slowing down. I didn't notice it at the time, probably because I was too focused on those guys chasing us. I waved a hand at the frog people still glowering at us from the other side of the barrier. The rain started to slow down, and one of the bullfrog monk mothers put her hand on the one in charge. I watched them exchange looks and some unspoken communication before the murderous one finally croaked in frustration and gestured for everyone to head into the woods. Huh, I muttered. Dude, Kyle gasped and looked at me. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? I would like to know what you're both thinking, Ashley said and pulled out the last leaf. There you go. You should be able to heal now. Bless you, I said, and immediately pulled a health potion from my inventory. I have to admit you were pretty cool back there. Kyle shook his head. You put yourself between us and the danger like Steve Rogers threw himself on that grenade. I stared blankly at him for a few seconds, and then looked at Ashley with a confused expression. The cleric didn't disappoint. She matched my energy and bit her bottom lip as if she was trying to figure out where she'd heard the name before. You've got to be messing with me, the rogue shouted and jumped to his feet. Absolutely not. I refuse to believe you two don't know who Steve Rogers is. I can handle you not getting the Mulan quote, but you cannot tell me you don't know who Captain America is. He was practically frothing at the mouth as he paced back and forth. It only took one look at Ashley for both of us to burst out laughing. We fell back into the wet, muddy grass and cackled like hyenas until neither of us could breathe. Come on, I gasped as I finally sat back up. You really think I don't know who Captain America is? He's totally hot, Ashley snorted. Not as good as Superman, of course, but I've always been a DC girl. Kyle blinked a few times, shook his head, and then lifted a finger in the air as he started scolding us. Picking on me is considered an evil act, Paladin, he huffed. Only to you. I stood on wobbly legs, turned to offer Ashley a hand, and then yanked the thin woman up like she weighed nothing. See, I've still got my full strength. Guess the game thinks it was funny too. Rude, he grumbled and then moved his finger to point directly at our cleric. Also, how dare you say Superman is better than Captain America? Steve Rogers is a hero with the heart of gold. Clark Kent is a Kansas farm boy who has the manners of a good Southern boy, Ashley countered. There's a reason he's so popular. Then, as Superman, he regularly saves the entire planet. Okay, I said, and put my hands up before they could really get into it. Both DC and Marvel have great characters. The two glared at each other for a second before Kyle threw his hands in the air. Fine, he said. I'll give you Superman. Steve Rogers is pretty great, too, Ashley conceded. Look at that, I chuckled and clapped them both on the back. All of us are getting along. No fandom wars. Love to see it. Now, let's get back on the road. The rain had officially stopped and the sun had come back out, but it was already dangerously close to its zenith. There was no way we'd be able to make it to Zoradin in a single day, not from Wenkar, but we could at least leave the swamp. My goal was to put as much distance between us and the frog people as possible, just in case the wetlands weren't the only place they could travel. Speaking of getting back to things, our cleric said as we started down the road, "What were you guys thinking earlier?" "Huh?" Kyle asked and then clapped his hands together. "Oh, I was thinking the frog people are regulated to rainy days and the night." "Me too," I said. They headed out the second the rain stopped. It was as if they weren't allowed to be outside during the day if it wasn't during a storm. We did hear them throughout our travels yesterday, but we didn't actually see them until after sunset. "Which means they can't come out and attack us until then," the rogue finished with a satisfied nod. "Video game logic. Even legendary creatures have regulations on them." There was a long silence as Ashley pressed her lips together and nodded thoughtfully. The executive assistant was clearly filing away the new information for later. "I always knew there was only so far creatures could chase us," she said. "Of course, I understood they all had their own territories, but I didn't realize it had translated to this place. Guess it's more like normal RPGs than I thought." "With a few glaring differences," I pointed out. "Yeah, like dying for real," Kyle grumbled with a heavy dose of anger. "Don't worry, we'll make them pay for what they've done to us." "That starts with us completing the game," I said as we reached the curve in the road. I pulled up my map. The main road went right through Wenkar, around the other side, and then out to the plains. I guessed it would take a few hours on foot, but then a smile spread across my face as I realized there was a waterway straight through the city that led all the way out to the plains where it met up with a winding river. "I'm not sure I like that smile," our rogue said with narrowed eyes. "I feel like you have an evil plan. A terrible, evil plan." "I'm not the Grinch." I waved away the map. "I do have a plan, though. Do you think one of the farmers would act as a taxi for us?" "You think they'd risk leaving the city?" he asked. "I think I know someone." Ashley perked up. "In fact, I know he'll do it." "Lead the way," I said, and stepped aside. Kyle gestured for her to go with a sweeping bow as if he was a mere servant in front of royalty. Ashley rolled her eyes at him, patted him on the head, and then strolled down the road with her head held high. "She really is a good addition," the rogue whispered to me. "She's slower than me when a humanoid monster spots me, but damn if she's not smart." "Kind of have to be to keep up with us," I laughed. "I like that she asks questions." "For real," he said. "That's how you get ahead in life, asking questions." "Absolutely," I said. Ashley started to skip and hum to herself as if it was the best day of her life. The cleric's long blonde hair swayed with every little hop. It was so carefree that for just a moment I was 100% sure that everything was going to be okay, because we were a team, and because we had a life to return together, other people to save, and revenge to take on the game designers who'd trapped us. The city came into view as the mist cleared again, and I marveled at how beautiful the swamp really was. The air was still so muggy I immediately wanted a shower, but the grassy areas were so bright it was as if the rain had washed away the dust. Even the vines stretching across the thatched roofs seemed more alive than when we left, and a few gardeners were singing Bohemian Rhapsody, complete with the instrumental parts. It was epic. Queen is universal, Kyle laughed. They're epic. I nodded in agreement. Back already? Inara asked as we crossed the creaky wooden path to the main island. That was so fast I didn't even have time to make you anything. The artificer was seated at one of the old picnic tables near the water's edge, little pieces of metal scattered around her, and with a huge coffee mug. Shouldn't you be working? I asked with a nod to the tavern. Psst, she waved dismissively. That's what the help is for. Who would work for you? Kyle asked as he plopped down across from her. Brad, she said with a smug grin. He wanted to apologize for being such an asshole to you earlier. Doubtful, I snorted. I may have also told him that I wouldn't serve him another pint if he didn't make amends for hurting my friend's feelings, she said. I lifted an eyebrow as Kyle twisted to stare up at me with an amused smile. Our paladin is so sensitive, you know, the rogue said with barely contained glee. So sensitive. I nodded solemnly and then focused on Ashley. The blonde cleric was in a deep conversation with a petite man who would have been classified as a gnome if humans weren't the only species we could play with. His eyes were black and as small as the settings would allow, while his nose was bulbous and lumpy. He stood right next to a canoe littered with farming tools, and he kept his arms crossed and a reluctant expression on his face. What do you think she's saying? Kyle asked as he followed my gaze. Knowing Ashley, she's reminding him of the bar tab she picked up for him and the advice she gave him on gardening, Inara said in a distracted tone as she continued to tinker. She knows how to garden? I asked. Yeah, apparently she used to help her grandmother with the vegetables when she was younger, the artificer said. Do you know why she became an executive assistant? I asked. She said it paid well. The barkeep shrugged. Probably had student loans to pay off. That's one good thing about being stuck in here, Kyle snorted. No more bills. Except your bar tabs, Inara reminded him. Yes, he grumbled with a dismissive wave. The conversation lapsed into a comfortable silence as Inara continued to tinker with the metal pieces as if she knew exactly what they could become with just the right combination. Kyle watched her with interest and tried to steal her coffee, but the barkeep slapped his hand before it could even close around the mug. I leaned against the table and tried to look as relaxed as possible, but every second that ticked by was one we couldn't get back. I'd officially been in the game for 3 days, so if our theory about our bodies being on the outside was right, then I had about 13 more days left before possibly dying from dehydration. Kyle had 12. We'd made decent progress the day before, at least with killing monsters. Kyle and I would officially be finished with the city part of Chapter 1 after we made it to Zolindar, but Ashley would have to go to another city. That was easy enough since we would need to find more side quests. The real issue would be getting all the armor slots filled and making enough money. Also, surviving to level 20. And that was all for the first chapter. There were still 4 more after that. If you keep worrying like that, you're going to have wrinkles, Inara said without looking up from the table. Josh is a big worrier, Kyle said and leaned back as he stretched. It's helpful, though. He's really good at thinking up all the issues we might run into. Still going to wrinkle, the artificer said. Who or what is going to wrinkle? Ashley asked as she rejoined us. Me, apparently, I laughed and then nodded toward the gnome-like man. Did he agree? Oh, yeah, the blonde said with a wide grin. I mean, sort of. He'll take us through the swamp all the way to the plains, but we have to get out at the forest's edge. Also, we have to party with him on the way so we don't get caught. How's he going to get back? I asked as I pushed off the table. We have to stay partied up until he gets back, she said. How are we supposed to know about that? Kyle asked. The cleric put her hands on her hips and narrowed her eyes at the rogue. "We'll measure how much time passes for us to get through the swamp and then wait that long before taking him out of the party," she said, as if that was the most obvious thing in the world. "Hold on." I put a hand up before they could start arguing more. "I have a better idea." I squinted in the late morning light at the man's gamer tag. Short Kings Forever. Hunter Level 4. "Care to let us in on this plan?" Kyle joked when I didn't elaborate. "He's a hunter," I pointed out. "They come with extra stealth and speed boosts. He's also high enough that he should have at least one party spell. If it's a stealth spell, then we can combine it with yours." "I like the way you think," the rogue grinned. "Hunters and rogues usually have comparable spells, but at this point, combining the coverage can only be good for us." "His spells could be the difference between life and death." I nodded. "And here I thought I was the only one who could keep you hidden," Kyle whined in feigned offense. "No whining in my bar," Inara said, and then blinked, looked up, and sighed as Kyle started laughing. "Fine, no whining at my table." Yeah, he chuckled. "I'm sure I'll still have the better stealth spells. I am a master thief." The barkeep grunted in response. "I have a question," Ashley said with that same thoughtful expression she seemed to wear every time she was piecing something together. "What's up?" I asked and shifted to face her fully. "Will he be able to stay in our party, even though he's not with us?" she asked. "I mean, the search and chat functions are disabled, so it would make sense that your party has to be close together, right?" "Right," I nodded. "I don't think we'll be able to stay in the same party for the entire trip to Zoradin, but it'll be great to know how far apart we can be." "Like checking Bluetooth range," Kyle said and started to drum his fingers on the table. "It'll be good to know just in case we ever get separated. We can also check to see if the map will give us a tracking function." "We do need to know that," I said, and thought back to the message I'd gotten on the beach. The search, chat, and camping functions are disabled. It didn't say anything about tracking. Granted, I kind of assumed, but you know what they say about assumptions. "They kill," Inara said. "They make an ass out of you and me," Kyle said at the same time. Both is good." Ashley smiled from ear to ear. "It's a good idea," Inara finally said and put down her tools. "In fact, I think I'll join your party too." "Ew," our rogue said with a dramatic grimace that turned into him pretending to throw up. Inara threw a bolt right at his chest. It pinged off, rolled across the table, and ended up right back in the pile the artificer had picked it up from. "Are you planning on joining us at some point?" I asked. "Or do you just want to boost our loot stats and get gold and experience from our adventures?" "The latter," she said, and then seemed to think about it. "Probably. If the tracker function works long distance, then maybe I'll think about joining you when I have enough gear to give you." Ashley was staring vacantly ahead, but the cleric touched the air every now and then as if she was navigating her HUD. "I don't see anything about limits on party size," she said as she continued to click on things none of us could see. "It's probably 5 or 6, I said. "That's the usual number." "But the game really promotes parties," Kyle pointed out as he finished with his dramatics. "I think we might be able to get it all the way to 10. "The fellowship was only 9, Inara said. "I doubt the game will let us have more people than the Lord of the Rings." "Guess we'll find out," the rogue sneered and then stuck out his tongue like an annoying little brother. It didn't take him long to send a party request to Inara. I only knew because the rogue waited until she'd gone back to tinkering and then poked the air. The artificer jumped back a little, narrowed her eyes, and then pressed something before her name popped up in our party. "Nice," I said. I expect free ale when we come back." Kyle wagged a finger at the barkeep. "We'll be out there doing all the heavy lifting while you have fun here making gadgets." "Gadgets that'll keep you alive," she pointed out. Ashley perked up. "Can you make guns?" "No." Inara sighed and shook her head. "At least, not with the materials I can get around here. I think fireworks were invented in China long before the medieval period, so there's a chance you can find some in one of the cities. If you can buy the saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur, then I might be able to make one. Not sure if the game will allow it, since it's not time period appropriate, but it's worth a shot." "Saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur," I said. "Noted. I'm guessing that's for gunpowder?" "Yep," she said. "I can make a gun and the bullets with the metal I have, but not gunpowder." "How do you even know what's in gunpowder?" Kyle asked, with a mixture of awe and disgust. "I thought you were a chef." "I was," she said. "You'd be surprised how close some of those ingredients are. I used charcoal all the time." "But sulfur and saltpeter?" I asked. "One of my mentors talked about it once and it stuck," she confessed. "I think I'd like a gun if you can make one," Ashley said as she swiped at the air in front of her. "I'm supposed to be in the back, so long-range weapons would be best, right?" "Yeah," I said. "Good," she said with a proud smile. "I'm learning how this all works. Really should have paid more attention when I was playing with my sister, but like I said, she and her friends were always much higher levels than I was, so I was just tagging along." "Do you know how to shoot a gun?" Inara asked and twisted around to stare up at the blonde woman. "Oh, yeah," she said, and then startled a little. "I didn't tell you, did I? The company I worked for did private security. Not those goons you see in movies who are definitely mercenaries in disguise. Actual bodyguards and security teams who helped keep people safe. There were some real assholes the guys protected, but like rich CEO guys, not gun runners. My boss may be a cheating jackass, but even he had some morals. Not many, but some." Everyone's mouth fell open. It was the most shocking thing I'd heard since entering the game and finding out we were stuck and could actually die. "You did not mention that." Kyle was the first one to regain himself. "You said you worked on schedules and helped organize everyone." "That is what an executive assistant does," the blonde said as if that was obvious. "I didn't go out into the field or anything. I barely even talked to the guys. It wasn't the biggest security firm in my city, but it was pretty decently sized. I had to make sure the meetings with CEOs all the way down to people running from crazy exes were all organized so we could allocate personnel correctly. There was also money to be watched. My boss also had a few PIs who worked for him, and let me tell you, those guys were assholes. Then there was keeping the wife and mistress separate. Not that Eliana didn't know my boss was cheating on her, but it was one thing to know and another thing to be faced with the mistress." "She knew?" I asked, and then shook my head. "Not important." "She's the one who taught me how to shoot," Ashley said. "Said a woman always needs to know how to protect herself. She was Russian and took absolutely no shit from anyone except my boss, but that she allowed because she didn't actually love him. He was a paycheck who kept her safe and in the life she wanted." "A gold digger," Inara nodded sagely. "The daughter of an ex-Cold War spy," the cleric said. "She told me her and the boss had an arrangement. He used her connections when they had jobs out of the country, and he made sure she was comfortable. According to her, whoever he screwed was not her business, as long as she didn't have to see her." "Huh," I said as I tried to wrap my brain around everything Ashley had just said. "I thought you worked a boring office job like me." "Nope," she said as a blush crawled up her cheeks. "I'm not, brave or anything. It's not like I had a lot of dealings with the scarier parts of the business, My days were filled mostly with calendar invites, a copying machine that didn't want to work, and an asshole for a boss. But the pay was good. Right, Kyle said, and then clapped his hands together. We should get on the road, right? Or is it the water? The water, the short man grumbled as he stomped over. Are you guys coming, or are you going to just stand here yapping all day? We're coming, I said. Thanks for waiting for us. We were talking about adding you into the party permanently, or at least until we're too far away and it kicks you out. The proposition seemed to cool the grumpy man's temper for a moment. I swear his ears actually perked up like a dog as I spoke. He ran a calloused hand over his clothes and then offered it to me with a grimace that I was pretty sure was supposed to be a smile. I think that could work, he said. I need the golden experience. My name is Chrome, like the metal. Nice to meet you, Chrome, I said, and then shook his hand. My name is Josh. You know Ashley and Inara. The rogue is Kyle. Chrome grunted in response, took a deep breath, and then jerked his thumb over his shoulder. Come on, daylight's wasting, he said. First, we should party up, I said. Inara is there too. I looked over at Kyle, but the rogue just shrugged. The invite has been sent, he said. The short man startled and then jabbed a thick finger at something in front of his face. His gamer tag popped up in our party, and he grunted in satisfaction. If the game allows it, then I'll be tracking you, Inara said as she went back to tinkering. Don't forget my fireworks. Yeah, Kyle said as he stood from the table. The rogue rolled his eyes dramatically at the artificer, but still leaned down to give her a hug. Inara patted his arm, but then coughed as Kyle put her in a chokehold. He only held it for a few seconds before letting go, probably because she reached for a screwdriver. Don't make me kill you, she snapped and spun around in her seat to glare up at him. You wouldn't dare, he laughed and hopped back when she stabbed outward. They acted more like brother and sister than mentor and mentee, but it was good to see them laughing, especially since we were about to leave the safety of the city. All right, I said and dragged Kyle back by his collar. You heard Chrome. Time's wasting and we have things to do. Take care, Inara told Ashley as the cleric leaned down to give her another hug goodbye. We will, she said, and then looked backward conspiratorially. Don't worry about Kyle. I'll keep him in check for you. Wouldn't want your best customer to go to the afterlife before you drag every last gold out of him. Hey! He shouted. I'd already released him, but the rogue didn't bother going up to confront the two women. Instead, he stuck his chin in the air and sniffed so loudly that Chrome rolled his eyes and muttered about theater kids. I was not a theater kid, Kyle said as he climbed into the canoe. I'm just dramatic. Same thing, the short man grumbled. You're lucky I owe Ashley a favor, or I wouldn't even let you step foot in my boat. It's a canoe, he sneered. You should be nice to me. I'm the highest-ranking member of our party, and I can easily boot you out. I'll turn this canoe back around the second you do, Chrome shot back. The two men glared at each other and even managed to keep eye contact while Ashley and I climbed into the canoe and took our seats. Hold on tight. Chrome smirked and then shoved us off from the shoreline. The hunter was surprisingly strong, and we rocketed backward like we'd been shot out of a cannon. He hopped in with ease like a frog going after a fly, gestured to a paddle, and then pointed between two nearby trees. That's the direction we're going, he said. I assume you two know how to steer a boat? I do, I said. It's been a long time, but I think I remember. Why would I know that? Kyle asked. I sit behind a computer all day. Figure it out, the hunter said, and then plopped down next to Ashley. You sure about going with these two? I'm sure, she said with a warm smile. They've already saved my butt from the frog people once. Chrome's eyes went wide, and he studied Kyle and me like something in a petri dish. "Guess that one's good for more than making noise, then," he finally said. "Speaking of which, you're a rogue. You're a rogue. Make sure you put up your stealth shield once we're out of the barrier. I have a spell that will make it 20% stronger for 3 minutes." "I know how to do my job, thank you very much," Kyle said. I shook my head, grabbed the paddle, and then started to navigate our way to the trees Chrome pointed to. It was difficult to steer with all the plant life trying to slow us down, but as soon as Kyle cast the stealth spell, he took one of the paddles and started helping me. I lifted an eyebrow when he easily sliced through the water and even knew enough to push us further away from the tree's roots. "What?" he whispered. "I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of being right." I shook my head and focused on the task at hand. It was slow-going, hot, and frustrating. The canoe sliced through the water with relative ease, but there were trees everywhere with roots we needed to navigate through. A thin green film covered the water everywhere except for the path we'd taken from Wenkar, and sunlight danced on the leaves as a breeze wound through the swamp. I noticed the second we were outside the barrier. A red health bar popped up in the trees a few yards away. It was one of the catfish we saw when the swamp Ursi was chasing us, and just like the others, it wasn't alone. They swarmed around a tree, gnawing on bones, but I couldn't tell what the creature had originally been. Maybe a deer, though there wasn't exactly land for it to have been walking on. Still, there were antlers. Kyle paused rowing just long enough to cast the stealth spell. The cloak symbol popped up on my HUD, and in seconds a small plus sign appeared next to it from Chrome's boost. I quickly cast my defense spell for the party so I'd be able to track how long we'd be covered and how long we had left on the cooldown. "How did they get a deer?" Kyle mirrored my own thoughts as we quietly rowed. "I don't like it." "Shut up," Chrome snarled and put a thick finger over his thin lips. Kyle was about to argue when one of the catfish whipped around and faced our direction. The monster swam a little closer and then knocked into the canoe like it could actually see the boat despite the stealth spell. Everyone either covered their mouths or gritted their teeth to keep from making any noise. I double-checked the stealth shield, but we were still covered for another minute. I slowly let out a relieved sigh as we continued to skim through the water until we were well past the catfish and their meal. "That was terrifying," Ashley said with a glance over her shoulder like they might hear us. "It was like a catfish mixed with a piranha. Not that I've ever seen a piranha outside of TV specials and terrible movies." "All the more reason to keep our mouths shut," Chrome said with a direct glare right at Kyle. "Any noise out here will get us attention none of us want. The stealth spell and the innate stealth boosts should hold as long as you don't go yapping." "He's right," I said before the rogue could clap back. "We need to be patient, smart, and quiet. You know what will happen if a ghoul pops up." That seemed to make Kyle think twice, though he still shot an acidic glare at Chrome. The next hour passed by with only the bare minimum conversation. Kyle was officially done with the hunter, and I couldn't exactly blame him. Chrome was rough around the edges, but he was good at navigating through the swamp, and he even managed to help us avoid being caught when the stealth shield was in cooldown. He barely even talked as he told us where to go, and I could tell our resident rogue appreciated it more than he wanted to admit. "I'm so glad he's not coming with us," Kyle said as we came around a bend in the tributary. "He's grumpy and doesn't understand that laughter is the best medicine." "You're just not funny," Chrome grunted. "I like funny people. You're just loud and dramatic. Remind me of an old Corvette I had with a busted muffler." You were a mechanic on the outside? The rogue asked. Now that explains it. My great-uncle was a mechanic. The only thing he lacked was grease, his tool set, and coffee that could raise the dead. I like my wife and daughter, too. The hunter snapped and then glanced around to make sure we hadn't been heard. The stealth spell was still in place, and I hadn't seen a red bar for almost 5 minutes, though that probably meant we were about due for a monster to pop up. You have family on the outside? I asked as we slid through the swamp like a water moccasin. I do, he said. She's a good woman. My daughter's on her way, too. She'll be a fine woman. The only reason I'm helping you is so you can end this game and get us out of here. I need to be at her graduation. I thought you were paying Ashley back for a favor, Kyle challenged. That, too. He huffed and then pointed over our shoulder. That's where the planes start. You'll get out as soon as we pass the last tree. You could come with us, Ashley said. I'm sure your skill will be very helpful. No, he and Kyle both said at the same time. I have to stay alive long enough for you guys to finish the game and get us out of here, he said in a gentler tone. It's not as if I can do it. I'll help with the spells as I level up. If the game will let me cast anything from Wenkar, then you'll have my protection. I'll keep an eye on you from there. I appreciate it, I said, and then nudged Kyle in the ribs. What? He scoffed and then sighed. Fine. I appreciate it too. And we'll do everything we can to get you back to your wife and daughter. Chrome narrowed his eyes and studied the rogue, then nodded. It was something. Maybe progress, though we were getting very close to the plains now. A hot breeze wafted through the opening in the trees. It smelled like dry grass and sun-baked earth. Kyle and I paddled a little faster as we got closer, seeing as we were both eager to finally be free from the swamp. Ashley's head was on a swivel as the cleric kept an eye out for any signs of an enemy, but we were so close to the plains that there was nothing. We passed through the last tree and out into the open sunlight, and I closed my eyes to bask in it. The humidity disappeared instantly as if there was an invisible wall between the swamp and the plains, and I could feel the dampness in my clothes finally start to dry. Pull us over right over there, Chrome said and pointed to a nearby dip in the bank. You should be able to get out easily enough. Got it, I said, and helped Kyle redirect us. The canoe hit the bank with a heavy thud, and we almost capsized, but Chrome shifted enough to keep us steady with his body weight. No red health bars popped up beneath the glittering tributary water, but I still didn't feel like taking a swim at the moment. I hopped out first, dragged the canoe up a little so it was steadier for everyone else, and then offered Kyle a hand. I'll keep the stealth spell up as much as possible, the rogue said over his shoulder as he ignored my hand and hopped onto dry land. The innate ability should keep you covered for the most part, as long as you don't make too much noise. I'm not the noisy one, Chrome said as he helped Ashley to solid ground. You just make sure you keep quiet so you don't get your teammates in trouble. Yeah, Kyle said and then offered a handshake to the hunter. Thanks for helping us. Yeah, he mimicked with a hint of a smile. Stay alive. I need you to help me get out of here. We'll do our best, Ashley said. We'll be tracking you for as long as we can. Chrome grunted, bobbed his head once, and then climbed back into the canoe. He didn't even ask for help pushing away from the bank, just grabbed an oar and shoved hard. The hunter slipped beneath the swamp's canopy in just a few seconds, and I watched him go until he disappeared in the shadows cast by the giant trees. He'll be fine, Kyle said, though it sounded like he was trying to convince himself more than Ashley and me. Tough old man. I wonder why he even logged in the first place. A lot of older people play. I shrugged. They're the OGs when it comes to gaming. He liked playing VR because it helped keep his joints limber, Ashley said, and turned away from where Chrome had disappeared. Said it helped him feel young. He's actually close to his 50s. He and his wife had their daughter really late in life, but the guy loves them a lot. I think that's why he's so cranky. Damn, you got all of that out of him? Kyle gaped. Executive assistants, I said. They can talk to literally anyone. I'm telling you, it's a superpower. Thanks. The cleric blushed before she took a deep breath, stared out over the grassy plains, and then put a hand over her eyes. I don't see Zoradin anywhere. It's a 2-day journey, I pointed out, and started walking along the river. Yeah, but it's all flat land, she said as she fell into step beside me. I was hoping I'd be able to see it, even if it was just a tiny pinprick on the horizon. No such luck, Kyle said from my other side. We should keep checking the map as we go. We might be able to find a place to shelter for the night. Ruins or a copse of trees, anything that will let us hide from monsters. I was just about to say we probably had a better chance of finding a ruined building than a group of trees that wasn't infested with monsters, when a notification popped up in front of my face. Ashley and Kyle must have gotten it too, because they stopped at the same time that I did. There is a raid nearby. Would you like to join? Chapter 14. Are you seeing this? Kyle asked quietly, as if he was afraid the raid notice would hear us and accept automatically. Yep, I said, and clicked on the location. It's pretty far away, though. The map bloomed in front of me with 3 little dots showing where we stood at the edge of the swamp and the plains. A huge golden ring flashed in the distance, closer to where the mountains started. There was a counter to show how long we had and how many spots were still available before the fight began. I scrolled over to Wenkar and saw one more golden dot gliding closer at a steady speed. That had to be Chrome. The guy was making seriously good progress without us weighing down the canoe, but he had been a mechanic back home, so pulling his own weight was probably very normal for him. Another dot was smack dab in the middle of the city, right where the largest island was. I could practically see Inara still at that same picnic table with all the bits and bobs spread out in front of her. She would have more than one new gadget for us once we came back. It's close enough for us to have an invitation. The rogue pulled me back to the teammates who were right next to me. He stared blankly ahead, presumably at the same map I was, though his furrowed brow told me he was more concerned about the possible raid we were going to join rather than our little experiment. We have an hour to get there, he continued, and started walking along the river as if he wanted to get a head start. I think that might be enough, if we run, which, as you know, I'm not a fan of. I strolled after him as my mind raced with all the possibilities. There's only 3 spots left, Ashley added as she followed us. It's level 35. That's pretty high. We don't know what levels the others are going to be. It could be suicide. The cleric had a determined expression as she scanned through everything with the ease of someone used to scouring documents. She managed to walk alongside us as she looked through everything, and she started playing with her lips. I maneuvered around her and then helped the cleric over the tributary so she wouldn't have wet shoes, just in case we needed to start running soon. The raid was further away from Zoradin, but closer to Akasley. It didn't really matter which city we hit up first. We could keep walking toward the location on the map while we discussed whether or not we actually wanted to go, and if not, then we'd be on our way to the mountain city. Win-win. I would like to point out that I also hate running, and as you've seen, I'm slower than a turtle running through peanut butter," Ashley said after a few minutes of complete silence. I nodded to show that I'd heard them and then pressed my lips together as I ran through all the pros and cons. There were a lot of them, including the fact that my present teammates would hate getting there. "Raids do give out a lot of gold," I said, and started to tap my fingers on my leg. "We need 10,000 just for the first chapter. There's also going to be plenty of loot, and we all need something for each armor slot. If we want to finish the game, then doing a few raids is going to be mandatory. In Chapter 2, we have to finish 3 of them." "You make a valid point," Kyle sighed, "but by Chapter 2, we'll all be level 20. I'm the highest-ranking member we have right now, and I'm only level 6. "True," I said, and rolled my shoulders to release some of the tension. "If this was a normal game, then I'd say hell yeah without a second thought," the rogue said. "But this isn't a normal game, and Ashley is right. Level 35 is suicide for us alone, and we have no idea what level the others will be at. Don't get me wrong, I'll die at some point, but I promised Inara that I wouldn't die any time soon, and Krista would be pissed." "Raids are dangerous," I said. "There are 20 spots, and we'd be the last 3. If we end up being the highest-ranking members, then we're definitely going to die." "Can't we just leave?" Ashley asked. "I mean, my sister and I would run from raids when it was just the 2 of us, and we were getting overwhelmed. It sucked, and we almost died a few times trying to run past all the monsters that were out to get us, but we usually made it out okay." "Not all games will let you leave," I pointed out. "We might end up trapped there with no way out." I stared at the timer slowly clicking down. There was a little less than an hour before the raid would start, and we had a long way to go, even if we were already walking in the right direction. I couldn't even see the place marked on the map, and everything between where we were and where the fight was going to take place was in black. Thousands of monsters could be waiting for us. We would aggro every single creature that spotted us. The stealth boost from Chrome would combine well with Kyle's, but we weren't sure what kind of range the party had on it, and if he got booted, then we were back down to relying solely on Kyle's boosts and spells. The innate ability would be doing most of the heavy lifting, but I didn't think we'd be making enough noise to draw too much attention. "Okay," I said, and sucked in a deep breath. "I say we do it. We go and we fight the raid. It's close to Ackesley, so we can hit up the mountain city instead of the plains if we want to." It was like ripping off a Band-Aid. We just had to make the decision. The text box still floated in front of my face in invitation, like a constant reminder that we hadn't figured out our next move yet. It was hard to see around it, but I'd made it transparent enough that any monsters rushing at us would be visible. "Bro," Kyle stared like I'd just grown a second head. "You know better than anyone what kind of fight we'd be walking into. There's no way we'd survive. Can't we just dismiss the text for now and head for Ackesley? If we make it in time, and if everyone is at a decent level, then we'll join." "That's the best idea I've heard yet." Ashley perked up. "I forgot you can do that." The cleric immediately swiped at the air, but then she kept swiping. The movement became more frantic with every second, until she was waving both hands in the air like a complete lunatic. "It won't go away," she said. I tried to dismiss mine, but the text just stayed right where it was. "Guess we have to make a decision now," I said. "I know you want to do this, but we're not ready for a raid this big," Kyle said. "Not with everyone at a low level like us. We can't carry 17 other people." "We don't know what level they're going to be at," I countered. "Anyone willing to join a raid in this game already knows the risks. They'll be confident that they can win." "Or they'll be complete idiots," the rogue huffed. "Ashley, please help me talk some sense into this man." Ashley chewed on her bottom lip again, her emerald green eyes focused on something in the distance. "The journal said they got the key from a raid," she said with an apologetic smile. "You said it yourself that we need lore if you want to learn everything you can about this world and get out." "Don't cite the deep magic to me, witch. I was there when it was written," the dramatic man snapped, but then sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "I know we need lore, but there has to be places around here we can search, or on the way to Zoradin." "The lore from the temple will be better," I said. "The journal said they didn't stand a chance when they entered the fight, so it's got to be guarded by some pretty powerful monsters. Any lore hidden there will be vital to us figuring everything out." "I know you're right, but I hate it," the rogue grumbled. "Ashley, are you really up for this? You'll have a lot of spell casting to do, and it'll be harder to keep track of us with so many people running around." "It'll be fine," she shrugged. "If I can keep track of 15 meetings, review documents, and make sure the break room is always fully stocked, then I can keep track of you two." "I'd say we should take a vote, but Ashley and I seem pretty on board with the raid," I said. Kyle narrowed his eyes, ran a hand through his hair, and huffed like we'd just bullied him into conceding. "Fine," he said. "Let's go do a raid and die. It's not like I have much to live for anymore anyway." "That's the spirit," I snorted and clapped him on the shoulder. "Come on, if we're going to make it, then we need to book it. I'm not even sure we'll be able to reach the location before the timer runs out." "I've never wanted to run into humanoid monsters so much in my entire life," Kyle grumbled. "I thought you liked adventure and fighting," I teased. "Yeah, but not a level 35 raid," he sighed. "Let's go, old fearless leader. There's running to do." I accepted the raid and saw Kyle already had, because there was only one spot left. It didn't take long for the cleric to join us, and we were officially set to join the fight as long as we made it to the location before the timer ran out. "We're going to have to push ourselves to the limit," I said. "Bah!" Kyle laughed and waved a hand dismissively. "What's a few sore legs when we're about to fight a level 35 monster?" "Oh, wait!" Ashley exclaimed, and then pulled 3 small blue vials from her inventory. "I bought these a while ago. They have a spell called Fleetfoot. It'll boost our speed for 10 minutes. It's only by like 5%, but that's better than nothing. It should help us get there faster and hopefully not as sore." The cleric handed out the glass bottles, uncorked it, and then held it up like we were about to clink champagne flutes. "Here's to better than nothing," Kyle laughed as he lifted his own bottle. "Here's to better than nothing," I echoed. The small tink the glass bottles made echoed across the grass like a gong sounding the start of a fight. I chugged the blue liquid as fast as possible and was sure that it would be absolutely disgusting, but surprisingly it tasted like blue raspberry taffy. I added the now empty bottle to my inventory and then grinned at the boot with wings that appeared in my HUD. We were officially ready to go. "Don't forget that any asthma attacks are all in your head," I warned Kyle as we all prepared to trade walking for running. Yeah, he said, and then darted forward. "Catch me if you can, Paladin!" I rolled my eyes and took off after the rogue with Ashley right on my heels. She kept up surprisingly well, though it was probably the extra speed boosts from the potion and having Chrome in our party. I still stayed back a little to make sure she didn't get left behind when her initial burst faded and she started to slow. Bright green grass spread out in front of us like a blanket. A few wildflowers fought for sunlight and waved in the gentle breeze that wound its way through the plains. It had the same scent of warm earth that I'd picked up when we were still in the swamp, and I breathed in deep. The mountain range we were headed to swooped out to the left and curved back around the plains, though it was impossible to see anything but their peaks, and even those were a bluish gray like they were just shadows. I had no doubt we'd find plenty of side quests and monsters there, and luckily the raid was right next to it, so we would be able to go explore once the battle was over. Provided we actually survived. Worry gnawed on my stomach even as the running started to make my thighs burn. We were taking a pretty big risk joining a raid when none of us had even reached level 10 yet, but I was sure the others would be higher, or at least close to us. It would be hard to defeat a level 35 monster with 20 level 6s, but not impossible. Besides, we'd be okay as long as we didn't actually enter the location. If we got there and found out it was a bunch of noobs biting off more than they could chew, then we'd just dip before the timer ran out, and we'd convince the others to do the same. I wouldn't abandon them to what was sure to be a gruesome death, but I wasn't going to actually join if we really had no chance. It would be hard, even if everyone was higher ranking, but the risk was worth it if we could actually get the key to the temple. I wasn't exactly excited about the idea of facing whatever had killed the journal's owner, but having more information about the world we were stuck in could only be good for us. We'd probably have to level up before we could actually use the key, and that was only if we were the ones to claim it. But it would be a goal for us to reach, and we needed to hit level 20 before we could move on to Chapter 2. Fighting in a raid and then going on a high-level side quest would definitely help us reach that. Is it just me, or is this place eerily quiet? Kyle kept up pace next to me and looked around nervously, as if something would spring out at any moment. It probably would. So quiet, Ashley agreed as the cleric pushed herself to catch back up to us. We didn't run into any creatures in the swamp either. Well, okay, those catfish things almost had us, but the stealth spell really seems to be doing a good job of keeping everything away. It's not a repellent, the rogue snorted and then immediately started coughing. But you're right. As long as we stay relatively quiet, my innate ability will keep us under the radar. I slowed down so he could catch his breath, but he waved me on and put a little extra oomph into his jog. Like you said, all in my head, he panted and then put a hand on his side. Damn, I'm really not cut out for long-distance running, though. It sucks so much, our cleric whined and stuck her bottom lip out. We'll be there before you know it, I said reassuringly, though my own lungs were starting to burn. My health bar had dipped a little, but then it healed and then dropped down again. It was going to be a never-ending process until we stopped running altogether, but then we'd be in the middle of a raid, and I'd have much bigger things to worry about. Oh, Ashley perked up a little. Is that it? What? I asked and blinked in the bright sunlight. There, she said and pointed to something closer to where the swamp gave way to the mountains. Those buildings. I thought it was going to be an hour, but our fleetfoot hasn't even worn off yet. That's not it, Kyle gasped. It's just some old abandoned town. I turned to study the rogue without stopping, but Kyle was doing his level best to pretend like he was completely fine. Every breath sounded hard-won, but he just waved me off when I looked at him with concern. Not asthma, he managed. Just unhealthy. How am I running like it's nothing? I finished. That one, he said, and then slowed to a brisk walk. I followed suit, and I could have sworn Ashley just praised the Lord for the break. The blonde had both hands on her hips, as if that would help her lungs, and I shook my head at my teammates. You guys clearly skipped cardio back home, I teased. Shut it, Kyle grumbled. Unlike some people who are built like runway models with legs for days, I actually enjoy sitting at my desk and working for hours. Who needs... Whew! Man, I'm unhealthy. Weren't you going to say who needs a workout? I laughed. Fuck all the way off. He stopped for a second to take a few deep breaths in, like that would kickstart his lungs. "You just wait, pretty boy. One day I'll be running circles around you." "Pretty boy? Oh, am I a pretty boy?" I asked in mock surprise. If there was one thing the crew had let me know, it was that I, in fact, had a very pretty face. Lucy had lamented about my high cheekbones on more than one occasion, and her rants about how men's eyelashes are always so much better were epic, long-winded, and full of fists shaken in the air in frustration. "That was a Doctor Who reference," Kyle gaped like I was a 12-foot-tall ogre. "Impressive, honestly. Truly inspiring." "I never watched that show," Ashley confessed, and then put her hands up in defense. "Don't hate me. I did try to watch it, but it was during a very stupid relationship with a man I'd rather forget. He only lived for protein powder and would always make fun of the special effects." "So you dumped him," I said, since that's the only logical solution here. "After 3 years," the blonde sighed. "The longest 3 years of my life. Really. I thought I was going to marry him and have his babies, but nope. No. He started dating some girl at the gym with a better ass, and Nara is so right about cheaters and long walks off short cliffs. I don't know how my boss's wife is okay with it. I know it's their arrangement, but I'd stab him." I couldn't help it. I looked. Ashley was still in the basic jeans everyone came into the game with, but the bootleg cut pants hugged her in all the right places. It took considerable willpower to look away, but remembering that this was the build she chose helped. I was relieved to see Kyle seem to be having the same reaction. "Her ass must have been out of this world," the rogue said, and then patted his cheek like he was scolding himself. "Sorry, but you are a very beautiful woman. I won't be saying that again any time soon. Not that Krista was ever jealous. She knew where my heart belonged, but I can't be looking at new women already, although that might bring her back from the dead." "Yeah, to kick your teeth in," I snorted and then smiled at Ashley. He was clearly an idiot. "I'm sorry you had to go through all that. It must have been very hard." "It was," she said, and then broke into a wide grin, smacked her butt, and then winked at us. "I appreciate you guys saying I look good. It's been a rough few months. That's actually how my sister managed to convince me to play. Said it would be good to get out of my head." "Oh, how wrong she was," Kyle said, and then spun around a few times. "Now you're stuck in your head, or rather, you're stuck in the game. We're not actually sure how it all works." "I've been wondering about that too," Ashley said. "We have a theory," I said, and then launched into the timeline Rosie and I had come up with. The cleric nodded, and her face had the same intense expression it usually wore when she was trying to memorize something. She stopped a few times to verify her information was correct, but then continued to bob her head and listen carefully. "Wow," she said when I finished. "So the first people logged in at Tokyo, right? That was a full day before LA, I think. It's already day 3 for you and me, but 4 for them. That means we have 12 days to finish everything before people might start dropping dead?" "That's the theory," I said. "I hate it," Kyle said as he walked backward in front of us. "Really, I'd much rather go with our bodies are actually in the game. Much less depressing. Still sucks, but not as bad. I would hate to be a vegetable." "That would be terrible," our cleric shuddered. "I've seen people in a coma. Like, for real, not just the way they depict it in movies and TV shows. It's so terrifying. They're not peaceful. Their bodies jerk and sometimes their eyes fly open." "I'm sorry you had to see that," I said, and then picked up a light jog so my teammates wouldn't fall too far behind. "Maybe a good run will help you process all those emotions." Both my teammates groaned at the same time like I was some evil high school coach making them run laps, but then they broke into laughter. The stealth spell started to blink and then went out completely, and we all lapsed into an uncomfortable silence as we waited the long 30 minutes before Kyle could cast it again. I studied the abandoned town we passed and fought the urge to go have a look around. We didn't have the time. There was a raid to get to, and we could always come back and check it out another time. "You know," Ashley whispered as she walked so close our arms brushed, "I checked every inch of Wencar while I was there. No lore, anywhere. I talked to the adventurers who came through, but they hadn't found anything either." "Makes sense," I said, and turned back to the plains rolling out in front of us. Most people are just trying to survive at this point. I don't think anyone is really worried about lore. "He makes a valid point," Kyle said as he scooted closer so our conversation wasn't loud enough to draw attention. "Lore is great, but I think everyone is still wrapping their heads around the fact that we're stuck in a video game with no way out." "There's a way out," I said. "We're going to find it, whether it's from finishing the game and then logging out, or you figuring out a way to hack the system." "I am wondering how lore will help with that," Ashley said, and then went pale. The cleric stumbled a little, but I reached out to catch her and then followed her terrified stare. There was a herd of horses in the distance. They hadn't noticed us yet, but their health bars were as long as my forearm, and they were so far away that I couldn't read their names. I could just barely make out their lean bodies, and I swear one of them was chomping on an animal, or what used to be an animal. A dying screech filled the air as another horse dug its snout into the ground and ripped up a rabbit. The furry creature was massive and kicked with all its strength, but the monster just threw it into the air and chomped down hard, with teeth way too sharp to belong to anything back home. "Nope," Kyle said. I'd unconsciously slowed to a stop. A moving target would definitely draw a predator's attention, and the horse's health bars showed they were much stronger than we were. I didn't want to fight even one of them. Nonetheless, the 10 or so hovered around like schoolyard bullies, ready to snatch up any hare that had the audacity to look out of its burrow. Kyle practically vibrated next to me like a phone receiving a call. The rogue's eyes were glazed over, and he poked the air with a relieved sigh. "Okay, we should be invisible again," he whispered. "I think we should put as much distance between them and us as possible." "Agreed." I nodded and then pulled up my map. "We're only about a mile out. We should be able to see the destination soon." "Do you think they'll follow us if they see us?" Ashley asked in a slightly hysterical tone. "Yes," Kyle and I both said at the same time. "Without a doubt," I said. "We just need to be quiet and move as quickly as possible." Okay, she said, and then balled her hands into fists. "It's going to be fine." "It is," I said with a reassuring smile. "Come on. We need to hurry before the wind shifts and blows our scent in their direction. The stealth spell will hide us physically, but we already learned that some creatures have much better senses of smell, and the spell isn't strong enough to compete with it. Not yet." "All the more reason to win this raid and level up," Kyle said. I bobbed my head in agreement and then started to run again with my 2 teammates right beside me. The Fleetfoot spell had long since lapsed, and it felt like we were running through molasses uphill in winter. Every step was more difficult than the last, and my health bar dropped more than before, but thankfully it healed more than it fell. More importantly, the horses hadn't noticed us. We raced through the plain as fast as we possibly could. The small plus symbol appeared almost at the same time Kyle recast his stealth spell, like Chrome was watching for it, and a small smile spread across my face at the tough old man's clear worry. He and Inara were still technically part of the party, though I wondered if that would change once we were in the raid. Most of the time, the entire team didn't have to be in the same battle. It had come in handy when one of us had gone off to explore while the others jumped into the fray, or when someone logged in and found a raid right next to their location. With any luck, the living veil would keep that particular function even if so much else had changed. "What the hell is that?" Kyle half sang, half whispered as he pushed to catch up with me. "What's what?" I asked and glanced around. "I haven't seen a health bar since the horses." "It was right there." The rogue pointed to a patch of very pretty flowers. "I swear, there was a red health bar. It was tiny, so maybe a level 1, but it was there." "I didn't see anything," Ashley panted. We'd been running for almost 20 minutes in complete silence. My 2 teammates were fighting to breathe and had fallen behind, but I kept up a steady pace without leaving them behind. Ashley's face was red and covered in sweat, and Kyle's every breath was more wheezing than inhaling, but they hadn't given up yet, and their health bars were in good shape. "There!" Kyle shouted and then clamped a hand over his mouth. "Bro, you have really got to stop doing that," I hissed through clenched teeth. "If you can't stop breaking our stealth spell, then I'm going to duct tape your mouth closed." "Good luck finding any," he said automatically, but then winced. "My bad. Natural reaction. Both the shouting and the sarcasm. I'll try to be quieter, but did you see it?" I did. I nodded, but didn't slow down. It was definitely a level 1, whatever it was. The health bar was so tiny I'm surprised you saw it behind the flowers. "It's going to be a lot easier to spot them now," Ashley said and jerked a thumb over her shoulder. "It wasn't alone." I turned to look over my shoulder and bit back about 4 choice curses I wanted to let out. An entire swarm of bees the size of field mice had lifted into the air. Their wings hummed threateningly as they all focused on us, and I skidded to a halt with my hand on the bear fang. They hovered over the flowers and darted toward us, but as they got closer, I realized there was something off about them. "Does that say swarming kitty bee?" Kyle asked in an incredulous tone. "How are we supposed to fight something so cute?" "Kittens have claws and teeth," I pointed out, "and bees have stingers. Don't underestimate them." The one in the lead let out a squeaky war cry and flew right at my face with claws at the ready, but I slashed through it with my sword. Its health bar dropped to 0 in seconds, and the 2 halves fell to the ground in a spray of blood and entrails before it dissolved into nothingness. "I can't believe you just killed—" our rogue started, but then let out a startled shriek. Another swarming kitty bee had arrived, and Kyle had immediately tried to stab it with his dagger, but the little monster moved too fast, and its attention immediately shifted to the rogue as he made himself a bigger threat. It aimed its stinger right at Kyle's jugular, and a split second later, blood dripped down from his neck as the area started to swell and turn purple. The kitty bee swung around to start scratching at the rogue's face next, but he stabbed it in the stomach and then swore so much it would have made a trucker proud. "It fucking hurts!" he snarled and then stomped the ground where the monster had fallen and disappeared. "That's it. I don't care how cute these little shits are. I'm going to kill them all." "Let's do this," I said as the rest of the swarm reached us. There were only 8 left at this point, but the tiny furry bastards darted around as quickly as actual bees. They slashed with razor-sharp claws and tried to sting me. I cut through 3 of them with one swing, but we still had 5 left. Kyle took out 2, while Ashley stabbed a third with the same small knife she'd come into the game with. I managed to kill another with my bear fang, and then looked around for the last one. It didn't take me long to find it. The little punk had flown up into my shirt and stung me right in the stomach. I didn't even think, just swatted my abdomen so hard it knocked the wind out of myself, but the little monster fell to the ground and then burst into glittering dust that drifted away in the wind. Pain lanced through me as the swarming kitty bee's venom started to work its way through my body. It hadn't even hurt at first, just a little pinprick that stung for a second and then vanished, but now it felt like acid was crawling across my skin. "I think I'm going to throw up," Kyle said as he dropped to one knee in the grass. The left side of the rogue's neck was as swollen as a tennis ball and had turned a disgusting shade of purple-black. His jugular throbbed like it was in overdrive, and he spat in the dirt like there was too much spit in his mouth. Kyle dry-heaved a few times and leaned down to hold onto the grass like a lifeline. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and a rapidly lowering health bar glowed above him. "I got this, I said, and handed him a healing potion. His HP shot up a little bit, but then dropped down even further. We only had a few more bottles, and my own head was starting to spin. "Oh, I'm not feeling too," I said, and then sat heavily in the grass next to the rogue. "I'm a level 3, Ashley exclaimed excitedly. Okay, keep calm and carry on, my wayward son. Not the time, Ash, not the time." My vision was starting to blur, but I couldn't help but laugh at the cleric's panicked ramblings. Her blonde hair glowed in the afternoon light, and her emerald green eyes reminded me of the vibrant colors in the swamp. I had to blink a few times as she started to shimmer like a mirage. "No," I snapped myself out of whatever hallucination the venom was trying to lead me into. "No." Warmth spread through my body as Ashley cast her group healing spell, and my health bar skyrocketed. It had already fallen to 50% by the time she managed to cast the AoE, but now it was almost up to 75%. I swallowed hard as bile climbed up my throat. There would be no throwing up. I literally hated it above all else. The flu was child's play compared to a stomach virus. I could still work with a fever, but the second the porcelain throne became my altar was the second I was officially done for the day. "Josh," Ashley pulled me back to the moment. "Shoot, you're both covered in sweat. Your HP keeps going down. What am I doing wrong?" The stinger," I stuttered. The venom had worked its way through my limbs, and I tried and failed 3 different times to lift my shirt to look at my stomach, but Ashley took over for me. "There it is," she huffed and then flashed an apologetic smile. "This is going to hurt." I grunted in response and braced myself for the pain. The cleric's fingers felt cold against my skin as she grabbed on to the tiny spike shoved into my abdomen and then yanked. I gritted my teeth to hold in the scream, and blood drops sprayed across my shirt from the tiny barbs at the end of the stinger. "Don't," Kyle started and then reached up to run a hand over his neck. "Don't mind me." Ashley whipped around and caught the rogue as he passed out. The tennis ball-sized lump on the side of his neck practically pulsed, and I gagged as our cleric pressed on it like a pimple that needed to be popped. Pus and blood shot out to cover the grass, and Kyle screamed as our teammate finally found the barb inside the growth and yanked it out. "Ah!" Kyle roared before he passed out again. The lump drained rapidly while Ashley used a healing potion. She used one more just to be sure, and then ran her fingers over the quickly recovering skin on Kyle's neck. She sighed with relief, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and then plopped back into the grass. "They were just level 1, she said more to herself than me. "How could they do so much damage?" "Small creatures," I started, and then paused to swallow down my spit. "Small creatures are often the most venomous." "Tiny scorpions," Kyle whispered without opening his eyes. Always avoid the tiny scorpions. Glad to hear your voice, my guy, I said as the dizziness finally vanished. Thought you were going to die for a second there. Yeah, he grumbled, though his voice was hoarse. You're not getting rid of me that easily. My health bar was finally close to 100%, and I climbed to my feet to help the others up. I feel like I ran a marathon, he said, yet also like I just had the best 8 hours of sleep. Make it make sense? There's no sense to be had, I snorted as my energy recovered. I got 50 gold from them, Ashley said, with a little happy dance. It even gave me credit for all 10 monsters. It does that, I said. If you're in the party, then you get credit for all the kills made by the party members. That mechanism was probably made so we wouldn't give up completely, Kyle said, and then stretched, looked around, and jolted a little. We only have 10 minutes to get to the location. Let's go, I said, and took off without looking back. Thankfully, Kyle's scream hadn't grabbed anything else's attention, though I did see a massive beast chasing after what looked like a deer. It was on the other side of the river, half a mile away, and was way too interested in its prey to notice us, but there was no doubt in my mind that we needed to avoid it, because nothing good ever came from messing around with a manticore. I almost missed the swamp, Kyle gasped with a pointed look in the manticore's direction. At least it's not humanoid, I laughed, and then pushed myself to run a little faster. I'm going to be too tired to fight when we get there, Ashley whined. I was shocked the cleric was managing to keep up with us, but she had just leveled up. There might have been a strength boost to go along with her new spell, but she still looked absolutely miserable as her feet slammed into the ground with the force of a charging rhino. I see it, I said as we neared the mountains. Tall peaks covered in forests and gray stone loomed ahead of us, but there was a ruined town tucked right up against it. A broken wall surrounded the whole thing, and I couldn't shake the sense that I'd been there before. The way the whole place used the mountain as a rear guard to the towers stretching to the skyline. Even the architecture was similar to a city I'd known back in the original game, but the new Living Vale Reawakened trailer said thousands of years had passed, so it couldn't be the same place. Besides, the town was half the size of the thriving metropolis I'd known back then. It was probably just the same building style that made it seem so familiar. Timer's almost out, Kyle interrupted my thoughts. I looked up to see a giant golden timer counting down above the city. There were only 2 minutes left before the clock ran out. I was pretty sure the raid wouldn't start without enough people in the area, but a lot had changed with this new game, and I didn't want to leave the players inside stuck without us. 3 extra helpers could make or break a raid. We can make it, I said, and pushed my legs a little harder. We've got this. Someone shouted from on top of the rubble that used to be the town's outer wall, and soon others had joined in. We had an entire cheering squad shouting for us to hurry, and it gave me the boost I needed to push through the exhaustion. We barreled over the fallen stones with only 30 seconds left on the timer, but we made it. Man, I really thought you weren't going to make it, a young woman said. You were cutting it really close. We had an encounter with some very adorable bees that tried to kill us, I panted. Swarming kitty bees, a wizard whistled. Those things are so awful. Their venom is absolutely the worst thing in the plains. But they're so cute, someone else said. I just want to pet them and take them home with me. Too bad they don't feel the same. What's the saying? Once bitten, twice shy? That fits them very well, Kyle agreed. My name's Kyle. This is Josh and Ashley. Glad to be part of the raid. Nice to meet you, Ashley said with the practiced ease of a woman whose entire work life revolved around greeting people. I nodded to everyone as I looked through their levels. A full group of 5 a little ways away were all between level 12 and 15, but the majority of the group were the same level I was. A couple were level 6 like Kyle, but for the most part, everyone was under level 35. "It's going to be hard," Kyle whispered to me as if the rogue could read my thoughts. "Very," I nodded. "Still up for it, or should we bail?" "We're already here," he said. "There's only a few seconds left, and there's a good mixture of mages and warriors. I think we can do it if we stick together." "Me too," I said, and then glanced over at Ashley. The cleric was still talking to the wizard who'd greeted us, but she met my gaze and nodded once as if she'd been listening to our conversation too, though it wouldn't surprise me, given everything I'd learned about her so far. "Okay," I said, and then turned my attention to the countdown. The bright golden numbers hovered over the city, and I watched as the timer ticked down to 0. It felt like the last 10 seconds was actually 5 minutes, but finally it was time for the raid to start. It was like a heavy weight had descended on the crowd. All 20 of us had our eyes on the sky as the golden numbers slowly melted together and then started to spread out into a dome over the city. It was like watching spilled honey on an overturned bowl. The golden numbers became rivulets that thickened and turned into a wide wall that stretched to the ground outside of the ruined town. No one said anything. No one moved. We just watched and waited for the fight to begin. "Congratulations on completing a raid party." A text box popped up as the dome touched the ground outside the town. "You must complete 3 stages before you can obtain the reward for this raid. Good luck. We hope you enjoy your time here." "Does that mean it's starting?" a nervous wizard in the back asked with wide eyes. "No," a barbarian next to him said and pulled out a warhammer that reminded me of Mjolnir. "I think that was just the official greeting to let us know we met the raid criteria." The duo was at the back of the crowd, and I quickly checked their gamer tags to see if I recognized them. The barbarian's username was XXBetsI'llGetYou69XX, barbarian level 4, and the wizard's was Excited2Destroy666, wizard level 4. Both were level 4 like me, so they must have seen some things already, but they didn't seem like seasoned gamers, or at least the wizard didn't. He looked like he was about to throw up as he stared up at the sky as if the numbers might appear again. I studied their screen names again, but they weren't familiar. They reminded me of the kind of garbage my friends and I used back when we were in high school, or maybe even middle school. But that didn't mean too much, since a lot of gamer tags had been transferred over. "We're going to die," the nervous wizard said in a shrill tone. "I can't do this. I never should have let you talk me into playing this old game." "My dad said it was fun when he was younger," the barbarian said. "Guys," I whispered as I turned to Ashley and Kyle, "I think those might be actual kids." "What?" Ashley asked in horror. "They look like normal players." "Everyone looks about the same age unless they specifically built their character to look old," Kyle said as he studied the two. "They're not with anyone else, or at least it doesn't seem like it. They do have gamer tags like the ones I used to use as a teenager." The rogue gave a pointed look up at mine, and I rolled my eyes. My username had been brought over from the old game. There had been an option to change it if I really wanted to, but it took too many steps, and I wasn't that dedicated. Besides, some part of me wanted to see how many people actually remembered me from back in the day. I turned back to the 2 guys and noticed the wizard had pulled his friend all the way back, so they were the furthest away from the castle. The golden dome was right behind them, but it was solid enough that I didn't think anyone would be able to pass through it. The barbarian gripped his warhammer with an eager expression, patted the mage on the shoulder, and then grinned from ear to ear. "Everyone get ready. A level 15 hunter snapped as he pulled twin blades from his back. "There's only a minute between the congratulations and the start of the first stage." I tore my attention away from the two guys in the back and focused on the party with higher-level players. They had blood on their armor and scars with pink puckered flesh like they hadn't healed properly. Just like Rosie. The team must have seen a lot over the last couple of days, and hope started to replace the nervousness gnawing at my stomach. "This is just like last time," the level 14 barbarian next to him said, and twirled her double-headed axe. "This time, we're better prepared," a level 13 necromancer said, and then let out a giddy laugh that made my skin crawl. "Let the games begin!" A new text box popped up at the exact same time a heavy bell chimed from the castle's direction. "Welcome to Stage 1. We hope you survive to Stage 2. Chapter 15. I shared a look with Kyle and Ashley as I pulled the bear fang from its sheath. My teammates were already armed, though Ashley shifted to be behind me. I gave her a reassuring smile and then rolled my shoulders to release some of the tension. A familiar eagerness washed over me as a rumbling noise filled the air. The ground shook like we were in an earthquake, and all of a sudden the grates embedded into the cobblestone roads popped off. They rocketed into nearby buildings, and one flew right at a nearby wizard. The woman ducked just in time, and I sighed with relief when the grate clattered to the ground without doing any harm. It was the same girl who'd greeted us when we entered the town, and I could see the panic etched into her face the second she realized how close she'd come to dying. "They're here!" a woman's voice sang with barely contained excitement from somewhere behind me. I whipped back around to see a level 13 necromancer with the gamer tag "Shadows Will Devour You 90. The thin woman poked the air in front of her and then bounced eagerly as black tendrils bubbled up from the ground around her. 6 skeletons crawled out from the roiling mass, now spreading from the woman's spot. Each was armed with a rusty dagger. They flanked their master like a protective shield, and she actually turned to pat one on its cheekbone as if it was a loyal puppy instead of an undead warrior. "She's crazy," Ashley whispered. "I really don't like the cut of her jib." Kyle nodded in agreement. "At least she's on our side," I said, and then widened my stance as the ground shook so hard it felt like it was about to give way beneath my feet. "Ashley, keep those two in the back safe. I'm telling you, they're kids. I don't care if they're the same level as me. They need to be protected." "I'll do what I can," she promised. But a high-pitched scream pierced the air almost as soon as the words left her mouth. I turned to see the female wizard pointing and backing away. I twisted around to face the castle, only to see the biggest rats ever bursting out from where the grates had been. The things were the size of a Maine Coon cat, but a whole lot uglier, and my eyes practically bulged out of my head at the sight. Their health bars were as long as my forearm, and I quickly checked their level. The raid was supposed to be a level 35, and that was probably for the final boss, but the monsters along the way wouldn't be low levels either, not if they were supposed to thin the herd. Diseased rats, level 7. Rats! Kyle swore and then started laughing at himself. No pun intended, but it should have been. I shook my head as more of the grotesque monsters poured into the street. They were covered in boils from the tips of their pointed noses all the way to their fleshy tails. Yellowed teeth chomped at us as they bounded forward, and it didn't take long for their beady red eyes to land right on me. Even the 2 higher-level warriors in the front had nothing on a paladin, and I was the only one in the raid party. Great. The first rat leaped straight over the hunter's head in an attempt to get to me, but the big man sliced through it with his swords like a professional chef. The chopped pieces splattered on the ground in a heap of hair, blood, and bone, and they skidded in my direction and stopped right next to my boots. Steam rose from the creature's corpse as if it had been cooked, but then it drifted into the air to leave nothing to show it had ever been there. "Raven!" the hunter hollered. "Gladly," the necromancer responded to the unspoken instructions as the rats tried to weave through the higher-level hunter and barbarian. "Come, my children, kill to your heart's content!" The skeletons darted forward on rattling bones as they stabbed the rats in the lead. It took a few tries each time, so they had to be about the same level as the monsters, but they were making progress. 10 of the boil-covered beasts fell from one breath to the next, most at the hands of the hunter and the barbarian, who'd put themselves between the monsters and the rest of the raid party. The rest were skewered by the skeletons, while Raven cackled like an absolute lunatic. It didn't take long for the diseased rats to realize they couldn't get to me through the warriors in the front. They parted like the Red Sea and bound around to the sides of our raid party. They scurried through the others as everyone jumped out of their way and prepared to strike from behind. Everyone else was a level 9 or below, and the female wizard from earlier had a look of utter panic on her face as she screamed again, like one touch from the rat that was headed for me would spread the boils to her. Lightning crackled along her fingers as she cast her first spell, and true horror crossed Kyle's face as the rogue stared at the woman. "No," he whispered. The spell hit the rat closest to the wizard. Its boils burst all along its body, and the monster's health bar plummeted almost a third of the way down. The creature skidded to a stop as its body jerked from the electricity racing through it, and in its flailing and twitching, it managed to snap its fangs right onto the mage. She screamed and crumpled as her HP dropped halfway. Warm golden light washed over her immediately, and I glanced over to see Ashley casting spells as fast as possible. The wizard scrambled back up to her feet as the angry rat launched itself back toward me, but Kyle was already on it. The rogue stabbed it straight in the throat in rapid succession. Blood and bits of tissue flew over Kyle's face and arms as he continued to attack the creature even after its health bar had vanished. "Kyle!" I shouted at the top of my lungs, but the rogue didn't seem to hear me. It was as if he was right back at the beach with Krista, but this time he'd be able to save the wizard behind him. The monster slowly dissipated, and my friend looked up with a bewildered expression like he didn't know where he was. More rats were coming after me, but one was focused solely on the rogue and the wizard he protected as if it wanted vengeance for its fallen friend. My natural aggro could only do so much, and with so many enemies, there were bound to be monsters who would notice the others in the party. It was just bad luck that my friend and the mage next to him were the ones who'd made themselves enough of a threat to distract one of the rats. "Shit!" Kyle swore and rolled to the right as the creature rushed forward. He was still a little dazed, and his attention kept shifting to the woman behind him like everything hinged on her being safe. The rogue needed help, and the female wizard was just staring in shock. Her hands covered her mouth, and I knew she wasn't going to be able to snap out of it in time to help. I needed to get to him, and fast, but there were rats everywhere, and they were all scrambling to get to me. I slashed with the bear fang as quickly as possible, trying to cut a way through the crowd as another rat joined the fight against Kyle. Him killing their friend had done more to aggro them to the rogue than I'd originally expected, but at least only 2 had broken away from the herd, while the others still did everything they could to kill me. My time as an assassin had taught me the value of a double strike, and it came in handy as the rats swarmed around me. I stabbed one right through its beady red eye, pulled the bare fang free, and then did it again. Hot blood sprayed over my clothes and slicked the road beneath my feet, but there was nowhere to go. I was surrounded by the monstrous rats now, and they were climbing over each other to get a taste of me. I wasn't going to make it to Kyle in time. "Kyle, get your shit together and kill these bastards!" Ashley shouted from near the back of the crowd. The rogue had just slipped on the blood-covered cobblestone, and I was fairly positive I'd heard his knee crack as it hit the ground, but it was hard to be sure with all the snarls filling the air. One of the rats used the distraction to bite straight through my thigh, and I screamed in agony as I drove my short sword into its skull. The bones crunched beneath my crossguard, and the creature dropped to the ground in a heap. Blood ran like a river down my thigh, but then warmth spread over me, and my health bar shot back up. "I've got you, Josh!" Ashley's voice rose over the chaos. "Just don't die!" "I'm here!" Kyle shouted. "I'm focused!" The rogue killed the two rats in front of him, nodded to the barbarian who came to protect the wizard, and then started making his way to me with the renewed vigor of a man on a mission. The thin man twisted through the greasy monsters with the ease of a master thief sneaking through a security system. He stabbed, jumped, and then landed right on one of the creature's backs before stabbing it right between the shoulders. It was impressive to see him snap back into it so easily, but there was no time to admire it, because more of the rats were coming for me. The warriors in the front were doing a great job of killing as many of the little punks as possible, but they were getting smarter with every passing moment, and the hunter and barbarian were struggling to catch them before they darted away to come after me. A few turned around to snap at the other warriors, and one tried to kill Kyle, but I was doing enough damage that the giant rats wanted a piece of me more than anyone else. I twisted to the right as a diseased rat leaped from a nearby roof to try and pounce right on my head. It skewered itself on my bear fang instead, and I dropped the sword so the corpse slid off my blade. It plopped to the ground with a wet splat, and its fellow monsters stomped right over it before the body could even disappear. "How many are there?" Kyle panted as the rogue finally made it to me. "More than last year," I gasped. "Look at you, catching the Harry Potter reference," my friend laughed. "I read the books and watched the movies," I muttered through the pain. "Unbelievable," he said and put a hand up to his forehead. "A blessing in the middle of this chaos." "I am a paladin," I snorted, and then glanced down at the wound on my leg. It wasn't bleeding anymore, but I could see red, angry scab through the tear in my leather pants. One wrong move, and it was about to break open again. My XP was so close to level 5 that it was practically kissing it. One more kill, maybe two, and my health would be restored, and hopefully I'd get another spell that would help us out. I glanced at the party bar right next to my spell slots and saw Inara and Chrome's names were dull, but there were 17 more names beneath it, all lit up with glowing health and mana bars. The raid party was alive and well. Someone kept trying to cast a stealth shield, but it would just blink and then disappear. We were too visible for the spell to take. We would just have to keep fighting until the stage was cleared. Kyle and I struck out again at the monsters weaving through the rest of the raid party, and every one of them seemed to want a chance to taste my flesh. My hilt was slick from sweat and blood already, but I wasn't about to drop my only weapon. Then even more rats poured out of the grates like the Pied Piper had personally called them to send right after me. The boil-covered monsters outnumbered us, and they were starting to pay more attention to everyone else, but the hunter and barbarian weren't letting any past, and the necromancer's minions were skittering through the swarm with quick-moving blades. The few warriors in the back were doubled over trying to catch their breath. Their health bars were lower than mine, and Ashley and the cleric from the higher-level group were almost out of mana from trying to keep everyone alive. Their XP bars were as close to leveling up as mine, but the experience we were getting from killing the rats was split 20 ways, so it was going to take a little more time for us to level up. All the mages were huddled together in the back as if they were about to turn tail and run. I wouldn't blame them, especially since the rats were higher than everyone except for the group in front. One bite had already done a lot of damage to me, but the mages were more susceptible, and I wasn't sure the clerics could heal the injuries in time. "I think we just finished Wave 2, Kyle said. I sliced through a rat being chased by a rattling skeleton and then stabbed through it before the minion could catch up. It stared at me with empty eye sockets, and I swore it was glaring at me. I thrust the bare fang right through its legs to kill another rat that barreled up behind it, and the undead creature finished it off in seconds. "I don't think it liked you," my friend snorted. "Not my problem," I huffed and looked around at the diminishing number of rats. "I think you're right. We've made it through the first 2 waves. One more, and we should be done with this stage." The ground started to rumble again, and I sighed from the depths of my soul. Every muscle in my body ached from the constant exertion, and every breath felt like it was laced with fire. I just wanted it to be over, but there was still one more wave, and then 2 stages after. "We've got this," I told myself. "We're almost leveled up. It'll be easier to kill them then, even if they're still at a higher level." "Yeah, we do," Kyle said with one of his brightest smiles yet. "Did you see me save that wizard earlier?" "I did," I said. "Krista would be proud." "Yeah, she would be," he said, and bounced on the balls of his feet like he was keeping himself amped for the next wave. "I know she made her choice. I couldn't have saved her, and she knew that. It was her or me, and she chose me." I was about to reply, but then more rats burst out from the grates. This time they were as big as pit bulls, but with much longer fangs and sharp claws that scraped up cobblestones as they raced in our direction. There were only about 20 of them, but they were all level 10, and they looked hungry. I looked over at my friend and lifted my short sword in a salute. "It's time for us to make sure Krista's sacrifice wasn't in vain," I said. "You're damned right it is," the rogue said, and then hit his own personal stealth spell. He disappeared right away, probably because the rats were still so far away, and the cloak symbol appeared and disappeared from my own HUD like the rogue was trying to cast the party spell. A few others vanished, mostly the mages who hadn't been spotted by the rats yet, but it had absolutely no effect on me. "Damn," Kyle's teasing tone came from my left. He was just loud enough for me to hear without breaking the spell. "Sucks to be a paladin. Everyone's got eyes only for you." "Just make sure you take a few of those eyes out while they're looking at me," I snorted. The higher-level team out front were all still visible. The hunter and the barbarian were ready to fight the last wave with their weapons at the ready, but the rats broke away before reaching the warriors. "How dare you!" Raven shouted as one of her minions finally fell. "That was my favorite Pookie!" "That's it. Stefan, you better slice and dice them." "On it," the hunter grunted and chased after the nearest rats. The swarm split up just like the last one had, but this time they bounded up the walls and onto the roofs. They were officially out of melee range, and there wasn't a single bow and arrow among the raid party. "Get ready!" I shouted to the warriors. "We're all about to level up! Just push through!" "We've got your backs," Ashley reassured everyone. "We do!" the higher-level cleric said as her hands started to glow. I was still the most popular boy at the party, so it didn't surprise me when 3 of the giant rats leaped from the roof to pounce on me. I slashed at the one in the front and watched as it skittered to the ground and slid backward on the blood-covered cobblestone. The other 2 landed right next to me, but the hunter and the barbarian were already there. They dispatched the rats like they were made out of tissue paper, while something invisible stabbed right through the temple of the one I'd struck. Kyle! The rogue must have jabbed the monster a few more times, because more holes started to bleed, and finally the rat collapsed. 3 down, 17 to go, I said, and prepared for the next rat to leap onto me. The level 10s were even smarter than the others had been. Only the 3 had jumped down at first, but the others were watching and waiting like they'd just sacrificed their friends to find out just how strong we were, or maybe how coordinated. It definitely felt like the latter when a few exchanged looks and then took off after the lower-level warriors and mages in the back. It was as if they'd somehow overcome the aggro function, and the thought sent shivers down my spine. How smart did they have to be to decide to give up on the one they were literally programmed to go after? Was this one of those game inconsistencies that would help Kyle break through the code? It didn't make sense, but it would have to take a back seat until after the battle was over, when I could think about it properly. "Watch out!" I shouted as the nearest one dive-bombed Ashley. Our cleric screamed and held up her dagger like the thing would impale itself on it, but there was no way she'd survive the claws. Lightning flashed right before the rat hit Ashley. It struck the diseased rat so hard the monster flew into a wall, and its boils all burst as blood dripped from between its long fangs. Hatred glittered in the creature's bright red eyes as it looked at the wizard that Kyle had saved earlier. "Fuck off," she said in a shaky voice. It bounded forward, but I bolted as fast as my legs could take me, and I was suddenly very glad we'd all packed ourselves into a small area. I raced across the slick cobblestone in record time and then stabbed the rat in the throat. The monster snarled and snapped its long fangs in my direction, but its growl was cut short as I sliced upward and to the side. A gurgled death scream tore from the monster's throat before it dropped to the ground and began to steam just like the others. Its jaw was cut completely free, and the rat had bit clean through its tongue. The pink, lumpy tissue flopped around like a dying fish before it disappeared with its owner. "Congratulations, you are now level 5. A new spell has been unlocked. Punch them right in the face." "Just leveled up," I said, and immediately cast the new spell. A flexing arm popped up next to everyone's name, and Kyle let out a loud victory shout before he stabbed a nearby monster right through the temple. One of the other rats, who was still waiting and watching, immediately noticed him as his friend's health bar plummeted, and I swear the thing actually smiled before it leapt off the roof. But my friend was faster. The rogue leaped to the side, rolled on the ground, and then popped up to throw a dagger right at the creature's temple. It wasn't enough to kill it, but I closed the distance and stabbed the bare fang right into the monster's side. A wheezing breath blew out from its side as pus matted its fur from an infected boil. The smell alone was enough to make me take a few steps backward, but I shook it off, and together Kyle and I went to town, stabbing it wherever we could reach. "At least we're back to full health," the rogue panted when the deed was done. "Oh, snap," I said, and glanced at his name on the HUD. "Congrats on being level 7. "Look at me go," he grinned and gave me a thumbs up. "What are they waiting for?" the wizard from earlier asked as she came over to join us. We were down to 15 of the rats. 10 of them were on the roof, but I couldn't find the other 5 anywhere, and a sinking feeling hit me like a semi-truck. "Where is everyone else?" I asked as I gestured to our raid party. We were 5 short. The exact number of rats we were missing. Had they dragged them into an alley to eat them? None of the others had tried to steal anyone away, but the level 10s were more calculating. "They made a run for it," Ashley said as she came over to rest an arm on Kyle's shoulder. "They said they couldn't handle it and made a run for the barrier." Kyle gaped and looked around for them. "Well, that was stupid." I followed his line of sight right to the 5 people who were banging against the Golden Dome like it was a door someone could open from the other side. The magic rippled a few times, but there was no sign it was going to give in any time soon. Then I spotted the rats slinking through the shadows nearby, but before I could shout a warning, the monsters had already leaped out and started attacking the deserters. The creatures had once again resisted the extra aggro boost my class had, and one glance at Kyle showed he'd noticed this too. The screams from the party members near the dome drew the other rats' attention, and soon the entire swarm had descended on the others like the scarabs in The Mummy. It was as if the people trying to escape automatically overwrote any aggro I might have had. As if the game hated people trying to escape more than it hated paladins. There was nothing left of the group by the time the rats were finished, and it had happened so fast I'd barely taken a few steps toward them before it was all over. "I can't do this!" a squeaky voice echoed above the snarling and snapping. "I can't do this! I'm only 12! I never should have let you talk me into this! We're totally going to die here, you know that, right? And our parents aren't going to find us for days! Why did we sneak down into that compartment in your basement? What if they never find us? What if we just become a tragic missing persons case that never gets solved? My parents will be devastated! I need to leave!" A slap interrupted the kid mid-sentence. "Get yourself together, Ian. I told you we're going to find a way out of here, and we will." "That's bullshit, Justin!" Ian shouted and waved a hand at the rats now staring right at us. "They just ripped those people to shreds! I'm going to be sick! I can't do this!" "Yes, you can," I said and walked over to put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The kid's eyes darted to the blood-covered short sword in my other hand. Terror was written so clearly on the wizard's face that a blind man could have read it. "I can't," he panted. "I'm 12. I can't fight monsters. I can't." "You can and you will," I said a little firmer this time, "because you don't have any other choice." "I'm not brave like you guys," Ian gestured to everyone. "I'm going to die out here." "We're all scared," Ashley said with a gentle smile. "We're all in this together, though. That's how we'll survive." "Yeah," his friend snorted. "You saw what happened when the others tried to ditch us. The game doesn't like cowards." "Not helpful," Kyle snapped and swatted the kid upside the head. "What's going on?" the hunter from the higher-level group asked. "People tried to leave," the young barbarian said and pointed his warhammer toward the bloody mess of tissue and bones with gamer tags above them. "The rats didn't like it. They hated it so much they forgot all about this paladin." A muscle in the big guy's jaw twitched, and I could practically see the lecture he was holding back. Instead, he turned to study me. "You're not bad," he said. "You think you can help us take out the rest of them?" "Definitely," I said, and then looked over at the rats. The 10 pit bull-sized monsters had spread out into a long line and were slinking toward us like we were bunnies about to run. Their shoulders were tense with every step, as if they would bolt forward the second any one of us tried to escape, and the one in the middle actually licked its yellowed fangs. Most of them were still focused solely on me, but I swear a few of them were actually clocking the mages and clerics. "These things are smarter than the last 2 waves," I said. I can't tell if this is a fluke or they're actually programmed to resist the aggro function, Kyle said. They're smarter than any monsters we faced in the first raid, Stefan nodded, and then eyed my gamer tag. Sarah, our cleric, says you're some kind of famous assassin. Used to be, I said. Now I'm a paladin. Perfect for bait, Raven said as she popped up next to us, grinned wickedly, and then turned her gaze up to Stefan. My pookies are all dead now. I can't recast them for another 10 minutes. Stop calling them your pookies, the level 14 barbarian sighed. They are, the necromancer defended her undead minions with a stomp and a whine. Just let her go, Aurelia, Stefan said with his attention right back on the rats. There's only 15 of us left, and only about half are warriors. Aurelia and I can take out most of them, but we'll need the help. I have an idea, I said, and motioned for everyone to come closer. Mages, stay in the middle and cast whatever spells you can. Clerics, you guys are doing an amazing job already, so keep it up. Warriors, it's time we finish this before anyone else gets hurt. Hell yeah, Justin said and pumped his warhammer in the air. Let's kill these bastards! The preteen didn't wait for us. He just darted forward like he was going to meet the line of level 10 monsters and kill them all, despite being a level 5. I chased after him with my bear fang at the ready. Thankfully, the kid had built his barbarian like a professional powerlifter, and the extra muscles slowed him down, so I managed to reach him before the rats did. You're going to get yourself killed! I hollered. One of the rats shot forward like a bullet, but I twisted to face it just in time to stab it in the chest. Its jaw clamped down around my arm in the process, and I screamed as the fangs tore through my muscles. I focused all my attention on the sword in the monster's mouth rather than the pain, gritted my teeth, and then leaped off the ground at the same time that I jerked my arm upward. Stars swam in front of my eyes, but the diseased rat came with me as I jumped. I did a crunch mid-air and then slammed my booted feet right into the monster's ribcage. A sickening crunch echoed all around me, and to my surprise the creature's health bar plummeted to 0. I slipped as my feet landed back on the ground, and the rat's corpse and I both splatted out flat. Its fangs barely missed my eyes as the monster's head slammed into mine like it was trying to headbutt me from the grave. I rolled to the side, pried open its jaw, and then yanked my mangled arm free. Warmth cascaded over me, and my HP shot up as the flesh knitted itself back together. It wasn't all the way, but enough that I wouldn't bleed out any time soon. You stole my kill, old man, the barbarian said, though there was no real venom in his voice, and I could see the warhammer shaking in his hand as he looked at my arm. I could have taken it without you. Sure you could have, I said, and then ruffled his hair. Come on. With the two of us, we can actually make a dent. You hit, and I'll stab. Justin hesitated for half a second, but then a cocky grin slid across his face. I bet my hits will do more damage than your little sword. He laughed and then ran after the nearest rat. I was right on his heels again. The preteen pummeled the monster on the side of the face, and I used the momentum to drive my bear fang right through its side and into the creature's heart. I turned to congratulate the kid on our joint kill, but he was already racing after another one while shouting at the top of his lungs about winning the victory for all those who'd fallen. Dramatic. He was going to fit in perfectly with our group. Stefan and Aurelia had already taken out 6 of the other rats, and the 3 wizards who'd stayed back were finishing off the last 2. The level 12 wizard used a ball of flame to light the final monster on fire. It was the same one Justin had been running after, and the preteen took to the ground like a runner going for home base. He slid along the wet cobblestone straight toward the smoldering corpse, and I put every ounce of strength left into my legs so I could yank him to the side before the kid slammed into the rat and then caught fire. "You really need to learn how to work in a team," I huffed as I looked the barbarian over to make sure nothing was singed. "How was I supposed to know he was going to light it up?" Justin climbed to his feet, whirled on the higher-level wizard, and then jabbed a finger in his direction. "That was my kill! How could you steal it from me?" "Easily," the man said and tilted his head to the side. "Do you really think you could have made it to us before the rat killed your friend?" Justin's face went from bright red to pure white as the preteen looked from where the rat had collapsed to where Kyle stood in front of Ian with his dagger at the ready. Oh, he said. "Ian, I'm so sorry." "Save it," the young wizard huffed. "It's your fault we're in here in the first place. The least you could do is take it seriously. Why do you have to keep running into battles like you're going to respawn?" "Because I'm a barbarian," his friend said and shook his warhammer in the air. "That's literally what we do. We run into battle without thinking." "Not in this game," I said. "Not if you want to stay alive, and definitely not if you plan on keeping your friend safe." Justin opened his mouth like he was going to talk back, but then just stared at the rat and nodded solemnly. "I'll do better," he mumbled. "Good," I said, and then turned to Stefan as the hunter joined us. "Speaking of which, you've been to a raid before. When should we expect to move on to stage 2? "Any second now," he said. "Everyone take your potions, healing and mana. If you thought stage 1 was hard, then you're in for a rude awakening." "5 of us died," the female wizard gasped. "How can you be so callous?" "Because the last time we were in a raid, only 5 of the original 20 survived," Aurelia said as she strolled over. "I'd say you'll be lucky to make it, especially since you froze up and almost killed the rogue with your ineptitude." "Aurelia," Stefan said in a warning tone. "It's true," the barbarian jutted her chin in the air. "She's weak, and the weak die. Just look at what happened to those abandoners." "They won't die, not if we protect them," I said, and gestured to Kyle and Ashley. "We're going to do everything we can to keep everyone safe. Are you?" "I'll protect my own," she sneered. "Other parties can protect their own." "I don't mind helping people outside our party, especially those kids," their wizard spoke up. "They have spunk." "Enough!" Stefan sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Everyone to your corners. We need to be ready. This last group overcame the aggro function to attack all of us, even with a paladin right here. We need to be prepared, just in case the next monsters do too." The hunter led the barbarian toward a building with a barrel filled to the brim with water. He splashed enough on his face to wash the blood off, while she started cleaning off as completely as possible without stripping. The two were in a heated debate that they kept low enough that no one would be able to overhear them, but it didn't take a genius to figure out Stefan was lecturing her about being nicer. "I don't like the cut of her jib either," Kyle grumbled. "That barbarian is a bitch." "She's a little rough around the edges," their wizard laughed. "Don't worry, she won't sacrifice you. Raven, on the other hand..." He glanced over at the necromancer and she flashed a mischievous grin. The wizard shook his head and then turned back to us and offered his hand. "The name is Dusty. Nice to meet you," he said. "You two were an amazing duo out there. Not often you see a rogue jump into battle like that. Your cleric was amazing too. She kept everyone's health high enough that the rats couldn't kill them." "I didn't save the people at the dome," Ashley said as she came to join us. "No one could have saved them." He smiled sympathetically. "You'll find that in this game, if you try to run, then more often than not you'll die. Remember that in the next stage." Dusty patted Ashley on the shoulder, put his hands behind his back like a grandpa on an afternoon walk, and then strolled over to talk to Raven. "He's right," I said with a glance over at the players still waiting to be looted. It's clear we can't run from this raid, so we're going to have to fight everyone together. Together, Kyle said and put his hand out. Together, Ashley nodded and put her hand over the rogues. Yeah, I laughed when they looked at me expectantly. Together. I put my hand over theirs, and then we threw them in the air like we were football players about to go play a national championship. Congratulations on completing Stage 1. A text box popped up as 2 more loud bells chimed. We hope you survive Stage 2. Chapter 16. We hope you survive Stage 2, Kyle mimicked in a snotty teenager voice. I couldn't help it. I laughed. It began as just a chuckle, but then it turned into a whole body event that left me gasping for air and on my knees. I finally managed to catch my breath, wipe the tears from my eyes, and forced myself to my feet, but by then everyone was staring at me like a complete lunatic. You good? Ashley asked as she looked me up and down. Yeah, I said. I think I just needed to let out the stress. Laughter is the best medicine, Raven said as the pale woman strolled up to me. I would know. I used to be a doctor. Did you have your license revoked? Kyle asked with a skeptical expression. Are you one of those doctors from a horror movie? Are you going to start operating on us in real time without anesthesia? Maybe, she sneered. Just give me a reason. No, Stefan said as the big man stepped forward. I'd noticed that the guy was taller than me even when he'd been at the front of our little raid huddle, and when he'd walked up behind me before, but now that there were no killer rats to distract me, it was more obvious just how massive he really was. I had to crane my neck all the way back to look into his dark eyes, and the guy's shoulders were so wide he would have to squish just to fit through a standard door frame, or maybe turn sideways. Do you look like that in real life? I asked. Yes, he answered in a flat tone, as if it wasn't the first time someone had asked him the same question. Bullshit! Justin jabbed a finger at the big man. There's no way you can look like that. You're like The Rock and Shaq had a baby. The hunter stared at him for a few seconds, and then the faintest smile crawled across his face. You're not wrong, he said. Are you an NBA player? Ian asked as the nervous 12-year-old snuck closer. No. He shook his head. I work as an investment banker. My attention snapped to Ashley and Kyle. The rogue had his lips pressed together, and the cleric whipped around to study the rooftops, as if the rundown architecture was suddenly the most interesting thing in the world. An investment banker, the female wizard from earlier asked with the same shock the rest of us were trying to avoid showing. Really? I am very good with money, he said. People also enjoy my sense of humor. Kyle barked out a laugh and then put his hands up when the hunter lifted an eyebrow in his direction. Sorry, he said. I'm sure you're hilarious. He actually is pretty funny when we're not in the middle of a raid, Aurelia said as she joined us. The blood and gore had officially been wiped off, and the barbarian's long red hair was freshly washed and braided. Her arms and shoulders were completely covered in the spiky tattoos offered for her class, and the leather tank top she had on was strained from trying to keep her large breasts beneath it. I look like this too, she smirked in the pre-teen's direction. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, Ian stuttered and immediately dropped his eyes. I wasn't either, but you're really beautiful. Justin flashed what I'm sure was supposed to be a seductive smile. Why don't we go find a nice place to explore our barbarian strengths? Ew, she said with disgust. I'm in my 30s, kid. No, thank you. Does age really matter in this game? He countered with a saucy wink. This body looks like it's in its 20s. Who cares how old we are on the outside? Gross, Aurelia gagged. That's literally the most disgusting thing I've heard all day, and I heard several rats exploding." "Nice try, little man," Kyle said. "You're clearly barking up the wrong tree, but I like how bold you are. Makes sense why you chose to be a barbarian." "I chose to be a barbarian because I'm the best fighter in this game," he shot back. Dead silence fell on the group as everyone, even Ian, stared at Justin, but then laughter filled the air. Soon, almost the entire raid party was laughing so hard we wouldn't have heard an elephant barreling toward us. It took some time to get ourselves under control, and the kid's ears and neck were bright red all the way into his shirt from embarrassment. "Pretty sure the best fighter we have right now is Josh," Sarah said and gestured to me. "He was at the top of the leaderboard for the last game, even won a few championships." I waved away the compliments. "That was a long time ago. I was an assassin then. Being a paladin is a completely different thing." "Psh, I could beat him in a kill count," Justin grumbled. "He's not that great." "Whatever you say, kiddo," Ashley said, and ruffled the preteen's hair. He huffed and waved the blonde's hand away. "I bite, you know." "He does," Ian added. "He's pretty feral." "Someone has to be," Justin clapped back. "If it wasn't for me being so brave, then you would have turned tail and run to the dome just like that other group, and you saw how well it turned out for them." There was worry in the kid's eyes despite his harsh tone, and I saw Stefan lean over to whisper something in Aurelia's ear. The older barbarian sighed so hard it was audible a few feet away, but then nodded in agreement. "Don't be so harsh, kid," she said, and then flashed an apologetic smile at the female wizard. "I was a little mean earlier. I apologize." Sure," she said with a blank expression. "I guess you're kind of right. I do need to be stronger to survive." Aurelia bobbed her head and then turned to look at me. "You were right. It's our job to protect the weaker classes. I do it automatically on my own and in my own party, but I should not be as fierce with those outside of my party who cannot defend themselves." "I get it," I said. "Sometimes worry comes out meaner than we mean it to." "I wasn't worried," Justin said stubbornly, and jutted his chin in the air. "You better have been," Ian snapped. "We've known each other since 3rd grade, and it's your fault that I'm here." "Maybe a little," the young barbarian said. "Okay, a lot, but you still need to suck it up. Remember that time we fought those guys from Crow Prep?" "That was different," the young wizard grumbled. "They weren't trying to rip us limb from limb, and they weren't giant rats with fangs. I mean, that one kid kind of looked like a rat." His friend snorted. "Guys," I said and pinched the bridge of my nose, "we have more important things to worry about right now." "Yeah," Ashley said with a nervous glance around. "It's been nearly 5 minutes since the bell rang, and there hasn't been a single attack yet. Doesn't anyone else find that suspicious?" "Oh, shit," Kyle said. "You're right. Where is everyone?" "Stage 2 was always a little slow in the last game," I said. "Sometimes we had to advance closer to whatever major building the big boss was hiding in. It's possible that this game is designed like that." "I'm guessing that'll be the castle," the female wizard muttered, as a shiver visibly ran through her body. "Not looking forward to that." "The only other option is death, young lady," Dusty said. "I didn't catch your name. Not your username." "Gamer tag," Justin groaned with all the frustration of a 12-year-old listening to his grandfather tell war stories for the 100th time. "It's called a gamer tag." "You call it whatever you want, kiddo," he said. "Justin," Ian snapped and elbowed his friend. "Can't you tell that man is older? You need to respect him." "Ian," the barbarian countered, "don't you know respect is earned?" "My name is Katie," the female wizard said before the boys could get into it again. "Dusty," the older man said, and then shot Justin a pointed look. I'm 76. Holy shit, he gaped. How the hell are you alive? Careful, Stefan said in a warning tone. Don't be rude, I said. He saved your life by killing that last rat. Justin narrowed his eyes at both of us, but then threw his hands in the air and almost dropped his warhammer in the process. The preteen's ears were still bright red with embarrassment, and I almost felt bad for him. But the kid needed to learn how to respect that everyone had the potential to contribute and be an essential part of a team, especially if he wanted to survive this game. Most people probably wouldn't give him the chance to explain he was only 12, and even fewer would care that much in the heat of battle. His best chance was to keep the backtalk to a minimum and try to learn from the folks around him. So, Ian said as he gave us all a tight smile, about how long it's taking for all the monsters to attack us, do you think it's because they're going to be bigger? Or do we really need to go find them? Probably both, I said, in as gentle a tone as I could muster. They'll be waiting up ahead of us, and they'll be harder to kill than the rats were. Of course they are, a fighter from the back of the crowd snorted. That's how this works, kid. It's just going to get worse and worse. Brian, Katie snapped, there's no need to be a dick about it. He's clearly scared. Just like you were when the rats started attacking, he chuckled. If it weren't for that rogue, you would have been dead. Because you didn't help me, the wizard said and put her hands on her hips. None of you did. I can't believe I teamed up with a bunch of assholes who don't know the basics of protecting their mage. Even the bitchy barbarian protected her mages and hexblades. I checked to make sure Aurelia wasn't offended and ready to throw hands, but the barbarian just nodded in agreement. Whatever Stefan said to her had clearly gotten under her skin. I had to admit, she wasn't entirely wrong about needing to be tougher to survive, and honestly, I was pretty sure her anger from earlier had been ignited because those who died had turned to run away and leave all of us to fight alone. Either way, her irritation was now solely focused on Katie's party. First of all, an assassin said and stepped out from the shadows of a nearby house to glare at Katie. It's not our fault you don't know how to find a safe place to hide. He had to be another member of Katie's party. 2 hunters flanked the assassin as he came up to stand beside the fighter. Both the assassin and fighter were already level 9, while the 2 hunters were level 8. The whole team gave off mercenary vibes, and Ashley immediately narrowed her eyes at them and put herself between the jerks and the wizard. How dare you? Kyle seethed. I whipped around to look at him so fast I was surprised my neck didn't break. The usually jovial rogue gripped his dagger so hard that his knuckles were pure white, and his right eye twitched. I wasn't sure if it would be considered an evil act to let the guy kill the other players, even if they deserved it, so I carefully stepped close enough to restrain him if necessary. "The fuck did you just say to me?" The assassin laughed and flipped a ninja star in Kyle's direction. It barely missed my friend's ear as it sliced through the air and then clattered to the ground uselessly. Kyle didn't even flinch. "I said, how dare you?" the rogue repeated slowly like he was talking to an idiot, though I wasn't entirely sure he wasn't. "Your entire job is to kill monsters and keep your mage safe. You failed to do that. If it wasn't for me, then she would have died. You're not only pathetic, you're as useless as that ninja star you just missed me with." Ashley looked at me with wide eyes, but I shook my head. There was nothing we could do until Kyle went to stab him, and honestly, the assassin deserved to hear all about himself. The higher-level group stood further back like they didn't want to be in the middle of the fight when it blew up, though Aurelia's eyes narrowed like she was ready to teach them a lesson about protecting their party. Dusty's arms were crossed over his chest as if the wizard was debating whether or not to fry the assassin with his lightning, or maybe burn him to a crisp with a classic fireball. The rest of his team had their hands resting on various weapons, and even Sarah had a hand on her dagger. "You know it's bad when the cleric is ready to throw hands," Justin whispered to me. The preteen's ears were back to normal, and he flashed an apologetic smile in my direction. He was still a little punk, but I hadn't been much better at that age. The kid oscillated between bravado and actually being humble so much it could give me whiplash, but I could tell his heart was in the right place, so I ruffled his hair and then refocused on Kyle as the rogue cracked his neck. The assassin's entire body was tense, and another ninja star glistened between his fingers, but I'd already seen him miss with his first try, and Kyle was extremely quick on his feet. There was no way the jerk would be able to hit him, even if his aim improved, but I couldn't say the same thing for my friend. If the rogue actually went rogue, then I'd need to stop him. "I think I'm going to leave your team as soon as the raid is over." Katie broke the tense standoff. "He's right. You aren't very good at keeping your mages safe, and that's fundamentally your job." "We don't need a weak wizard anyway," one of the hunters snapped. "She did pretty well from where I'm standing," Dusty said. "Says a wizard," the other hunter laughed. "An old man like you doesn't need to be in this game. You should just die already." "Careful," Stefan said. The big man had his hands reclined over his shoulders with an easy grip on the two blades strapped to his back. "Or what?" The second hunter laughed and gestured between Stefan, himself, and the other hunter on his team. "All three of us are in the same class. Do you think you can do anything that we won't be able to counter? My brother and I are the twin daggers. We'll kill you just for fun." The two hunters did a fist bump, and I gripped my bear fang a little tighter. I still hadn't sheathed it, and it was getting harder to resist running one of them through. That would definitely be considered an evil act, and now wasn't the time for losing all my strength. Not with the boss battle still looming. And definitely not with whatever monsters were waiting for us further in town. Stage 2 was bound to be infinitely harder than Stage 1, and we'd barely survived, so I'd need to be at peak performance to help us get through. I still had several qualms about how many of the rats in the last wave had been able to circumvent the aggro function, and the way they'd looked at each other with cold intelligence like serial killers in monster bodies. I could understand them being programmed to give up on me in order to chase anyone trying to escape, but they shouldn't have noticed Ashley at all, since she was basically a non-combatant. If the next creatures we encountered were the same, then my job was about to be a lot harder. "The twin daggers?" Katie asked in a mocking tone and pulled me away from the eerie rats. "Did you really just say that? God, my teammates are even dumber than I thought. Their real names are Nathan and Michael. The assassin is Brandon." The group all shot the wizard dirty looks as if she'd just ruined their mystique. "I don't understand why all of you want to share so much personal information," Brandon snapped and flung a ninja star at Katie's feet. It missed by a solid foot, but the wizard still jumped back, and Ashley's jaw clenched as the cleric eyed how close the weapon had come to hitting her. "If you hurt one of my own, then it won't be considered an evil act for me to beat you to a pulp," I said, as fury pulsed through me. "Paladins are meant to protect their people. I'd just be delivering justice." Our rogue shot a smirk in my direction and tilted his head to the side. "I'd help him deliver it, too." "So would I," Ashley added, and then glanced between Kyle and me. "What do you think about adding Katie to our group once everything is said and done?" "We can discuss it." I nodded in agreement. "We still don't know if Inara and Chrome will stay in our group once we're finished with the raid. I think it maxes out at 5, so if they're still technically in our party, then we might not have room." "It's limited to 5, Stefan said, "or I'd volunteer for my group to take her." "We have room," Ian pointed out. "I don't mind keeping 2 wizards safe," Justin added. "It's not like it's hard." The preteen gave the other team a pointed look and rested the warhammer on his shoulder. "I don't care if you're a kid, I'll beat your ass," Brian said through clenched teeth. Not on my watch, Dusty said as lightning bolts flickered between his fingers. I'd love to join you boys in your party, Katie told Ian and Justin as if the fighter hadn't said anything. Great, Justin said. I'll keep you two scaredy cats safe, and you'll fry whatever I need help killing. Having an adult with us would be nice, Ian said with a relieved smile. She's not going anywhere, the fighter said. She belongs to me. Ew, Aurelia said. Justin, you've officially fallen to second place in the gross level. Nice, the preteen laughed. If you ever change your mind about... I won't, the barbarian said before the kid could finish his sentence. I think the two parties can travel together, right? Kyle asked as his attention shifted to me. I don't see why not, I said thoughtfully. The air was thick with tension as everyone stared at each other. Hatred still bubbled up in my chest, but I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. We needed to work together if we were going to survive. Okay, I said and ran a hand through my hair. Let's all take a breath. We still need to head closer to the castle and fight whatever is waiting for us in Stage 2. A muscle in Brian's jaw twitched, and the twin daggers sneered in my direction. The hunters were mirror images of each other as they stood with short swords in hand and smirks that I just wanted to punch off their faces. The only difference was their eye color. One had bright orange and the other had purple. I had no idea which one was Michael and which was Nathan, and I wasn't that interested in figuring it out. They just had to play along for the raid, and then they could go along with their business with the assassin and the fighter. Do you think you're in charge now? Brian asked. Or maybe you think we should follow the jolly green giant over there? I don't think I'm in charge, I said. I know you aren't, though. Stefan, what do you think? Do you want to be in charge? I think we should be a team, he said. Seems like having more than one person with brains giving input is a good idea. Yeah, but you don't want too many cooks in the kitchen, Kyle said with a pointed sneer in Brian's direction. You look like you wouldn't know the difference between a pot and a pan. My teammates make a valid point, Ashley said. She backed up just enough so she was standing next to Katie but could still defend her if necessary. A small dagger was clutched in Ashley's hand, and the glare she gave the twins could peel paint. Her timidness about the game had clearly taken a back seat to her need to protect our new friend, and it was very easy to see her running an office full of security agents with big egos and even bigger muscles. Brian stood next to Brandon with barely concealed hatred as he glowered between Stefan and me, but it was hard to take the guy seriously. The fighter and his party had basically stood in the back and let us do all the heavy lifting during Stage 1, and I was pretty sure the only reason they'd left Katie alone was because they were too scared to die. A valid fear, obviously, but not if it meant leaving one of their teammates in harm's way. I looked over my shoulder to meet Stefan's gaze, but the big guy was staring straight at Katie's party like he wanted to stab them all right there and then. The hunter's hands still loosely gripped his sword's hilts, as if he was about to draw them, and I slowly turned back to watch Brian's reaction. The fighter broke eye contact first. Whatever, he grumbled and gestured to Stefan and me. You two go ahead and lead us. But no, if you fuck up, I'll take over and save my party. Like you saved Katie? Kyle asked in that same tense tone that made goosebumps erupt all over my skin. I think all of us are fine with you all just standing in the back like you did in Stage 1. We'll make sure everyone else stays safe. Sounds good to me. I jerked a thumb over my shoulder at the castle. I think we should head out. There are monsters waiting patiently for us. The least we can do is go kill them. You make it sound like it's so easy, Ian whispered, and then shuddered so hard the kid had to take a step back. Don't worry, Ashley smiled brightly. You just stick next to me like you did the last time. I'll keep your health bar up while you cast the lightning bolts and fireballs. You should have a water spell now, Dusty pointed out. The younger wizard jumped like he'd just been pinched and then immediately poked the air in front of his face. Ian jumped from foot to foot and cackled excitedly like a goblin who'd just found a sack of gold. Water pooled around his fingers until it turned into a steady stream. "Ka-chow!" he shouted and pointed the water cannon at a nearby barrel. It exploded into large, waterlogged wooden pieces that littered the ground. "That was epic!" Justin high-fived his best friend with both hands. "We're going to be the most unstoppable duo in this entire game." "Yeah, we are." Ian grinned from ear to ear and looked my way. "I think I'm ready to go." "Awesome," I said and turned to the others. "We only have 2 more stages. We can do this. I think we should go with the classics and have the warriors in a ring around the mages and hexblades." "That's what worked for us the last time," Stefan said. "After we lost a few people," Aurelia said with a frown so deep it was almost an upside-down U. "We can't change the past," I said and glanced in Kyle's direction. "We can only improve and go forward." "God, he's so annoying," the orange-eyed hunter grumbled. "Shut up, Nathan," Katie snapped. "Ouch, that had to hurt," Kyle sneered. "It's going to get confusing with so many hunters," Raven said and tilted her head to the side. "I think we should eliminate one." "I volunteer one of them as tribute," Kyle said and nodded to the twins. "I'll even do the honors." "Absolutely not," the necromancer countered. "I will be the one to do all the killing." "Ooh, I wonder if I'll ever have a spell to reanimate people." "I'll kill you if you try to lay a hand on my brother," the purple-eyed hunter growled. "No one is killing anyone," I said. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath to steady the irritation bubbling up in my chest. The twin daggers were complete jerks, but it wasn't going to help us to lose another raid member. The twin daggers both had their weapons in hand as if they were ready to fight every single one of us, just so they'd be safe, but then Brian cleared his throat, and the 2 men backed down. Every instinct in my body told me the party was going to cause trouble later. The unreadable look Brian shot Michael and Nathan was filled with meaning that the duo immediately picked up on. Even Brandon grinned a bit and put away his ninja stars for the moment. Katie didn't seem like she was in on the secret. The wizard's narrowed eyes were all I needed to see to know that she wasn't in their inner circle, though it wouldn't be hard to guess, since they'd planned to let her die. "All righty then," Kyle said in a perfect mimic of Ace Ventura. "Now that everything is settled with the names and the pissing contest, why don't we head further into the city so we can advance? I vote our resident paladin takes the lead since he'll be the one drawing everything's attention. At least as long as they don't do whatever the fuck the ones in Wave 3 were doing. They barely even noticed you. I think your aggro broke for a second." "I don't mind being used as bait," I agreed and met Kyle's eyes. Relief flooded through me at knowing the rogue had caught the weirdness earlier, but there was no time for us to discuss it. We'd just have to keep our guard up and adjust our plan if the next group of monsters didn't follow the aggro function. "I've never seen anything like those rats," Raven whispered conspiratorially from right between Kyle and me. "They were smart and evil. I swear I could feel the malicious intent behind their beady little eyes. I bet that's why they were able to resist the aggro. They wanted blood and carnage so much that they were able to redirect themselves once they couldn't get to you." "I've never heard of monsters pulling something like that," I said just as quietly. "We've never heard of a game sucking people in either," she pointed out. "We'll keep an eye out," Kyle promised. "You'll just have to make yourself the biggest nuisance in our party if we run into the same problem." "Stop whispering and let's go," Justin said, and then lifted his warhammer in the air. "We have monsters to kill and a big boss to put in the ground." "Don't get too cocky," Aurelia said. "It's going to be harder from here on out. You should guard the sides just in case anything comes out from the buildings. I'll stand with you." The barbarian looked from Justin to Stefan and then to me. Both of the higher-level warriors had the same anxious expression I knew was on my face. They must have picked up on the change in Wave 3, too. And if they were just as shocked, then this hadn't happened in the last raid they were in. Was it because I was a paladin? Or was it some kind of malfunction in their programming? "We'll be in the back," Brian said as my thoughts started to spiral. I narrowed my eyes at the fighter but didn't say anything. They knew better than to turn tail and run, but I had the feeling the guys would stab the mages and hexblades in the back if it meant they'd survive. And unfortunately, I needed to stay in the lead so everything I managed to aggro didn't kill everyone. That meant I couldn't keep an eye on them. "Great," I said with a tight smile. "Aurelia and Justin will take the left. I'll take the front. You guys can take the back, and Stefan can watch the right." The giant man nodded once and strolled toward the right of the group. Stefan hung back enough that he'd be able to defend the other members if Katie's party tried to stab everyone in the back, and I sighed with relief. He got what I was worried about, even without saying it out loud. Perfect. "Us clerics will keep everyone alive," Sarah said with a bright smile to Ashley. "Love it," our cleric said. I waited until everyone was in place and then hurried to the front of our little group. The familiar thrill of an upcoming fight raced through my veins as I started toward the fountain in the main square. "My pets and I will help," Raven said as the pale necromancer strolled up next to me. Two skeletons ran ahead of us to splash through the shallow water in the fountain, and a look over my shoulder showed she'd sent the others to the back, where Katie's party were dragging their feet. "I don't trust them," Raven whispered. "Neither do I," I said as my attention shifted to the abandoned buildings all around us. "They're more unpredictable than the rogue rats." "They are, and they were definitely pissed that they aren't kings of the castle," Kyle said as he popped up on my other side. "Those ridiculous twin daggers are going to be a real problem." "All four of them will be," I agreed. "I have the feeling they're going to duck in and hide somewhere while we take on Stage 2, and then suddenly show up when the coast is clear." "I bet all four of them were a team before and just added Katie to have a full party," Raven snorted. "They're definitely the kind of guys to have someone they could sacrifice," Kyle said. "Brian gives off evil supervillain vibes, like the kind of guy who would let someone else do all the hard work and then take credit for it. I have some people like that in my company in the real world. Hate them." "I'm not a fan either," I sighed. "We don't have a choice but to work with them for right now." We were almost to the fountain, and the two skeletons were still splashing around in the shallow water like it was the best time ever, but there was something hiding just behind it, like a scared kid looking out from its mother's skirts. A bright green blob rolled out from the other side like a grassy armadillo, but it didn't unfurl once it came to a stop, and a long red health bar appeared above it. "Electric Sable, level 15. 3 more clods rolled out to join the first. Each one was the same size as a soccer ball with long health bars declaring them as level 15. I stopped walking and gripped the bear fang a little tighter. Raven and Kyle stopped right next to me, and I put up a hand to signal a halt for everyone else. "Get ready," I said. I walked a little closer while Raven's skeletons squatted down to look at the monsters like curious kittens checking out a new toy. One of them poked the first monster to come out, and it slowly began to unfurl. Its bright green fur rippled like the grass on the plains, but my focus was on the reddish-brown eyes that looked directly at me. I'd officially been spotted. The electric sable let out a high-pitched screech, and the other 3 all unfurled and hopped closer to their leader. Their long bodies sparked with electricity as the first electric sable hunched down as if it was about to attack, and Kyle started to swear under his breath. The rogue tapped something in front of his face, and a quick check showed most of the party had been cloaked, since the monster's attention was all on me. I'd never been so happy for a monster to follow normal aggro in my life. I blinked, and the next thing I knew, I was being thrown backward right into Ashley. Pain coursed through my body, but was quickly replaced with warmth as both clerics cast healing spells on me. I glanced over to see my health bar had dropped almost to 0 with only 1 hit, but the damned monster was nowhere to be seen. "Where the hell did it go?" Kyle asked. "They're all gone," Raven gasped. "And they killed my babies." A blood-curdling scream echoed from the back of our group. "Nathan!" Michael shouted. "Nathan, wake up!" Chapter 17. The whole world seemed to slow down in an instant. It was as if I was moving through water as I stood back up on my own and looked down to see the char marks on my chest. I watched my hand pull the scorched fabric of my shirt back and saw the healing spell Ashley used had turned the black spidery veins into bright red marks that already had the waxy appearance of a nasty scar. But it didn't feel like my body belonged to me. I sucked in a deep breath, and everything sped up like someone had sat down on the remote control on accident and we were rushing through a movie. Sound crashed down around my shoulders, and my ears rang, though I couldn't tell if it was from the lightning strike or the constant screams coming from the back of the crowd. "Nathan!" Michael was still screaming. "Bro, you have to wake up! You can't die here!" "We need to move," Brian growled and motioned for Brandon to help him move the twins to the safety of a building. Ashley and Sarah were already casting more healing spells, but Nathan was beyond help. The ones they hit me with had already brought my health bar up to over 80%, and the duo were studying everyone else for signs they were injured. Ian huddled behind Ashley while Dusty and Katie twisted around with fireballs dripping what looked like magma from between their fingers. Justin had his warhammer out and swung it at the ground as a shadow moved around his feet, but there was nothing there. The kid hovered next to the mages with pure focus and determination on his face. Aurelia and Stefan were officially in the back of the group with their weapons at the ready, and Kyle and Raven were still right next to me. "Where are they?" I croaked out around a tongue too thick for my mouth. "Where did they go?" "I don't know," Kyle said with a nervous glance around. The rogue's eyes were wide, and they fell on my chest as if he expected it to burst open like an egg against a cement wall. "There!" Raven jabbed a finger at a nearby rooftop. "These little buggers move so fast. They already killed 2 of my babies. Don't worry, though. I have more skeletons available. Not as strong, but they'll help." The necromancer's face was filled with raw hatred as she shoved up the sleeves of her robe and started to press the air in front of her face. The ground shook as black ooze bubbled up to create more skeletons, though these had rusty kitchen knives instead of daggers. She now had 10 of the bone minions, and they rushed to surround the mages as if the pale woman had barked orders, despite having her lips pressed into a thin line. I leaned down to grab the bear fang that had fallen from my hands during the attack, then spun in a circle as the electric sables bounded across the rooftops like giant ferrets with the fangs of saber-toothed tigers. They jolted forward as they turned into straight-up lightning, and I noticed the little dirt clods that fell from their bodies. It was like they were trying to find an opening to attack me again, or maybe the higher-ranking warriors in the back, and they were pushing themselves to the limit. It didn't look like they had much control over where they jolted to, like they just aimed, shot forward, and hoped to land somewhere safe. That was probably how Raven Skeletons and Nathan had gotten caught in the crossfire. The one that had hit me just kept going until he ran out of steam. I didn't know how to use that information to our benefit yet, but it was still good to have for when an opportunity to exploit it presented itself. "Their powers are hard on their body," I whispered, "and I don't think they have a lot of control over their directionality." "What?" Kyle asked from next to me. "I think using their powers weakens them." I pointed to a dirt patch spotted with grass laid on the rooftop. The monsters had rushed back toward the fountain and regrouped like a tiny gang, but none of them moved. In fact, all of them were panting as if they'd overexerted themselves, and to my surprise, their health bars had dipped a little bit. "Oh, shit," I breathed. "Another curse word, Paladin?" My friend gasped, but it was half-hearted as he watched them. "Can we risk such sin as— Oh, shit, I see it now." "What?" Ashley panted from behind me. "What's going on? Everyone's health bar is okay, except Nathan's. He's—" The blonde's voice cracked, but I let our rogue comfort her. "There's nothing you could have done," he said. "These things are brutal, but look, their health bars have gone down, and Josh pointed out the dirt clods. Those attacks they threw at us hurt them too, and it's enough that they need a second to regroup before they can come at us again." "But when they do—" She left the rest of her sentence to hang between us. "I have a plan," I said. "I think. Someone called Dusty up here." I didn't want to chance looking away from the electric sable in front. Its reddish-brown eyes were locked on me, as if I was the only real enemy in the area, and its sides heaved with every breath. I gripped the bare fang just tightly enough that it wouldn't fall out of my hands, and took a step forward. I needed to be ready to fight if they came at me, and I didn't want anyone else to be hurt in the process. Every instinct told me to run for cover. The metallic coppery taste of blood still lingered on my tongue from the last attack. My health bar was high enough that I wouldn't die from another attack, but if two of them hit me at the same time, then I was a goner. I quickly cast every spell at my disposal. The strength boosts helped to counter the penalty for Nathan's death. I wasn't too much stronger than normal, but the others would be, since punch them right in the face was for the entire party, and with I Got You, everyone's defense had also been boosted. "I hear you need my help with something," Dusty said as the old wizard hurried up next to me. "It's dangerous for me to be standing next to you. That thing looks like it wants to eat you alive, and it pinged off you like a pinball to take out Nathan and Raven's Pookies. I don't even think it meant to take them out." "I definitely think it wants to kill me more than everyone else," I agreed. The one in front started to chatter at the ones in the back like it was giving them battle orders. One stood up on its back legs like it was trying to take inventory of the surroundings, and I swear it actually motioned to everyone like they were just obstacles that might get in their way of attacking me. A shiver ran down my spine at how smart they were, but at least the aggro function was still working, and their eyes didn't hold the same bone-chilling evil the rats in the third wave had. Small victories. "They're trying to coordinate an attack on you," Dusty said. "What do you want from me?" "I want to know how strong your water spell is," I said, and then swore as the grassy monsters bolted toward the roofs again. Whatever Dusty's answer was, it was lost in the screeches the terrifying grass creatures let out. 3 of the electric sables raced along toward the back of the crowd like they were going to weave through the party and attack me from behind. They went straight to the open spot Nathan's death had left, and the mages and hexblades quickly moved out of their way while Stefan and Aurelia tried to block them. The leader stayed high and leapt off of the roof with lightning skittering through its grassy fur. I barely had time to jump closer to the fountain before the electric sable hit the ground where my head had been a second before. It did a hop spin to face me, and Kyle used that moment to stab the monster right in its heart. It was 8 levels higher than my friend, so the quick strike barely did more than piss it off, but the distraction was all Dusty and Raven needed to start attacking it. The old wizard cast a water spell that shot out of his fingertips like a steady stream from a super soaker, while the necromancer redirected all of her skeleton minions to start stabbing it. The monster let out a strangled scream that echoed off every building around us, and I shot forward as fast as my legs could take me. I slammed my bare fang right into its eye socket so hard that it exploded the creature's eyeball like a popping bubble in a boba tea, but the electric sable was still 10 levels ahead of me. I used all my strength to shove backward. My short sword slid free from the monster's face, but I was right back at it by stabbing it through the other eye. Electricity sparked along the electric sable's grassy fur, and huge wet clods started to fall off it like its body literally couldn't hold itself together anymore. Thick mud oozed out on the ground as the monster finally fell and heaved one last breath. My XP bar shot up so high that I was almost a level 6 already, but my HP had taken a hit from all the electricity. Adrenaline coursed through my veins as a tingling sensation flitted through me like every muscle had just fallen asleep and was trying to wake back up. "I'm running out of mana!" Ashley shouted over the chaos. "I don't have much left either," Sarah responded. I spun around to see the other 3 electric sables were in the middle of trying to escape Stefan and Aurelia's attacks. The duo were almost the same level, so the progress was slow, but so far they'd managed to keep the monsters from ganging up on me. "Dusty!" I coughed as my lungs tried to become an optional function. It felt like they were wet sandbags, but I managed to gesture to the other mages and hexblades. "On it," the old man said. "Maybe this time I'll finally die." I wasn't sure if I'd heard the man correctly, but the wizard had already hurried away. "We need to do something," I said, and watched the scene unfold as I forced air into my lungs, one shaky breath at a time. The other 3 weren't as volatile as the leader had been. They tried to weave closer with that same strange mixture between hopping and running, but they stopped using the lightning to propel them forward. Stefan and Aurelia were slicing into them with the hunter's swords or chopping at them with the barbarian's axe. The monster's health bars had dropped almost halfway already from the constant barrage, but they were smart enough to run away from their attackers. Little dirt clods were left in their wake, but the damage from their bodies falling apart wasn't enough to lower their HP too much. They also weren't using their lightning. The electric sables just bounded up to the warriors, bit and scratched them as much as possible when they were blocked, and then ran away before they took too much damage. They tried a few different entry points, but they couldn't quite make it up to the rooftop with all their injuries. Still, their attention was focused on getting to me, and their stubborn determination was giving the 2 higher-level warriors the distraction they needed. Stefan and Aurelia were holding on with health bars just a little bit above the halfway mark. They'd been keeping the monsters away from me as much as possible, but they were almost the same level as the electric sables, so it was just a matter of who could hold out longer. The warriors had the added benefit of Sarah to help boost their HP, but there were more of the monsters. "I think it's time to enact that idea I had earlier," I said with a glance over my shoulder at the water fountain. "Ooh, do tell," Raven said and bounced on the balls of her feet. "Everyone needs to run and hide. I said. "They're still focused on me, so it shouldn't be too hard for everyone to escape. Dusty can help with the water attack to distract them while I break the statue in the center of the fountain and force whatever water is underneath to bubble to the surface. They seem to be vulnerable to it. Aurelia and Stefan can help with killing them if I can't get the statue broken fast enough." "I don't like this idea," Ashley said and pushed her hair back. The cleric's face was covered in sweat, but her mana pool was full, and she'd officially jumped 2 levels since the raid had begun. In fact, almost everyone except for the higher level group had been boosted up another level after I killed the electric sable. It made the strikes the monsters landed less powerful, but the creatures were still a lot more powerful, so with only a few solid hits, we'd be dead. "No time to argue with me," I said as the plan solidified. "Just trust me and have Dusty ready with his water spell." "I have a water spell now, too!" Ian exclaimed. The 12-year-old wizard popped up next to me with a wide grin. He was still stuck to Ashley like glue, but the preteen nodded to me when I lifted an eyebrow in silent question about whether or not he'd be ready to help. "All right," I said, and then raised my voice. "Everyone find a building to hide in!" Katie's party had already disappeared. The jerks had taken Nathan's body and vanished into the ether as if they'd never been there at all. Their health bars were full, so whatever hole they'd dipped into must have been safe enough for them to survive while the rest of us fought. "We've got this!" Aurelia shouted over the screams from the electric sable she'd just hit in the side. "I can't heal you anymore," Sarah panted. "I'm out of mana, and Ashley's spells aren't strong enough to help you." "Damn it to hell," the red-headed barbarian snarled. "What's the plan?" Stefan asked as he sliced at one of the monsters hopping around his feet. "I'm going to break the water fountain to make it gush again, or I'll use the wizard's water spells if that doesn't work," I said. The hunter's head snapped around as the creatures finally managed to retreat to the roofs again. His dark eyes narrowed, but then he nodded and turned to the others. "You heard the man," he said. "Everyone go find a spot to hide while the paladin finishes them off." I grinned as the others hurried to the nearby buildings. Soon I was the only one in the street, while Ian and Dusty huddled behind a barrel closer to the fountain. The kid had dragged Dusty along with him and was whispering furiously to him. I saw the small smile spreading across the older wizard's face, and then sighed with relief when he gave me a thumbs up. "I'm going to help," Justin said from the doorway to the right. "Just tell me what you need me to do." My strength and defense boosts were still in full swing, and thankfully no one else had died, so I didn't have any more penalties, but the young barbarian would still be helpful, or at least his warhammer would be. "I'll keep them busy while you break the fountain statue," I told him. "Try to keep your feet out of the water." "Really?" He perked up and then cleared his throat. "Obviously you want my help. I'm amazing." I rolled my eyes and then turned to see the electric sables had already zeroed in on me and had jumped back down from the rooftops. They were darting toward me so fast that I barely had time to stumble backward. I was still the main distraction, and it was time to do the hula. "This way!" I called over my shoulder as I bolted for the fountain. Raven skeletons were suddenly right behind me like a shield wall. The monsters shrieked and leaped through the air as if they were going to jump over the minions to get to me, but they landed on rusted daggers and kitchen knives instead. The necromancer cackled like a maniac as her little pets dropped the electric sables onto the cobblestone street and then began to stomp on the creatures. I barely gave them a glance as I forced my exhausted legs up and over the fountain's edge. There wasn't much water inside, just enough to splash against the top of my boots, but it had to come from somewhere. "I just have to break the fountain, right?" Justin asked as the preteen splashed into the water with me. "That's the plan?" "Not entirely," I said. "You start hitting it with your warhammer. Just make sure you're not in the water when the sables get here." "No problem." He grinned. The preteen spun around with a flourish, lifted his warhammer, and brought it down with a crack. A chunk of the statue dropped into the water, and the cement beneath my feet shook a little. Good. "How dare you kill my babies!" Raven screeched as the last skeleton fell. I whipped back around with the bear fang at the ready. The electric sables clattered over the skeletons that had collapsed all around them. One of them face planted right into the cobblestone street when the minions' bodies disappeared, but it was quick to recover, and all three of them were once again focused on me. Their health bars only had about 30% left, but at level 15, that was still going to be a tough order. Stefan and Aurelia stood in the doorway with their weapons at the ready. The hunter nodded in respect, loosened his grip on his swords, and then flashed me a smile, while the barbarian next to him watched Justin like a hawk. "If this doesn't work out, then you finish them off," I said, loud enough for them to hear. "We've got you," Aurelia said. "Should we cast the water spell?" Ian asked in a shaky voice from behind the barrel to my left. "Yes," I said, and braced myself for the upcoming fight. "Aim right at their feet." I could barely hear Justin pounding on the statue behind me over the sound of my heart banging against my ribs like it needed to break free from its cage. Sweat slicked my palms, and I gritted my teeth against the memory of the first attack. Water splashed on the cobblestone right in front of the electric sables. The monsters skidded and slammed hard into the fountain's ledge. The one in the lead had hit its head, and its skull made a sickening crunching noise as its health bar plummeted close to zero. The other two quickly scurried up and over the ledge and splashed into the fountain with me. I slashed at them with the bear fang. It barely even scratched them, but a few pieces of dirt the size of pebbles dropped into the water. I kept at it, swinging as fast as possible while they jumped around me like ferrets, though they avoided my short sword as if it might be as strong as Stefan's. "It's getting there," Justin panted as the barbarian continued to swing at the statue with his warhammer. "I think there's water coming out." I practically danced around the statue as the two monsters chased after me like I was playing with two dogs instead of creatures that literally wanted me dead. They snarled and snapped at me, but dodged every time my bear fang came too close to them. I watched as their feet started to disappear like a beach in a hurricane. Their health bars continued to dip more and more as the water level rose. I was so focused on the two in the fountain with me that I didn't see the last one slowly get up from where it had hit its head. "Watch out!" Ian shouted as the monster did a flailing leap over the water fountain's edge. The electric sable was lit up like a lightning cloud as it bared its long fangs. It reminded me of a flying squirrel with its arms wide like it wanted to give me a giant hug, or maybe electroshock therapy. A small fireball slammed into its back end and singed the creature just enough that it curled back up into a soccer-sized ball like when it had first appeared with its buddies. "It's done!" Justin shouted as the monster fell right at my feet in the water. Every hair on the back of my neck stood up as the lightning attack skittered across the water surface. A loud cracking sound rang through the air as the statue fell all around me, and water shot up like a geyser. I spun around on instinct to see the barbarian was standing in the water still. I'd planned to jump out just in time to avoid being electrocuted, but there was either time to save me or save the kid, and I wasn't going to let him get barbecued. My legs moved before my brain could catch up to what I was planning. I jumped through the geyser, grabbed Justin by the scruff of the neck, and tossed him out onto the cobblestone as the other two electric sables let out a screech like nails on a chalkboard. Justin skidded backward against the closest building, and Aurelia darted over to check on him while I landed on the fountain's ledge. It was soaked through with water, and more gushed out from the ruined statue, but I wasn't inside the pool with the monsters. The one Ian had hit with the fireball was officially dead, but its lightning attack had triggered a chain reaction with the other two. They'd curled up into balls and were shivering violently as electricity tore through their bodies. Huge clumps of dirt and grass dissolved into the water flowing all around them. "I think they're going to explode!" I shouted as I stumbled off the ledge and ran toward Dusty and Ian. I had just enough time to throw myself over them before the electric sables blew up like grenades. Sharp grass sliced through my shirt while heavy dirt clods slammed into my back. I coughed hard and blood splattered onto the barrel right next to the wizards. "Are you okay?" Ian shrieked. Be fine," I gasped and managed to smile. Blood was dripping down my back and soaking through what was left of my shirt. Every muscle ached like I'd just run a marathon, and my legs turned straight to jelly as I collapsed onto the cobblestone street. "Hang in there, kid," Dusty's voice broke through the fog. "You've really got to stop getting hit in the back, jackass," Kyle's worried joke joined in. "Why did you have to leap in front of them? Dusty could have kept the kids safe." "He's a wizard," I said without opening my eyes. "A strong breeze would knock him down." "I'll have you know that I was a ranger on the outside," the old man huffed, but there was no bite to his tone. "Which is how I know that you're going to be just fine. You're a real hero, you know that?" "Justin?" I asked and tried to pry my eyes open. "He's good," Sarah said. "Ashley and I are going to heal you." Warmth spread throughout my body as the healing spells went to work. My eyes snapped open as my energy shifted to feeling like I'd just downed 3 energy drinks. My health bar was back to 100%, and I could finally make out all the people hovering around me. Even my shirt had somehow been repaired, though there were now pinched areas in the fabric like one more battle would break the armor into a million pieces, or maybe tear into tiny confetti since it was cloth and not metal. The 2 clerics high-fived and grinned from ear to ear as they nodded in satisfaction. "You did well." Stefan offered me a hand in climbing to my feet. "Your plan was risky, but it sure did work." "I had a backup plan," I chuckled and then grunted as I stood. "You and Aurelia would have finished them off." "How did you know they'd use the lightning attack?" Ian gaped up at me. "It was their strongest move," I pointed out. "They used it even though it hurt them. So, of course, they'd tried to use it against me again. It almost killed me the first time. I'm a paladin. Their goal will always be to take me out no matter what." "Here I thought paladins had more brains than barbarians," Kyle said, and then clapped me on the shoulder. "You saved all of us, bro." "All in a day's work," I smiled. My gaze shifted to where Justin stood at the back of the crowd with Katie. The wizard had an arm around the preteen, and his cheeks were wet with silent tears. I walked over to check on him, and he sniffed and wiped his face harder than necessary. "You good?" I asked. "I'm sorry if I scared—" My words were cut off as the kid shot forward and wrapped his arms around my waist. If Sarah and Ashley hadn't healed me, then it would have hurt like none other. Even as it was, it knocked the breath out of me. "I'm so sorry," he sobbed into my chest. You told me to stay out of the water. If I had been paying more attention, then you wouldn't have been so hurt. I said I'd get better, but I'm just as useless as I was with the rats." "Hey," I said gently and pried him back to look in his eyes. "You did great. If it wasn't for you breaking that statue, there wouldn't have been enough water to kill them." "But—" he started and then trailed off as his gaze shifted to the dirt clods littering the fountain. "No one could have known they'd explode," I pointed out. "Besides, I landed on the fountain's edge even after shoving you, so I was out of the water." "You're right," he mumbled and then looked up with pure determination. "I'm going to be stronger, so I can save you next time." "You do that," I said and ruffled his hair. "Come on, we all need to take our potions and get ready for the next round." "What do you mean, next round?" Katie asked with a nervous glance around. I thought this stage was done. Were they not everything?" "No." I shook my head. "Each stage should have 3 rounds. That was just wave 1. Come on, let's all get ready to fight the next group." "At least we have the water," Dusty pointed out. "I have an ice and stone spell," Ian shouted as his eyes focused on his HUD. "I'm officially a level 7. I double-checked my HUD and saw that I'd jumped up through level 6 and into level 7. Those 4 monsters had given me more XP than all the rats combined. I double-checked my spells to see that I officially had a healing spell for myself and for the entire party. They weren't as great as the clerics, but it was better than nothing. Everyone checked their own statuses, and I saw bright smiles spreading across their faces. We had more magic, and just in time to fight the next wave of monsters. Guess we don't need those healing potions. I frowned as I eyed the place where the electric sables had been. Their last attack must have happened after they died. It explains how I would have been at full health from leveling up and then dropping down again when they exploded. "Sounds right," Kyle said. "We'll have to keep an eye on them during the next attack." "It might only happen when they use their lightning spells as they die," Aurelia pointed out. "Still better to give them a wide berth," Stefan said. "The first one didn't explode," Raven added. "I think Aurelia is right." "My statement still stands," the hunter said, and then narrowed his eyes at something down the street. "Nice of you all to join us now that the fighting is over." We all turned at the same time to see Katie's party emerging from a building down the street. Michael had his brother's body draped over his shoulders. There was a loot option above Nathan's head, and Brian's attention kept shifting to it as if he was debating whether or not to just loot the body so it would disappear, but the hunter must have sensed it, because he took a step further away. "My brother," Michael said in a broken voice. "I'm going to get revenge for him." "If you wanted revenge, then you shouldn't have been hiding during the fight," Dusty said, and then softened a little. "You should loot his body, kid. Let him go so he can rest in peace." "It's your fault he's dead!" The hunter jabbed a finger in Sarah and Ashley's direction. "You didn't do your job and heal him!" "There was no way we could have healed him," Sarah said. "He was hit straight on by 2 of them." "Yet you saved the paladin!" He sneered. "He was only hit once," Kyle said. "Your brother was unlucky enough that it bounced off him, hit the nearby wall, and then hit him again." "You shut the fuck up!" he growled and gently set his brother's body against a barrel. "You said you'd help that necromancer eliminate a hunter. As far as I'm concerned, it's all of you who killed him, not those damned monsters." He pulled out his sword, glanced over at his brother, and then took the other hunter's weapon. "I'm going to kill all of you," he said. Brandon and Brian stood back a few feet with their own weapons at the ready. They didn't make a move to join Michael, but they didn't move to stop him either. "No one's fighting anyone," I said and put my hands up. "We can talk about this after the raid is over. We'll put Nathan somewhere safe for now, and then you can bury him or loot him and send him on." "Don't tell me what to do!" Michael shouted. The hunter rushed forward with his swords raised and tears streaming down his face. I sheathed my bare fang and readied myself to knock the hysterical man out, but before he could reach me, another electric sable rolled into the street between us. Electric sable, level 17. It unfurled in Michael's direction. It hadn't even seen me yet. The hunter had stopped to stare in horror and hatred. "Move!" I shouted at the top of my lungs, but it was already too late. The electric sable lifted up on its hind legs as its fur started to fly off of it like grass blades in a summer storm, but they all shot directly toward the hunter. There was no time to save him. Nothing Sarah or Ashley could do. We all watched helplessly as the attack struck Michael and tore into him like 1,000 ninja stars. Michael fell to his knees and then collapsed on the ground. The hunter's eyes glazed over as blood pooled beneath him and filled the spaces between the cobblestones. "Oh my God!" Katie sobbed. "He's dead!" Chapter 18. "Everyone into the buildings!" I ordered without taking my eyes off the electric sable. The monster was the size of a Prius, and its health bar was as long as my leg. Its grassy fur still rippled in an unseen breeze, and its attention was focused solely on Brian and Brandon. One ear perked up as Katie whimpered, and the other flicked around like a cat as everyone finally started to move back into the buildings. Its focus had shifted solely to Brandon and Brian, but then it sniffed the air repeatedly, as if it had finally noticed there was a paladin nearby. It glowered back down at the assassin, and the fighter snorted in disgust, and then started shifting in the small street as it searched for me. It seemed to think the duo was hiding me, or that I was in the nearby buildings, because it didn't even bother to turn around. Its sense of smell had to be terrible, but it bought me precious time that I needed to figure out what to do against an opponent that could 100% kill me with little effort. I forced myself to breathe steadily as adrenaline pumped through my veins. It felt like it took an eternity for me to pull my short sword out from its sheath. I winced as the metal whined. The massive monster was still focused on a building across the street, and I realized it was looking right at my reflection in one of the windows. Clearly, it wasn't as smart as the smaller ones. "I can't wait to hear the plan," Kyle whispered as he snuck up on my right. "I already cast the stealth spell. Stefan added his own stealth spell to the mix. We should be hidden as long as we don't make too much noise. He said something about strength spells, too." "Perfect," I said. I didn't feel any stronger than usual, but with both Nathan and Michael's deaths came a penalty, so all the extra boosts the hunter gave me had probably just brought me back to even, which I would gladly take, since the electric sable jolted forward and broke the window. I glanced up at the cloak symbol on my HUD. There were 2 of them, and they were right next to a flexing arm icon. Both lasted 5 minutes instead of the usual 3. Kyle's spell must have upgraded as he leveled up. There was also a pair of boots with wings, like the Fleetfoot potion we'd used earlier. It had to be from Stefan, too. "I'm still working on the plan," I said. The monster's stupidity and terrible sense of smell would help me keep the stealth spell in place, but that was only a temporary solution. Just need a second to think. Michael's body was splayed out on the cobblestone street. His vacant expression was locked on his twin brother, whose body had already started to go into pallor mortis. Someone needed to loot their bodies so they could go wherever the dead went. It wasn't right to make them stay there when there would be a battle practically on top of them. Thankfully, I had an impeccable thief right next to me. "Kyle," I breathed as I elbowed the rogue in the ribs. He hissed but then nodded when I gestured to the brothers. "Damned paladins," he muttered without any heat, always wanting to do the right thing. Kyle winked, then crouched down to sneak forward. He gave the massive electric sable a wide berth as he scurried over to loot Nathan's body first. The rogue would need help if we wanted to free Michael, since one wrong move would draw the monster's attention away from Brian and Brandon. "Do something!" the fighter snapped but didn't move. "Isn't it an evil act to let him kill us without even trying to save us? It clearly thinks it killed you. It's going to come after us next." "Maybe," I shrugged, kind of tempted to find out, especially since you abandoned us during the first wave. "I'll kill it myself," Brandon snarled. The assassin was now a level 11, but that was still 6 levels below the electric sable, and there was no way he'd survive that grass blade attack. He'd die just like Michael did, and we both knew it. "Stay still," I said, and then looked over my shoulder to see Stefan and Aurelia had come back out. "Everyone should be safe," Stefan whispered. "Everyone except those assholes." Aurelia swung her axe around, cracked her neck, and then frowned at the duo. "Justin is keeping the mages safe. Raven still needs a few minutes before she can summon her minions again." The monster's ears kept twitching like it could hear us, and it sniffed the air as if it had picked up our scent from the constant breeze that swirled around it, but it still couldn't pinpoint our location. It shifted to look over its shoulder at us, but the cloaking spells were still active, so all it would see was an empty street that smelled like enemies he couldn't find. Brian's attention shifted to the nearby doorway while the monster was distracted. His right foot moved half an inch, but that was all the electric sable needed to snap its head back around to the duo. A scream filled the air as the giant grassy creature leaped into the air with the same ferret-like movement the smaller ones had used. "Shit," Stefan swore. I darted forward as fast as my legs could take me. There wasn't enough time to move Brian, but thankfully the moron had enough self-preservation to roll toward the side. I made it to the spot where the fighter had been standing only seconds after the electric sable landed. Its grassy fur glinted in the light from the golden dome, and I dropped to the ground and slid right underneath the massive monster. My bare fangs sliced through its stomach, but the wound wasn't fatal. I was 10 levels below it, and my weapon wasn't nearly strong enough to do too much damage, but it had officially figured out where the paladin was. Brian and Brandon wasted no time in making themselves scarce. The jerks vanished faster than the last slice of pizza at a frat party. At least they wouldn't be in the way while the rest of us actually worked together. "Over here, you giant rat!" I shouted as I popped back up to my feet. The stealth symbols disappeared in a flash, and the electric sable snarled as its reddish-brown eyes landed on me. Panic coursed through my body to mix with the adrenaline, but I had to keep moving. I forced my legs to start moving toward the building on my left. The door was open and stared into a darkened room that I knew would be vacant. I could hear the monster right behind me as it hopped after me like a cat chasing a butterfly. I never thought about what it would feel like to be the butterfly. Turns out, it sucked. My shoulders barely fit through the narrow door as I raced into the empty home. A snarl followed me but was quickly drowned out by the sound of the creature slamming full force into the doorframe. The entire home shook and groaned, but it stayed up, and that's all I could ask for. "It worked," I gasped and spun around to face the raging monster. Its head fit, and it was desperately trying to squeeze its shoulders in. It wouldn't be too long before the whole doorframe gave way or the electric sable found a way to get in. 1,000 scenarios raced through my mind in a single second as I tried to figure out where to go from there. The original plan had involved using the still gushing water fountain, but there was only one exit, and it was currently blocked. I wasn't strong enough to fight the creature on my own, but Stefan and Aurelia would be able to help. The duo must have already gone to work because the electric sable let out a high-pitched screech as its health bar dipped. It tried to turn around and snap at them, but its head hit the doorframe before it could scramble backwards. "That's it!" I shouted and started waving my arms at the monster. "Over here, you ugly ferret!" "What are you doing?" Kyle's voice hissed from the shadows. I nearly leaped out of my skin. The rogue must have snuck in while he was still cloaked, so the monster didn't notice him. I could barely see him as he crept closer with his dagger at the ready. "Bro," I huffed and ran my free hand through my hair. "You almost gave me a heart attack." "Same," he shot back and pointed his knife at the still raging electric sable. "It looks like homeboy only has eyes for you." "How romantic," I snorted. "How about we bring him a little closer?" Why?" Kyle asked, but followed me as I stomped forward as loudly as possible. "If it's stuck, then Stefan and Aurelia can kill it," I pointed out. "Ian and Dusty can hit it with the water spells, since we can't get it to the fountain." The monster snarled and started to shimmy backward as its health bar went down. It still glowered at me as if the pain it was experiencing was all my fault, even though I was too far away to actually hit it. Drool dripped down from its saber-tooth-like fangs, and the wind intensified as its grassy fur started to ripple like it was about to use the same attack that had killed Michael. "Everyone down!" I shouted loud enough for the others to hear me. I grabbed Kyle and plastered us to the wall right next to the electric sable. Wind ripped through the small house as grass blades embedded themselves into everything. I dropped down to make myself as small as possible, and only a few of the knife-like leaves sliced into my arms. "You good?" I asked the rogue next to me. "I never thought I'd hate grass," he spat. Kyle had flattened himself on the ground. A few ragged cuts seeped blood into his pants, but both of us were going to be fine. "You're going to hate it even more in a second," I said, and hopped to my feet. "Come on, we're going to stab it in the face until it wedges itself in the frame." "That requires being very close to its mouth," he groaned. "Don't get bit," I replied. The electric sable's health bar had dropped to 50% already by the time I sliced into its snout with my bear fang. It roared and snapped at me, but I jumped back before it could get me. The monster jolted forward so fast that it almost got me, but then its attention shifted over to Kyle as the rogue stabbed it in the eye. "Come on, big boy!" The rogue taunted and moved back into the room. "If you want to take a bite out of me, then you're going to have to chase me." "Why would you want a rogue when you can have a paladin?" I countered. A hate-filled screech echoed through the small house as the monster leaped at me. The door frame groaned under the pressure, but held firm. I had to brace myself as the foundation started to shake. The whole thing was going to come crashing down if the attack didn't end soon, but the electric sable had officially wedged itself in the door. "Stefan! Aurelia! It's stuck!" I shouted over the growls and snapping fangs. "Hell yeah! I'm going to do some serious damage!" Justin's voice broke through, and I closed my eyes to gather my patience. The younger barbarian was supposed to be guarding the wizards, and I hadn't called them out yet. "What did I tell you?" Aurelia's voice rose above the chaos. "I told you to stand back and make sure nothing else comes up from behind us." "It's my fault." I was pretty sure that was Katie's voice. "I just wanted to help. We all do." "That's what wizards are for," Ian said with more confidence than I'd heard from the preteen. The room was starting to shake, and dust and small pieces of wood from the roof were falling all around me as the electric sable shook and jolted in an effort to get free. We needed to finish this fight soon, or Kyle and I were going to be buried alive. "Use your water spells!" I shouted. "Already on it, kiddo," Dusty responded. I realized what I thought was the electric sable's fur hitting the door was actually the wizard's water spells. The monster's health bar was starting to fall faster from the attacks, and it slipped on the puddle now surrounding it. I watched as large clods fell from it, specifically from its shoulders. "Dang it," Kyle said as if he'd realized the same thing I did. "Guess we need to finish it off now rather than waiting for the crew," I said, and quickly cast all my defense spells. "Shall we?" "Not like we have a choice," he said. "Where's your sense of adventure?" I chuckled and then darted forward. The electric sable snapped at me as soon as I was close enough, but I twisted to the side and slammed my short sword backward into its shoulder. A huge chunk of grassy fur and dirt dropped to the ground, and the monster fell to one side as its leg gave out beneath it. I tried to recover, but Kyle was already on the other side and stabbing it in its other shoulder until it face-planted onto the ground. Only 30% left to go. I could see Stefan and Aurelia through the door now. The barbarian had leaped onto the monster's back and was riding it like a cowgirl in the rodeo. The red head slammed her axe down on the base of the electric sable's skull, and the creature's health bar plummeted. She just yanked her weapon free when lightning started to spark along the monster's fur. "Get down!" I shouted. Aurelia looked down just as one of the sparks reached up to slap her in the thigh. 2 more followed, and the barbarian was thrown from the electric sable like a rag doll. She shot through the doorframe, and I moved instinctively to catch her. Smoke rose from her body, and her fiery red hair stood out like she'd stuck her finger in an electrical socket. Aurelia's health bar was down to 20%, but she was still breathing. My muscles strained against her weight as I yanked the barbarian as far away from the door as possible, but thankfully Kyle jumped in to help me move the unconscious woman. The extra strength boost Stefan had given me was long gone, and the penalties for Michael and Nathan's deaths were taking a toll on my body. "Back!" Stefan shouted at the top of his lungs. I saw shadows scrambling away from the door, but it was hard to see through the lightning now coursing over the electric sable. The monster hadn't used the attack earlier, so I was starting to think maybe it just had the grass blades, but it had clearly been saving it until the last minute. I grabbed an overturned table and put it between the 3 of us and the entryway, just as the creature's health bar hit 0. The explosion that followed was so big, the shockwave knocked all 3 of us against the wall. The table completely shattered, and the whole building began to shake as it collapsed in on itself. "We need to get out of here," I gasped through the pain. I looked down to see one of the wooden shards from the table was lodged in my side. My hands shook as I pulled it out and tossed it to the floor. I gritted my teeth against the angry wound as I stood and looked around for a way out. "The doorway is blocked," Kyle whispered. Blood ran down the rogue's face from where he must have hit his head. He ran a hand over his hair and then stumbled as he tried to stand up. I grabbed Kyle to steady him, but it was hard to stay steady as the ground shook beneath my feet. A loud crack filled the air as the roof gave way, and I stumbled backward against the wall. The wood gave way, and I fell through it in a heap of broken boards and limbs. "Guess that'll work," I snorted, and then immediately regretted it as pain lanced through me like a hot knife. "Shit," Kyle grunted. We both sat up as the house fell in on itself. Aurelia was laid out beneath a few boards, but her shoulders and head were free. I didn't even have to say anything to Kyle. The rogue and I both reached forward at the same time and yanked the barbarian free before the rest of the building could come down on her. "Ashley, Sarah!" I coughed as dust filled my lungs. "Here!" Ashley scrambled over the debris to reach us. The cleric's health and mana bar was completely full. She'd jumped all the way up to level 7, and I realized I'd gone up to level 8. It was probably the only reason I was alive, and the bump had helped enough that Ashley could focus on Aurelia. "I'm fine," the barbarian grunted as her eyes fluttered open. "I felt the bump from level 14 to level 15. Yeah, before a house fell on you," Ashley huffed and knelt down next to the redhead. "You're going to stay right there. You two are going to as well. None of you are moving until I've given you a once-over." "Bro, if we didn't level up, we'd all be dead," Justin said as the younger barbarian strutted toward us with his warhammer slung over his shoulder. "That thing was extra nasty." "It was," I grunted and forced myself up to my feet. "At least it was stupid. Everyone else okay, though?" "Looks like it," Katie said. The female wizard stood on the other side of the debris with her hands clasped in front of her. Katie's hair had fallen out of the messy bun she kept it in, and there was an angry red mark near her left eye, but it didn't look like it would scar permanently. "I think we did pretty well," Ian said from right next to Stefan and Dusty. "I kept up the water spell until it started the lightning." "You did great," Dusty said as he ruffled the kid's hair. "All done," Ashley said as the cleric finished healing Aurelia. "Kyle, Josh, let me take a look at you." "I'm fine," the rogue said and waved the blonde woman away. She put her hands on her hips. "You won't be if you don't let me double-check." "We got a pelt!" Sarah shouted as the other cleric popped up from next to the massive electric sable. The body disappeared into nothingness since it had been looted, but my attention was on the massive grassy pelt Sarah was holding up like a trophy. "More specifically, you got a pelt," Justin pointed out. "No," the cleric said as she poked the air in front of her. The pelt disappeared, and Sarah grinned from ear to ear. "Check your stats. You all should have another pelt. It showed there were a bunch of smaller ones." I double-checked and whistled when I saw it. "Nice!" I laughed and went to retrieve my bear fang from the rubble, slit it into its sheath, and turned to the others. "We're leveling up and getting pelts." "We've already killed all the minions we need for Chapter 1, Kyle pointed out. "Guess this raid is going better than it feels right now." "Yeah, it is," Justin said and pumped his warhammer in the air. "Because we're fucking awesome!" I shook my head a little at the preteen but didn't say anything. We'd already made it through a lot already, and we were leveling up fast thanks to the higher-level monsters we were fighting, but I was more inclined to save the celebrations for the end of this mess. Still, if Justin wanted to celebrate a little to keep his spirits up, then I wasn't going to stop him. The kid needed all the help he could get. "If you were so awesome, then we wouldn't have lost Nathan and Michael," Brian said from the doorway across the street. I ground my teeth together and reeled around toward the guy, but Justin had already snapped. "Maybe if you actually helped, then they wouldn't have died," the young barbarian screamed back. "You two are just cowards! How dare you say anything to us?" "No," Stefan said and put a hand up to stop the kid from rushing at the fighter. "They'll get what's coming to them," Dusty said. "We'll see about that," Brian snorted and then nodded to the castle. "Shall we? We should have a monster to kill." "We still have one more wave," I said, and narrowed my eyes at the dark doorway Brian was standing in. I could just barely make out Brandon's shadow in the background. He was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest. I was pretty sure the two of them would just find another spot to hide when the next wave hit. and hatred filled my chest as I thought about the two hunters they'd just watched die. It would probably be considered an evil act, Kyle said, as if he could read my thoughts. They can do whatever they want, but you have to stay on the good path, remember? That said, if they attack one of us, then I think you should be able to kill them and it'll be considered justice. Just saying. You're right, I said and rolled the tension from my shoulders. I need to save my strength. The game doesn't seem to care if someone in my party is evil as long as it's not me specifically. Wouldn't killing someone who's committing an evil act be considered good? He asked, and then waved a hand dismissively. We're getting into would you kill Hitler as a baby territory. I'll do the honors, Raven said. No. I shook my head. Silence fell heavy on our group as we all stared across the street at Brian and Brandon. It wasn't like we could kick them out since the raid had already started, so the only thing we could do was try to work around them and hope they stayed hidden. If they decided to come out and betray any of us, then it wouldn't be considered an evil act to kill them, or at the very least, knock them out and shove them somewhere until everything was over. I do have a spell that lets me throw stones. Ian broke the quiet. You've officially unlocked all the basic spells, Dusty said with a proud smile. You're doing great. Thanks. The kid grinned from ear to ear and jutted his chin in the air proudly. I think I'll catch up to you soon. Yeah, you will, the older wizard said, and then looked between Stefan and me. Shall we continue on? It doesn't look like any other monsters are coming. There's going to be a third wave, I said. Stage 2 isn't over yet, Stefan said with that same sour expression I was realizing was his worried face. The second wave happened pretty fast, Aurelia said as she strolled over to grab her axe from the rubble. If the next one was going to hit us here, then it already would have. True, I said, and glanced around the street. Water still bubbled up from the broken fountain, but it was slower than before. It poured over the edges and mixed with the dirt clods left behind from the other electric sables. The entire street was covered in mud puddles that stretched up into the overflowing water basin. Guess the parts that fell off didn't disappear, Kyle said and pointed to the mud. Weird. It is. I frowned and picked my way through the debris to walk closer. Their bodies should have completely disappeared. Maybe it's because it wasn't part of their bodies anymore, Ian suggested as he snuck closer. No way, Justin kicked a large clump. That's not how the game mechanics work. If it was part of them at any point, then it should be part of them when they disappear. I leaned down to touch the silt like it would suddenly help me understand how they were even there. The rat tongue had disappeared with its owner earlier, so how were the clods still there? I didn't see any grass either, and the electric sables always left a few blades when their bodies fell apart. I'm probably wrong, Katie started to say from closer to the buildings, but I don't think the dirt is from the electric sables. What makes you think that? Aurelia asked. Because it's all starting to flow together, the female wizard said and pointed to another clump. I followed her finger to where dirt was swirling together beneath the water to form another dirt clod, and there were more nearby. They almost looked as if they were going to form a golem. I turned to stare at the fountain and noticed the water was darker than it should have been. Everyone back up and get ready, I said. If these creatures are made from mud, then the wizards will need fireballs. Got that, Dusty said. I can handle that, Ian said, even as he backed all the way up to where Katie was standing. The water was moving faster now. It swirled with silt until it was all thick mud that poured over the edge of the fountain and into the street. Everyone had their weapons at the ready, and I pulled my bear fang out from its sheath. I stood slowly so I wouldn't draw attention to myself as bright red health bars began to pop up above the mud, just like the ghouls had in the swamp. There were monsters beneath the grime, and I'd be ready to chop them into pieces when they appeared. I'd barely gotten to my feet when a muddy arm shot up from the swirling puddle and latched onto my wrist. Bright red eyes opened from inside the grime, and they were focused solely on me. I yanked back hard, but then another arm grabbed my leg and pulled hard. My knees buckled from the force of it, and a wide smile appeared in the mud. Sharp stone teeth chomped at the air as the monster dragged me further into the puddle. I'd already started to sink below the surface like it was quicksand, and the cobblestone street had completely disappeared. "Shit, shit, shit," Kyle said and put his hands under my shoulders to pull me back. "Someone help me!" "Right here," Stefan said as he came to help. "Fireballs!" Justin screeched like the panicked preteen he was. "We need fireballs!" "Right!" Ian shouted. A baseball-sized fireball pummeled the mud puddle right in front of me. It dried up for a second, but then another hand came out from the grime to extinguish the flames and re-wet the area. 3 more fireballs of various sizes hit the ground all around us as Dusty and Katie joined in the attack. I was up to my elbows in the dried, dirt-caked ground, but one good pull from Stefan and Kyle had me flying back onto my butt. Dirt clods clung to my leather pants, my arms, and even my cheeks, but the eyes had disappeared for the moment. "We killed them so easily!" Justin shouted excitedly. "They're not dead yet, kid," Dusty said and nodded to the fountain. I scrambled to my feet a lot faster this time. The 2 monsters who'd attacked me couldn't be dead already, not from such a simple attack. The 3rd wave would be harder to fight than the first 2, and killing them with a few fireballs was even easier than the rats had been. Muddy water was bubbling up from the broken fountain, and more health bars were popping up. It was hard to read them as they disappeared into the muck and then reappeared like they were fish darting through a stream that was oozing closer with every second. I spotted 2 with a small dent in their health bars, and my mouth went as dry as the patch of mud that had been hit with the fireballs. I knew the 2 wouldn't be dead, but the attacks had barely done any damage at all. "Everyone stay out of the mud," I said, and gestured to the crates and barrels along the street. A few were already broken from the electric sables exploding, but there were a couple still intact, and, more importantly, we could climb onto the roofs from on top of them. "We need to get as high as we can." I tugged Ashley closer to one of the barrels. "Come on, everybody needs to head to the roof. These things clearly have a long reach. We need to make it hard for them." Dirt clods bubbled and roiled as more water was added, and the golem-like bodies smoothed out to become more like muddy ghouls with sharp stone teeth, red eyes, and long fingers that ended in spikes. I counted at least 7 of them, but it was hard to tell just how many there were as they collapsed and reformed as if they weren't quite ready to appear yet. "Up, up, up!" Kyle was saying as he helped the wizards onto a roof. "That means you too," Stefan said as the hunter leaned down to offer me a hand. "Don't have to tell me twice," I snorted and grabbed his hand. The giant hefted me onto the roof like I weighed nothing, and I swung up to the side with a shocked shout. It had been a long time since someone had been able to lift me like that, and my heart hammered in my chest harder than when the monsters were trying to drag me under. "I'm going to be that strong one day," Justin said with wide eyes. "It takes a lot of work," Stefan said. "The paladin isn't light." Could have fooled me. I sat up to stare down at the monsters. There were now 7 of them, and they'd stopped collapsing in on themselves. They all stared up at me as if the others weren't even there. Their red eyes were filled with hatred, and a shiver ran down my spine as I watched as they rippled constantly. At least I could see their health bars now, though it definitely wasn't comforting. Silt walkers, level 20. Great, I sighed and ran a hand through my hair. It wouldn't be fun if everything we fought was a lower level than us, Aurelia said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. The last electric sable was higher than us, Sarah pointed out. It almost killed all of us, and it was by itself. Guess we're just going to have to be very smart about this, I said. Kyle was across the street with the wizards. The rogue gave me a thumbs up, and I saw the cloak symbol appear next to their names. His spell didn't cover the warriors on the roof next to me, but it was better than nothing, and the mages were the ones that really needed the protection. "What are you thinking?" Stefan asked. "I'm thinking this is going to be difficult," I said, and slowly stood. I'm also thinking it's really exhausting being the bait. "Ah, but you're so good at it," Aurelia teased and then lifted a hand to signal to the wizards. Dusty nodded to show he understood the assignment, and a fresh fireball licked his fingers and formed in his palm. "Time to get this party started," I said. "I'll give them something to hunt, and you guys slice and dice them once they're dried out. With any luck, we can trap them all in one area." "We'll keep your health bars up." Ashley gave me a thumbs up. "Where's Raven?" I asked as I suddenly realized the necromancer was nowhere to be found. "She's chasing the mud river," Aurelia said and pointed to the street. The necromancer slipped through the shadows as well as a rogue. She snuck into doorways when she reached them, looked back, and then waved at me with a huge grin like a kid at an amusement park. "She'll make sure there aren't any more silt walkers that way," Stefan said. "Don't worry, if she needs help, she'll come back for us. She's not that crazy." "Right," I said, and then lifted my bear fang into the air. "I'll trust you. Let's get this over with. Come and get me!" Chapter 19. I darted across the roof toward the golden dome in the distance. There were still 3 buildings between the one that had collapsed and the one I was on. I'd never be able to jump the space between the last roof and the one after. Gurgling sounds came from the street below me, and I glanced over the edge to see the silt walkers chasing after me. Their legs would stretch like the cheese on a fresh pizza, snap, and then reform as the mud slid forward with them. Their red eyes were focused solely on me, and I swear their sharpened stone teeth looked even pointier than before. Okay, I said when one of them leaped into the air and clung to the roofline. The monster hung from the gutter until it gave way from the silt walker's weight. A gargled growl bubbled up as the creature collapsed into the mud wave that reached up to catch it. Its red health bar disappeared for a second, but then reappeared closer to the others. I reached the edge of the first roof and leaped the few feet to the next one. My right boot skidded on the gutter, but I caught myself and kept pushing forward to the next. I could hear someone running behind me and glanced over my shoulder to see it was Stefan. His long legs easily closed the gap, and soon we were about to reach the gap where the building had collapsed on the electric sable. I had to stop and bend over to catch my breath. Every time I tried to suck in air, my chest hurt and my lungs burned with every gasping breath. I coughed into my hand and gaped at the mud in my palm. I racked my brain for when the gunk could have gotten into my lungs, but my face had never met the pool. It had been close, but Kyle and Stefan pulled me back before the mud monsters could suck me under. The gunk covered all my clothes, but it had already dried. I tried to move forward, but fell to my knees instead. It suddenly felt like my lungs were filled with water. I hacked and coughed up mud for what seemed like an eternity, though it wasn't even enough to fill my outstretched hand. Finally, I was able to get a solid breath in without feeling like there was no room for air, and I wiped the gunk onto my pants. To my horror, it started to move like an alien symbiote. The mud almost blended in with my black leather pants, but I could feel the way the fabric scrunched and released. "What the heck?" I gasped and swiped at the spot. The mud splattered onto the wooden roof and soaked into the thirsty boards. My mind raced with what had just happened while still refusing to believe it, despite having felt and seen it myself. "Josh?" Stefan asked as the hunter stared down at me. "Josh, are you okay?" "Fine," I rasped. The big man offered a hand to me and yanked me back up to my feet. "I think," I started and then sucked in another deep breath. "I think the mud can travel." "Of course it can," he snorted. "It's literally moving right down the street. It's how they travel." "No!" I shook my head and started to walk toward the edge of the roof. I think the mud can move when it's broken away from the main part. Like it just traveled into my lungs, bro." I watched the dawning horror on the big man's face. I could practically see him replaying the last few seconds. It would have looked like a normal freakout when I coughed up the mud, wiped it on my pants, and then quickly brushed it off onto the roof. But I could see the second he realized I might be right. "You're sure?" he asked, as if he wanted me to say no. "I think so," I nodded sympathetically. Something slapped against the roof right next to us, and I spun around with my bear fang at the ready, but there was only a dirt smudge. It was already dripping back down into the street, but a small rivulet tried to find a way to us. Thankfully, the wooden slats in the roof absorbed the moisture better than brawny paper towels. I focused my attention on getting the rest of the dried mud from my clothes and face. Most of it had already flaked off, but I didn't want to take the chance that any of it would find its way back into my lungs where everything was moist and perfect for rehydrating. Suffocating to death was very high on my list of ways I did not want to die. Worry raced through my veins as I realized the others were still close to the fountain where the creatures had first appeared, and where their source of mud was. They were also under Kyle's stealth spell, but I wasn't, so calling out orders to them shouldn't cost them anything. "Everyone use your shirt or something to cover your face!" I shouted, and then winced as more pain lanced through me. Warmth spread through my body as Ashley lifted her hands into the air, and my health bar shot back up. The cleric nodded once and then pulled her shirt up to cover her mouth. Granted, the Siltwalkers were completely focused on me, but it was better to be safe than sorry after the rats. No explanation needed. The others all followed suit, though Justin's face was twisted with confusion, like the preteen wanted to ask, but decided to just go with it for the moment. I gave him a thumbs up and then focused on the monsters gathering in front of the building like pigeons on a French fry. The rehydration attack hadn't brought my health down too much, but it was enough to show that a full-blown hit would almost kill me, and the others wouldn't stand a chance. Only Aurelia and Stefan would be okay, so I needed to make sure they didn't pay attention to the others, though thankfully that wasn't too hard at the moment. My lungs were still struggling to realize the threat was gone. It was the same issue as when Kyle thought he was having an asthma attack despite being perfectly fine, but I wasn't going to let these monsters get into my head. I trudged ahead to the roof's edge and then double-checked that the others were still okay. Ian's shirt had slipped from his mouth as he threw fireball after fireball at the mud slinking down the street. The kid had clearly forgotten my orders in the heat of battle, but I needed to make sure he pulled his shirt back up. "The dried mud can rehydrate!" I shouted across the street. "Don't inhale it, or it'll try to suffocate you!" "You've got to be kidding me!" Kyle snapped so loudly that it echoed. There went the stealth spell. The creatures hadn't noticed where the fireballs were coming from, probably because they were too focused on me, but now the whole party was exposed. Kyle closed his eyes with a frustrated expression, as if the rogue was actually sending up a prayer that he didn't just get everyone killed. 3 of the silt walkers spun around to stare at the rogue and the 3 wizards on the roof with him as they realized where all the damage was actually coming from. Their health bars had gone down enough that my friends had made themselves a bigger issue than my natural aggro could handle, and the monsters did their stilted run toward my friends while the others remained locked on me. Dusty stepped forward and threw a fireball right at the leader's face. It fell backward into the other 2, and all 3 collapsed into the muddy river now flowing down the cobblestone street. It didn't take long for the dried-out silt walker to rehydrate and pop back up with its friends, though I could have sworn it had been taller. Either way, its health bar had gone down by 10%. Fire was definitely going to be the way to go. "Hey!" I shouted at the top of my lungs as the 3 started toward the wizards again. "I'm over here! Nice, juicy paladin! Come and get me!" Dusty, Ian, and Katie were lobbing fireballs as fast as they could, but their mana was dropping fast, and the level 20 silt walkers just reformed every time they collapsed back into the muddy river. Each time they resurfaced, they were slightly shorter, and the gunk they came out from seemed thinner, as if there was only so much of it. Good news. "Hey!" I shouted at the top of my lungs. "Come on! Over here!" One of the silt walkers glanced over at me, but then Dusty hit it with another fireball, and the monster's attention went right back to the wizard when it reformed. The wizards were doing great, but they wouldn't survive if the monsters managed to hit them. I needed to get the creature's attention again, but clearly just being a paladin wasn't going to be enough. I'd have to actually damage them, but they were too far away at the moment, and there were still 4 other silt walkers between me and the 3 on the other side of the street. "They're down by 40%, Stefan said as my mind raced. "Yeah, but that's only 3 of them, and the wizards are running out of mana," I said. "We need to figure something out soon, or they're going to be sitting ducks while they wait for their mana to refill." "What are you thinking?" the big man asked. "I was planning on drawing them to the barrier," I said, and ran my free hand through my hair. "That's not going to work now." A long, muddy arm slapped the rooftop right next to my foot, and every hair raised on the back of my neck. I felt like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, but there was no time to freak out. I needed to get moving again. If I could find a way down to the ground, then the wizards would become less appetizing. Paladins were always the most important. At least, we were when we could do more damage. "A fiery sword would really come in handy right now," I huffed and gripped the bear fang a little tighter. "Okay, first things first. We need to put more distance between us and that fountain. The muddy river is still coming from there, but it's starting to thin out with the attacks, and also as we make our way further away." The only problem was we'd officially reached the gap in the buildings. There was no easy way to the ground. No convenient ladder or barrels for us to use, and definitely no way I'd be able to jump over to the next building. I hurried over to the other side and leaned over the edge as another wet slap hit the roof behind me. "Figured out how we can get down yet?" Stefan asked. "Working on it," I said, and squatted to stare at the ground below. It was almost a 10-foot drop from the roofline to the shattered wreckage below. Stone and broken boards were scattered between the 2 buildings, but to my surprise, the muddy river didn't leak through. It was as if it couldn't go into the space, even though the house was broken beyond repair. Game mechanics, I muttered.
What?
Stefan asked. Game mechanics, I repeated a little louder. The hunter's face twisted with confusion for a second, but followed my finger when I pointed to the street, and soon a small smile crawled across his face.
I see what you mean, he said. Looks like we can escape the river, but the electric sable could cross the threshold of that house before it collapsed. I'm guessing these guys can too.
Yes, they can. I stood and gestured for Stefan to come closer. They'll have to leave their mud source when they do it too. If we can hit them hard enough, then we can dry them out, and they won't be able to reform.
Okay.
Stefan sheathed his swords. I like the idea, but how are we going to dry them out? Fire, I said. The wizards are almost out of mana, he pointed out. I know. I frowned and sheathed my short sword as well.
Please tell me you don't want us to draw them in and then light the rubble on fire with us right there, the hunter said.
Got a better idea? I asked. Because one hit from those guys, and we're going to die. Stefan narrowed his eyes, but then sighed and nodded.
I got nothing.
Then let's do it, I said. I turned back around as the 4 other siltwalkers kept trying to climb onto the roof, but each time their arms gave out and they fell back into the muddy river. Their health bars were slowly going down with each failure, and the flowing silt kept going without them as it traveled closer to the golden dome in the distance. The wizards were officially out of mana, and without the constant attacks, the other 3 siltwalkers forgot all about them in favor of trudging over to try and reach me. The cloak symbol had once again appeared next to the other raid members. Stefan gave me a thumbs up when I looked confused. Kyle's spell shouldn't have cooled down already, and I sighed with relief when I realized the hunter had used his own stealth spell. His ability to keep everyone hidden was exactly what we needed if the new plan was going to work.
What are we going to do?
Kyle mouthed as he raced down the rooftops so he was right across from me.
It's going to take a minute before they can cast more fireballs.
I wouldn't survive if the creatures hit me. We needed to dry them out. It was only a matter of time before they finally found a way to reach us, and then it would all be over. I just needed to think of something else.
The mini flamethrower,
I gasped, and then motioned like I was flicking on a lighter. Kyle's head tilted to the side as if he was trying to process, and then the rogue started jumping up and down excitedly. He slipped on the roof and started to fall toward the gutters, but Dusty was already there.
That man is very clumsy for a rogue, but he's good at keeping us hidden, Stefan said. At least he didn't draw the monster's attention again. It's going to be a while before the wizards can cast more fireballs. Dusty's mana will refill the fastest, and he is tapped out completely.
We may not need a fireball, I said. We just need them to find a way to get the mini flamethrower from Kyle.
The what?
The hunter asked. It's a long story, I said, and jumped back as another arm slapped the roof. Just know we'll be able to use it to light the debris down there on fire. My mind raced with 1,000 possibilities, most of which ended with us dead, but if I could make it work, then we'd officially be done with Stage 2. All we had to do after that was kill whatever monster was waiting in the castle, and then we'd be finished with the first raid. No problem. We could do it. An angry roar filled the air as another wet slap hit the rooftop right next to me. All 7 siltwalkers were gathered around the building we were currently standing on, and they were doing everything in their power to climb onto the roof. Their arms stretched like mozzarella, but then snapped when they tried to lift themselves off the ground. "They're way too heavy," Aurelia said as the barbarian rushed over to join us with the 2 clerics in tow. "I don't think we can just wait them out," Sarah said. "The stage won't end until they're dead." "I know," I said and nodded to where Kyle was studying the street.
I just need him to get close enough for us to get the mini flamethrower." "I can do it!" Justin swung his giant warhammer onto his shoulder. "I'm the youngest one here, so my knees are still great. All I have to do is jump down onto that barrel, run across the mud, grab it, and then come back." "The mud can travel all on its own." I frowned. "If you get it on you, then it'll try to kill you." "Then I'll strip," the preteen said with a wink at Aurelia. "It'll be a nice present for you." "Gross," the redhead said with a full body shudder. "Seriously, kid, no. Never, ever going to happen. Why don't you try to find a girl your own age?" "Girls my age don't play games." He shrugged and then jumped as one of the long, muddy arms hit the roof a little closer than it had before. The gutter crumbled and fell into the thin, muddy river below with a splash. One of the silt walkers looked down at it, then back up at the roof, and then grinned with its sharp stone teeth. It nudged the monster next to it, and then pointed to the fallen house next door. It didn't take a genius to figure out their plan. "Time to move," I said, and gestured for the others to follow me. "We can't jump down there," Ashley called after me as I hurried to the side that faced the debris. "That drop will hurt our HP, maybe break our legs." "Better than being in a building as it collapses," Aurelia said. "Trust me on that one." The house we were on started to shake violently as all 7 silt walkers started to slam into the building. A few wooden slats slid down into the muddy river with a splash, and it took all my strength to stay upright. Cracking noises filled the air, and the home shifted toward the monsters like a house of cards about to come down. "Now's the time!" I shouted. "Follow after me! We're going to aim for spots where there isn't a ton of debris." "I don't like it." Ashley latched onto my arm to hold herself steady. "This is going to end badly. I can feel it." "We'll be fine," I promised. I looked down at the street and then pointed at an area with fewer boards than the rest. "Right there," I said. "Sarah, Ashley, you're going to have to heal us as soon as we fall." "Got it," Ashley said, and then gulped hard. "I should let you know. I'm a little afraid of heights." "We'll jump together," I said. "Stefan, can you go first and help catch the others?" "On it," the big man said. The hunter sat down on the roof's ledge, swung over so he was dangling by the gutter, and then dropped to the ground right as the house shifted hard toward the street. Justin screamed as he slid on a slat like it was a skateboard he didn't want to be on. Aurelia grabbed him in time, swung him over the ledge, and then tossed him like a sack of potatoes at Stefan. The old hunter caught the preteen, but his warhammer dropped to the ground right at the edge of the muddy river. "Now's the time," Aurelia said. "See you guys soon." The barbarian winked at us, steadied herself on the ledge, and then leaped into the air like a professional base jumper. I heard her shouting at Justin about where his hands were, but my attention had shifted to Ashley and Sarah. "It's time for us to go," I said as gently as possible, despite how hard the building was shaking. "We don't have long before this thing comes down." "I'm ready," Sarah said. The higher-level cleric grinned and then followed Aurelia's example, though she added a high-pitched screech like a baby being thrown into the air by her father. I can't do this, Josh," Ashley said and gripped my arm so hard it felt like it might break. Just let me fall with the building. Maybe I can get out of the mud before they kill me." "They're level 20, I said as I turned to face her fully. "You've got this. You've already faced a lot of scary monsters. This is just jumping off a roof." Ashley was close to hyperventilating at this point. She took one shaky step closer to me, and I wrapped my arms around her waist. "Just close your eyes and leap," I said. The street-facing part of the house collapsed right as I jumped off the side with Ashley in my arms.
My feet slipped as the whole building began to pitch toward the Siltwalkers, and I twisted so my back was to the ground, but we landed on something soft instead. "Damn, dude," Justin grunted as we tumbled to the ground in a pile of flailing limbs. "You're heavy." "Thanks for catching me," I grunted as I climbed to my feet. "Everyone okay?" "Fine for now," Aurelia said with a pointed look at the Siltwalkers now staring right at us. "Not sure how long that's going to last." The cloak was officially gone. We'd been seen, and the chances of the monsters paying attention to just me were looking slimmer by the second, especially when one practically licked its lips at Stefan like he was a freshly cooked steak. I still had the benefit of being their biggest target, but even my natural aggro was waning, though thankfully only one seemed to notice the hunter next to me. "We're on the way, dearie!" Kyle screamed from across the street. I looked across the street to see Kyle was already dangling from the gutters. He dropped onto a barrel, squatted down when it rocked back and forth, and then gave me a thumbs up like this was just another day and there wasn't a murderous mud river beneath him. The rogue's smile spread from ear to ear as he slowly inched down and started to sneak across the street. The wizard stayed up on the roof where it was safe, and Ian was chewing on his nails with a worried expression. The preteen's attention darted between Kyle, the Siltwalkers, and those of us on the ground. His gaze shifted upward, and his eyebrows crashed together, probably because he realized it was taking a while for his mana to refill. I pulled the bear fang from its sheath and inched backward away from the street. "Everyone get as far from the street as you can," I said. "Don't have to tell me twice," Ashley said. The blonde scrambled over the debris with Sarah right behind her. Both clerics had survived the fall without any obvious damage, but Ashley stumbled over a wooden beam and would have face-planted it if it wasn't for Aurelia catching her. "I'll keep an eye on the clerics," the red-headed barbarian said. "What's the actual plan?" "Fire," I said and pointed at the rubble all around us. "We're going to have a nice big bonfire. First, we need to draw these guys a little closer." "Doesn't look like they want to come over here," Stefan said. The hunter watched the monsters with wary eyes as he pulled both swords back out. The one in the middle walked 2 steps past where the threshold used to be, but then stopped and looked back when the mud river didn't follow him. It didn't take long for the others to start pointing between the fountain, the golden dome where their silt stream had gathered, and the area we were standing in. 3 of them had lost almost half their life force to the wizard's fireballs, and they jabbed spiked fingers across the street at where the mages stood far enough back on the roof that the Siltwalkers wouldn't be able to reach them. They didn't have faces, but the mud flowing together to make their heads was looking distinctly pissed off. "I guess we'll just have to piss them off," Justin said smugly as the monsters continued to have their wordless argument. "I bet I can grab my warhammer, slap them with it, and run before they realize I'm even there." "No," I said, and put up my free hand to stop him. "Don't even think about it. We can't afford to get hit by these guys." "I can," Stefan said. "I'm officially level 16 after the electric sable. That's close enough. I should be able to take at least 2 hits. "I'll keep you alive," Sarah said. I frowned hard at the hunter. I didn't like the idea of having anyone else at the forefront. It was my job to keep them safe. It was one thing to have them fighting, but another thing entirely for the big man to be the bait and main fighter. "Fine." The word tasted like ash in my mouth. "You and I get to be distractions. Justin, as soon as Kyle gets across the street, I want you 2 to start a fire. Stefan and I will lure them in." A low growl came from the Siltwalker's direction, and I looked over to see the leader glaring at me with bright red eyes as if he'd understood every word I said. Just how sentient were these guys? If they could figure out what I just told the others, then it would be a lot harder to stop them. Kyle had already slipped across the street, and I'd lost sight of him. Footsteps came from the house next to us, followed by a crash and a string of curses to whatever table my friend had tripped on. A window looked out at us, and I sighed with relief when the thief appeared in it with a thumbs up. "It's my time." Justin grinned and rushed over to help Kyle crawl out. The ground shook beneath my feet as the silt walkers all shouted at once. They surged forward as if all their worries about being away from the mud river were suddenly unimportant. I barely had time to bring my bear fang up before the first one reached me. It slashed out with its spiked fingers, but I ducked and twisted out of the way. Mud dripped down on my shoulder, but there was no time to worry about it trying to drown me. I needed to do as much damage as possible and keep the monsters away from Kyle and Justin. "Come and get me!" I shouted and slashed behind me. A roar echoed, and I glanced over my shoulder to see I'd managed to stab one in the stomach. It had only dropped the monster's HP by about 5%, but it was enough to make it focus right on me. It snarled at two of its buddies, and they immediately surged forward to chase after me. I jumped up like a kangaroo as one tried to sweep my feet out from underneath me, and another knocked me hard in the chest. I flew backward and landed on top of a pile of broken boards. All the air left my lungs, and I swiped at the mud trying to crawl up my neck. I'd lost half my health already, but the silt walkers were having trouble reaching me over the debris. Every time one of them tried to climb over the wood, they lost some of their height and their HP. The thirsty debris was sucking them up just like the roof had when they'd tried to climb up, but it left the boards wet. That would make it harder to catch them on fire. "How's the bonfire coming?" I asked as I scrambled through the broken building. "Any time you get it going would be great." "Working on it," Kyle snapped. "I'm not a Boy Scout like you, Paladin." I was actually an Eagle Scout, I muttered mostly to myself, but the rogue still caught it. I snuck a peek over at the dynamic duo and found him sending me a withering glare. "Yeah, well, some of us spend our time inside with technology, not camping and being all outdoorsy and useful to our communities," he huffed. "I'm helping," Justin said. "I just need to find... Aha! I found something I can use as kindling." Justin lifted up a moth-eaten curtain like it was a golden trophy. "I'm running out of mana," Sarah said in a strained voice. Stefan sliced through the 4 silt walkers with practiced ease like he was a professional chef instead of an investment banker. The monsters lost limbs, but just collapsed in on themselves and reformed. They were smaller, and their health bars were going down, but the hunter was taking damage every second. "Hey!" I shouted as I climbed to my feet. The 3 silt walkers were still trying to get to me, but they'd lost health as well, and they were currently gesturing wildly to the wooden planks all around me, then back out to the street where the mud river had all but disappeared. I needed them to chase after me, especially since Kyle and Justin had finally gotten the fire going. Smoke drifted into the air, and suddenly all 7 mud monsters were staring right at the rogue and barbarian. Stefan and I were officially chopped liver compared to the 2 men who'd started a fire. The silt walkers surged over the debris, their arms shooting outward the same way they had when they tried to climb the roof. Justin was hit hard in the chest, while Kyle ducked at the last minute. The rogue dragged the preteen down and started hurrying back to where Sarah and Ashley were furiously casting their healing spells. "It's up to you guys now!" Kyle shouted. "Turn him over and make sure none of the mud gets in his lungs," I warned them, and then turned to Stefan. "You good?" "Yep," he grunted, and then nodded to the silt walkers.
What now? They're staying away from the flames.
We bring the flames to them, I said, and tapped the big man on the arm. What are our muscles for if we can't throw some wooden beams at a few mud people? Stefan snorted in response, but nodded, and then sheathed his swords. I followed his example and hurried over to the closest on-fire board. Heat washed over me as I hoisted it into the air and then tossed it hard against the closest mud monster. I hit my mark, and the creature toppled over with a gargled scream. The board stayed on top of him, even as the silt walker tried to squirm out from underneath it. In seconds, the monster had dried out completely, and he crumbled into dirt. "Ha!" I shouted, and then reached for another board. Stefan had grabbed 2 long boards. The hunter slashed through the 2 nearest silt walkers like he was wielding his sword still. The first one he stabbed looked down, and I swear its muddy face actually conveyed shock before it collapsed in on itself. The second let out an angry roar. The fire was working, but there were still 4 left, and they were very focused on trying to reach Kyle and Justin. Creating a bonfire big enough to kill the monsters had made the duo bigger targets, and I was practically invisible. 2 of the silt walkers slapped the rogue with their extended arms. They both lost HP since they didn't have the mud river to replenish themselves, but they clearly didn't care. They wanted Kyle's head on a silver platter. Ashley quickly healed him, but the humanoid monsters made his reflexes slower, and there was no way he'd be able to withstand more attacks. Thankfully, the fire was in full swing now, so the monsters couldn't reach my friends. The only downside was that now our clerics, Kyle and Justin, were all trapped against the house the rogue had come through with the quickly growing flames. "Get through the window!" I shouted over the crackling sounds. "Go, now!" "This would be so much easier if they weren't humanoid," Kyle said as he helped the others get inside. I skirted around the 4 remaining silt walkers and tried to find something to hit them with, but it was slim pickings. The fire was raging so hard that it was eating through the wood before I could pick it up and use it like a club.
"I'm running out of ammo,"
Stefan panted as he reached me. The hunter was completely covered in soot, but so was I, and we were both breathing hard. "We need to get this over with," I said, and fought back a cough. "Smoke kills faster than fire." "Not with these things," he pointed out. All 4 silt walkers were still trying to find a way around the flames in an attempt to reach Kyle, but the rogue and our friends had all slipped through the window and were on their way to safety. "I have an idea," I pointed to a nearby beam. "We each lift an end and slam it into them. The one I hit with the board couldn't crawl out from underneath it."
"Sounds good,"
he said. We met each other's eyes, nodded, and then took off toward the 2 ends. The flames were so hot it felt like my skin was going to blister and melt off, but I managed to hoist one side up while Stefan did the same. I let out a roar of my own as we threw it against the last 4 mud monsters. They went down like a sack of potatoes. I could see them squirm as they tried to free themselves, but the flames were already drying them out, and soon they crumbled to nothing but dust as their health bars finally reached 0. "We did it!" Justin shouted from behind me. I twisted around to see the kid had already retrieved his warhammer. "You mean Josh and Stefan did it?" Kyle snorted. No, I said we." The preteen huffed and kicked a mud puddle as if it had personally offended him. "It was a team effort." "Yeah, it was," I said around a hoarse voice. My health bar shot up as I leveled up. A congratulations box popped up, but I waved it away for the moment. It could wait until we were sure the stage was complete. Another box popped up in its place, and I sighed with relief.
Congratulations on completing Stage 2. We hope you survive the final stage." "You're damned right we survived Stage 2!" Justin shouted and shook his warhammer in the air. More money had been added to my account when I checked, and a loot box popped up over the now dried muddy river. "Looks like they left us something," I said. "The rats and sables didn't," Justin said as we both walked over. "Maybe they weren't powerful enough to drop loot," Kyle said. "Paladin, you did most of the work, so you get first dibs." "I'll only take it if it will help," I said. I pressed the Accept Loot button and then immediately brought up my inventory. There was a new sword, a shield, a necklace, and a pair of gloves. I brought out the sword first and studied it carefully. Name, get right to the point, blue. Type, stabbing. Damage, 70 to 80. Attack speed, moderate. Bonus damage, NA. The knightly sword would have a much better reach than the bear fang I was currently sporting, and the damage was almost 3 times better. It was still the same blue that we'd decided was rare, but I wasn't too concerned with its classification as long as it could deal more damage. 2 short spikes came out near the hilt, and the handguard ended in 2 strong points like the tips of arrows. Thick black leather wrapped around the handle so it wouldn't easily slip from my hands, and the whole thing felt fairly lightweight given its size. "Okay, now that's amazing," Justin said and leaned down to study it. "Thinking of trading in your warhammer?" I teased. "Not a chance," the preteen said. "I'd rather be Thor than a knight in shining armor." "You should keep it," Stefan said as the hunter walked over to see my new weapons. "You're the one on the front line, so you'll need the better gear." "Yeah," Kyle snorted. "I don't want my bait to be bitten that easily. Plus, I think it really ups our overall team aura, you know? A paladin at the front looks cool, but a paladin at the front with a big shiny sword? 50% cooler," Justin finished for him. "Exactly," the rogue nodded. "Make us look cooler, Josh. It's for the good of the team." "I'll prioritize that." I rolled my eyes. I traded the bear fang permanently for the new knightly sword, and the weight of it hanging from my belt felt reassuring. Fighting the final boss would be a lot easier with it than the short sword, but I couldn't deny that the guys were also right about how cool it was. It was, in fact, a sick-looking sword. I could use a slightly bigger one maybe, down the line, but for now, the nerd in me was feeling pretty good about getting to wield it. "What else did you get?" Justin asked. "A shield and a necklace," I said, and pulled the shield from my inventory. "A shield?" Kyle gasped as he lunged to get a look. "Wait a dang minute. That's even cooler." It stretched from my shoulders down to my hips and was almost wide enough to cover my entire chest. Black roses with spiked vines covered the shiny silver surface, and 3 spikes protruded from 2 notches in the sides near the top, like the vines had tried to break free and wanted to do damage all on their own. I pulled up the stats and blinked a few times to make sure I wasn't reading it wrong. Name, every rose has its thorns, blue. Description, lightweight shield. Strength, +10. Dexterity, 0. Speed, 0. Stamina, +10. Defense, +30. Bonus, spikes deal +10 damage. Can be upgraded. Kyle shook my shoulder like an eager kid. "What color is it, Josh? Don't leave me in suspense." "Blue," I said. "I think it can become master level, though. It's the first thing I've seen that says it can be upgraded." "Gross," Justin grumbled. "Why would you want a shield? It's just going to get in the way. You should just equip both swords." "Idiot," Kyle noted. "You know nothing, Grasshopper. That shield is the sexiest thing I've ever seen."
Dude, I chuckled. You know it's true, don't play with me, the rogue said with a wide grin. When I say you look like an honest-to-God knight, I mean it. All the monsters are going to be so jealous when they see us coming. I'd prefer it if they were intimidated, I said, but I'll take it. It looks huge, Justin muttered and shook his head. Paladins need shields like this one, Stefan said. They're out on the front line. If they get hit, they need something to protect them, and Josh is a tall man. That shield isn't too huge for a man his size. How does it handle? Kyle asked. Not bad, I said, and hefted it up and down a few times. I like that it has spikes on the sides, Justin conceded. I guess if you have to wear a shield, then one that can also attack isn't too bad. Glad you approve, I snorted. I pulled out the necklace last. I didn't want to take everything the Silt Walkers had dropped, but the armor and new sword would help me keep us all alive when we fought the final monster, and I felt a lot better moving forward with them. My life really was on the line more and more in this raid, and with Stage 3 coming up, I needed all the help I could get. As I read the necklace's stats, I decided it would be helpful too, but more for a mage than for a paladin. Name: focus on the positive, green. Description: silver chain necklace with clear crystal. Strength: 0. Dexterity: 0. Speed: 0. Stamina: +5. Bonus: gives wearer +15 in concentration. Looks like something you'd see a witch wearing, Stefan said with a pointed look at the quartz crystal dangling from the silver chain. A mage would do well with this, I said. Preferably a cleric, since they'll be doing a lot of healing. I already have a necklace, Sarah said, and tugged a thin gold chain out from beneath her shirt. It lowers my spell cooldowns by 30 seconds. You definitely need that, I said. Ashley? I do think it's pretty, the blonde said. Shouldn't we give it to one of the wizards, though? I'm okay, Ian said and held up his hands. I'd rather our healer has spell boosts. Katie and Dusty both nodded their heads in agreement, and I made the trade to Ashley. She slipped it on, held the quartz up to the light, and then wiggled happily as she let it fall back down. Thanks, you guys, she smiled brightly. I really appreciate this. I'll use it wisely. That's all we ask, I said, and then looked around at everyone else. Are you guys sure you're okay with me keeping the sword and shield? I could always— Negative. I won't let anyone take them. Kyle glared at the others as if in challenge, and they generally shrugged without any concern. They'll serve you best, Stefan told me. I have no intention of being anywhere near the battle, Dusty said. The sword and shield will be best used by our paladin. I can transfer my bear fang to someone, I offered. Nope, Justin said. I already told you I'm a hammer kind of guy. Fair enough, I said. We should start heading out. We all survived the second stage, but there's still one more to go. Not all of us made it, Ashley said. What? I asked, and then double-checked the wizards like I hadn't just seen them a second ago. Ian, Katie, and Dusty all stood right where I'd seen them before without a scratch on them and full health bars. Ashley and Kyle were good to go since they leveled up, and the rest of the higher-ranking party were even higher now that we'd taken on 7 level 20 monsters. Even Raven was okay wherever she was. The necromancer had a full health and mana bar. That only left 2 party members unaccounted for. I checked the raid party list to see both Brandon and Brian's names had been grayed out. They were dead, and we had no idea where their bodies were. Chapter 20. Brandon and Brian didn't make it, Ashley whispered, as if the words needed to be said out loud. I'm going to be very honest and say that I'm not going to miss them, Kyle said. I'm not saying I'm happy about their death, but come on. They were jerks. We still shouldn't be so callous about their lives being lost, I said. Are you going to miss them? He countered. No, I admitted. We should still find their bodies and make sure they can go into the afterlife. A board cracked inside the now raging bonfire. I jumped back a little as if the flames were about to eat me alive. The fire had been slowly going out as I went through the loot, but it must have hit a new patch of wood or something, because it was now reaching toward the dome like it wanted to escape. First things first, I said, and turned to the wizards. Would you guys mind putting out this fire before it consumes the whole town? On it, Ian said with a wide grin. I always wanted to be a firefighter. No, you didn't. His friend rolled his eyes. I did too, the young wizard snapped. When we were in 3rd grade, Justin countered. Guys, I said, and pinched the bridge of my nose. Can you work while you argue? The two preteens stared at each other for a second, but then Ian turned and cast a water spell at the fire. Katie and Dusty helped, and soon all 3 wizards had doused the flames until there was nothing but smoke and cinders. Ian and Justin high-fived like they were real-life firefighters, though they kind of were in the moment. A breeze picked up and pushed the smoke toward the town's edge. I watched it pass through the golden dome in the distance and had the sudden urge to become smoke myself, but there was still work to be done, and I was going to finish this raid. I'd survived 2 stages already. There was only 1 left. I just had to get everyone through it, and I had a new sword and shield to help me do just that. There were 2 thick leather straps on the inside of the shield for me to hold in battle, but 1 long one that I could adjust. It took me a few seconds, but finally I managed to make it long enough to sling over my shoulder like a messenger bag. It would be easy to take back off if we were attacked, but now I'd have 2 free hands to help if anyone needed it. Do you think the mud monsters will come back? Justin asked in a quiet voice as I adjusted the shield. Not because I'm scared or anything. I just want to be ready. I think we'll be good. I ruffled his hair, only to have him vehemently smack at my hand like it was a fly. I smirked anyway. You were really brave setting the fire and helping the clerics through the window, by the way. Well played. You saw that? He perked up. I was pretty awesome, wasn't I? You totally would have died without my help. The bit with the curtain was brilliant, Kyle said. The rogue popped up out of nowhere, threw an arm around Justin's shoulder, and then dragged him in for a noogie. Ah, stop it! The young barbarian snarled and wiggled away from my friend. I watched the 2 argue like siblings and shook my head. It was good to see them laughing and joking around, but there was still 1 more stage to go, and we were all in bad shape. My shirt was basically shredded at this point, and it didn't heal when I leveled up. I needed to take it to a weapons master to have him fix it, or maybe find something to wear that would offer some kind of protection when we entered the castle. And I knew just who to loot. Where are you going? Ashley asked as I turned to walk into the cobblestone street. To find the bodies, I said. I want to find out how they died, and I clearly need a new shirt. I'll come with you, Dusty said, just in case you need another fireball. We'll meet by the fountain, Stefan said. Raven should be on her way back now. We can wait for you there and then head out. If Brandon and Brian's armor or weapons are decent, bring them with you. These monsters have been giving us gold, but nothing decent in the way of armor and weapons. You got it, I said, and then immediately pulled up my HUD. Sure enough, there was an extra 1,500 gold in my account. The higher-level monsters were harder to kill, but they paid better. We did fight way too many rats, but it was good to see my quest counter getting higher. I'd already earned almost 2,000 gold since coming into the game. Only 8,000 to go, and I'd be finished with the collection for Chapter 1. "This raid pays better than the last one did," Dusty said as I waved away my HUD. "I've almost died more times, too." "Why do you sound so eager about that?" I shook my head and started toward the last place I'd seen Brandon and Brian. "I'm an old man." He shrugged. "I don't mind dying. At least dying here as a wizard is better than being in a nursing home with nurses just trying to get through the day, people screaming or shouting all the time, and infrequent visits from my kids." "They don't visit?" I asked. "They try," he said, and gave me a warm smile. "My grandkids are growing up fast, and their parents don't have as much free time. It was the same when my old man started getting on in age. The nursing home isn't too bad, the food is good, and I have my gaming to keep me busy. It's better than a lot of places, but I was a ranger. It's hard to think of dying in a bed as a feeble old man, not when I could pass away here as an adventurer." I nodded along as I processed. My dad had never been a ranger, but it would be hard on him to die in a nursing home. He was still young enough to live in his own house, but one day he'd need help, and I knew without a doubt the proud man would demand I put him in a retirement village or something where he and Mom could have a nurse to aid them when they needed it, but also have independence. "How old are you on the outside?" Dusty asked. "I'm guessing you're no older than 25. "Close." I chuckled and shoved my worried thoughts about my parents into the back of my mind. "I'm 29. "Still got it," the older wizard said with a twinkle in his eye. "I'm betting Brandon and Brian were in their 30s, like Aurelia. They had the air of those guys who aren't happy with how their lives turned out. I bet they came into this game thinking they'd just kill and destroy to their heart's content so they could actually be big shots for once." "Probably," I said, and then came to a stop in front of the building where they'd last holed up. "I don't see their bodies anywhere." Dusty leaned against the doorframe and squinted into the darkness. "There's no loot option." "Why would they have left somewhere safe?" I huffed and ran a hand through my hair. Dried mud flaked off into my fingers, and a shiver ran through me as I remembered how it had almost suffocated me. The muddy river had flowed all the way to the dome and pooled there, but it was already drying now that the stage was over. The sentient part that had attacked me must have come from the silt walkers themselves, because the regular stuff just went on about its business like a normal, slow-moving mudslide. "The silt walkers didn't make it this far, right?" I asked, and bent down to study the dried mud near the threshold. "Not that I saw." Dusty followed my gaze. "I think this came from the river." "Right," I said, and straightened. "They had to have moved at some point, but I don't get why." "They must have seen something they wanted." The older man turned to study the other buildings. "Or they thought they'd be safer somewhere else. I wouldn't have wanted to be inside with the muddy river going by, especially with those creatures trying to jump on roofs." "Maybe," I said. "The mud couldn't go inside, though. Brandon and Brian were experienced enough, they would have noticed those game mechanics." I felt like a detective on a TV drama trying to find the culprits instead of two guys who'd fallen victim to a video game we were all trapped in. I turned around in a slow circle and focused on finding a loot option somewhere. "There!" I said and pointed back up the street. Two loot options were huddled next to the door of the building the wizards and Kyle had first climbed onto. It was right next to the fountain and on the way to the castle. They were hard to spot, but the light from the golden dome shimmered at just the right time to make the words visible against two barrels. I raced up the street to find Brandon and Brian squatting down into the barrels. Dried mud filled the wooden containers. Brandon's face was frozen in horror with dark streaks spilling from his mouth and down his neck. Brian was the same, though there were angry red marks around his eyes as if he'd tried to claw them out. It took all my self-control not to throw up right then and there. I whipped around, bent over, and forced in deep breaths. Their faces were going to haunt me for a long time, but if I looted them, then the boys wouldn't see the bodies, and that was enough to pull myself together. "Do you need me to do it?" Dusty asked as the old man stared down at the two bodies. "No." I shook my head, stood back up, and pressed the first loot button. "I've seen some things in my time," the old wizard said. "This has to be the worst way to die, though." "It wasn't pleasant when the mud got into my lungs," I said, and moved on to the second loot button. Another text box popped up in front of my face. I quickly swiped it away, but the words were still seared into my mind. "This user's body may now rest for eternity. His family may mourn." It was the second time I'd seen the message, and it weighed just as heavily as the first one had. Brandon and his crew had looted the other bodies, so the text box hadn't popped up. I knew it was different from the one Kyle received as a rogue, and I had to admit mine was a lot more reassuring. It gave me hope. It was good to know the families would have closure whether our bodies returned to the real world or our bodies finally died. Neither of the guys had too much to loot, but I accepted Brian's shirt and Brandon's boots. Mine were fine for the moment, but Ian's looked as if they were one jog away from falling apart, and the last thing I wanted was for the young wizard to stumble while he was running away from an enemy. I took off the shield, laid it against the barrel, and then tugged my ruined shirt over my head. I tossed it into the now empty barrel and then equipped the new one. It was rare, so it was already way ahead of what I was already sporting. I wasn't sure if I liked how tight it was, but at least there was extra fabric where my muscles were, and the stats were a nice boost. Name: Tires Can't Defeat Me, blue. Description: muscle t-shirt. Strength: 15% boost. Dexterity: 5% boost. Speed: NA. Stamina: NA. Bonus: NA. "You look like one of those terrible gym bros I see online," Dusty snorted. "At least you have the right muscles to make it look decent. It would look ridiculous on Stefan. Can you imagine it trying to stretch across his giant body?" "The clothes adjust for the wearer," the hunter in question said as he strolled up behind us. "Anything else worth salvaging?" "A pair of boots for Ian," I said, as I slid my shield back on. The rest of the group hovered near the fountain. I'd been so focused on Brian and Brandon that I'd barely registered them being near. I'd just noticed them enough to know they weren't a threat, and then went to work so the boys wouldn't see the bodies. I glanced around for Raven and spotted her hiding behind the wall of the last building. She put a finger up to her lips and then gave Stefan and Aurelia a wave when they followed my gaze, but ducked back before Kyle and the others could see her. I had no doubt the necromancer wanted to scare our resident rogue, and I wasn't going to ruin her fun. "Why does he get new boots?" Justin drew my attention back to the group by the fountain. A slow grin crawled across his face as he studied his friend. "Never mind. He'll need them to run." "Ha, ha, ha," Ian huffed. "He's not entirely wrong," I said, and started the trade. "You do need to make sure you can run for it. Wizards aren't designed to take hits as well as warriors. That's just game mechanics, nothing about you personally." "I get it," the young wizard sighed, then accepted the new boots, plopped down on the fountain's ledge, and started to trade out his shoes. "I do need to run more than you guys." "You're leveling up pretty fast, though," I pointed out. "You've also stayed alive with finesse." Ashley smiled and gave the preteen a thumbs up. I wouldn't want to be in your position." "You kind of are in my position," he said, and dropped his worn boots into the fountain. They made a plopping noise, and I walked over to make sure there weren't any more silt walkers waiting. The fountain's water was still muddy, but nothing bubbled up from the broken statue anymore. It was back to being just another ruin, and I had never been more grateful for broken stone and dirty, inert water. "Hey, guys," Katie said in a nervous tone that drew all of our attention. The female wizard's eyes were glazed over with the same expression the rest of us wore when we were looking at our HUDs. Worry creased her brow, and I immediately pulled up my own display to see what she was looking at. "Oh, snap!" Kyle gasped. "Is that a timer?" Yes, it is," Aurelia said. "We didn't have one in the last raid, did we?"
"We did," Stefan said. "It lasts an hour. We were just too busy trying to survive."
"We've already wasted 10 minutes," Justin gaped. "Do we still have enough time?" "Of course we do," Kyle laughed and bumped his shoulder with the young barbarian. "The castle is right there. It's not like it's going to be hard to find whatever big boss we need to defeat." "The problem is actually fighting it," Aurelia said and waved a hand in front of her face, presumably to dismiss her own HUD. The red head shifted to stare up at the castle about half a mile away. It was a straight shot, so it wouldn't take too long to actually get there. A low wall surrounded it, as if whoever built it didn't expect there to be too many attacks. The gray castle itself stood out against the mountain, with 4 tall, square towers at each corner. The main building had a collapsed roof that was visible even from the town. Small, dark rectangles looked out over the plains in the village, and vines crawled inside from the ground. I watched the timer in the middle of my HUD tick down for a few more seconds, but then waved it away to focus on the castle. It had definitely seen better days, but the place was big enough that we'd probably need to search the whole thing. "Let's get started," I said, and started around the fountain. "What about Raven?" Kyle asked. "Oh, I'm sure she's around here somewhere," Dusty said with a dismissive wave. "You have to let your necromancers roam around on their own a little. They're like cats. They need some time alone." I could see the concern on Kyle's face, and his eyes darted to the right as if he was checking to make sure Raven was still alive. She was. The necromancer was currently snickering to herself like a cartoon villain as she hid. "I'm right behind you," Justin declared and swung his warhammer around like it was a baton. "Raven will catch up to us when she's good and ready." I'm coming," Ashley said, "just making sure all the spells are in the right spots. I have a new spell. I can now boost your concentration by 20%. It has a 30-minute cooldown, but that's not too bad." "Nice," I said, and stopped long enough to look at my own spells. I now had defense, strength, and healing spells that would affect the entire party. I quickly equipped the defense and strength, and then continued toward the castle. I even had my first AoE spell, Divine Spite. It would do 75 damage to anyone within a 6-foot radius, and I couldn't wait to try it out. "I'm officially extra sneaky," Kyle said as he came up to walk next to me. "Oh?" I lifted an eyebrow at the rogue. "Are you sure? Because from where I'm standing, you've blown our cover a few times now with your random outbursts." "Okay, first of all, you're not wrong," the rogue said as a deep red blush crawled up his neck all the way to his ears. "I always had Krista there to keep me quiet, you know that. Besides, it's not like we were ever actually in a video game, so I could be as loud as I wanted to be without worrying about being caught. Old habits, my guy." "Fair enough," I said. "You do keep the cloaking spell up when you're not screaming at the top of your lungs." "Of course I do," he said and jutted his chin in the air. "I'm a hot mess, but I take my protection spells very seriously." The rogue deflated a little as he shot a glance back at the others. They all followed us close enough that we could circle up if there was an attack, but they were all lost in their own conversations. Kyle's mouth tugged down into a frown as he pulled his attention back to the castle we were quickly nearing. "I thought the kids were going to die," he muttered after a few seconds. "Dusty, too." "Dusty's not going anywhere anytime soon," I snorted. "He may be willing to die, but he's still got too much fight in him to just give in." "You've heard him saying that, too?" Kyle asked with wide eyes. "I for sure thought I was hallucinating when he first said he could just die and be okay." "Nope, he's ready to go whenever it happens," I said. "I think he wants to die here rather than go back to the real world. We'll have to keep an eye on him, but he's not as reckless as Justin. Dusty won't go gently into that good night, that's for sure." "Justin was pretty brave during the whole mud monster situation," the rogue admitted. "He helped Ashley and Sarah through the window like we were escaping a house fire. The kid's a little crazy, but he's got the spirit, and he's learning from us." "He has improved in a very short time," I agreed. "I just don't want him to be in harm's way." "Neither do I," Kyle said. "I thought my soul was going to leave my body when he almost slid off the roof. Never wanted superpowers more in my entire life, specifically Spider-Man's webs." "Now that would be nice," I snorted. "Maybe we can find a druid somewhere. Justin, Ian, and Katie might be traveling with us. Their group will have 2 more slots open after we leave the raid." "Only if Inara and Chrome are still part of our party," he said. "It sucks that they won't be getting any of the benefits from the raid." "It does," I nodded. "They're going to have to leave Wenkar at some point." "Or we'll just finish the game for them and then break them out," he countered. "That is the goal, isn't it?" I said with a nod, and he lifted a fist to bump his knuckles against mine. Our conversation fell away as we reached the low wall circling the castle's property. The cobblestone road led straight inside, but rusted gates stood between us and the small courtyard on the other side. They were 10 feet tall, and the metal was hammered and woven together to depict what might have been a dragon of some sort once upon a time, but the design had flaked off in some spots or broken off entirely. "What are we doing?" Justin asked as the rest of the group caught up to us. "Just checking in with the people who've survived a raid," I said, and turned to face the higher-ranking group. Stefan and Aurelia had taken up spots all the way in the back. The two were discussing something that sounded suspiciously like their favorite trashy TV show, but both stopped the second they felt our eyes on them. "Oh, great gurus!" Kyle threw his hands into the air. "Will you give us advice on how to proceed?" The hunter and barbarian exchanged a significant look, and Aurelia immediately took a step back and bowed to Stefan. "You're the guru," she laughed. "You'll regret this later," he warned her, and then focused on Kyle. "What do you mean, how do we proceed?" "You go through the gate." "Sounds pretty straightforward," the rogue said. I put a hand on Kyle's shoulder before he could open the gate and stroll inside. "Does the fight start the second we're inside the castle grounds?" I asked. "We weren't in a castle the last time," Sarah answered first. "There's no way for us to know how this one is going to go with only one raid under our belt. I mean, it's already been really different." "More of us have survived to the last stage this time around," Dusty nodded. "There are still 3 waves in every stage, though. I bet the final stage will be the same." "Good news for us," Aurelia said. The barbarian set her axe down so it leaned against her leg, pulled her long red braid around, and then methodically pulled it apart. Her gaze was locked on the ruined castle beyond the gates, as if she had X-ray vision, and I found myself watching her intently. Aurelia's fingers flew through her hair with practiced ease as she pulled the strands apart, sectioned them out again, and rebraided them as if she was sitting in front of a mirror. "Are we really going to go in without Raven?" Kyle asked. "I said she'd catch up," Dusty said. "You don't have to worry about her." I'm keeping an eye on her health bar, Sarah said reassuringly. If she manages to find trouble, then we'll know, and she'll send one of her minions to lead us to her if necessary. Kyle nodded, but looked around as if the rogue hoped to find the pale woman, but the necromancer had already hidden again. I shook my head, but decided not to ruin the strange woman's fun. She'd show herself eventually, and Kyle deserved to be a little shocked every now and then, especially after all the times he'd shouted and dropped our cloaking spell. We could all see she was fine, so the rogue wouldn't worry too much, and he needed someone who could match his chaotic energy. "What was the last stage like?" Katie asked, and snapped me back to our little group. Is it like the second stage?"
"It's different," Stefan said. "There will be many enemies, but only after we find the main boss. It's just like the first game in that respect."
"Good," I sighed with relief. I'd fought plenty of bosses in the first Living Veil game. They all had the same formulaic 3 waves the stages had so far, but they were at least contained to whatever area we found them in. Of course, that presented us with a whole different set of problems, like being in a cramped space when there wasn't room to avoid attacks, but it also meant the main monster wouldn't be able to escape as easily. "I don't know if I can do this," Katie whispered. Tears streamed down the female wizard's face, and Sarah immediately turned to hug Katie so tightly the frail woman squeaked. "We'll keep you alive, I promise," the higher-ranking cleric said. "Yeah," Ashley added. "You just keep us close, and we'll make sure your health bar is good." "The rest of my party all died," Katie whimpered into Sarah's shoulder. "They died so fast, and we couldn't do anything to save them. What if that happens to me?" "It won't," Justin said. "I told you I'd keep you safe. We'll find a pillar or something where you and the other wizards can hide while the warriors take out the big bad guy." "We can't promise you won't be injured at all," I said gently as I walked over to put a hand on her shoulder. "I can promise that everyone here will do what we can to keep you safe." My words felt hollow when almost half the raid party had already died, but I meant them from the depths of my soul. I'd chosen to be a paladin so I could protect people, and that was exactly what I'd do. I had to believe the Lord let me be trapped in the game for a reason. Maybe it was to take out whatever evil was behind us being stuck, or maybe it was to make sure more people made it out alive. Either way, I was going to follow His way and do everything I could to save everyone, even if it meant laying down my own life. "You're looking really intense there, Paladin," Kyle teased. The rogue stuffed his hands in his pockets and flashed one of those bright smiles I was coming to appreciate. "Planning a sermon on how you'll carry us through the fires?" he pressed. We did all the carrying through the fire," Justin snorted and motioned between Kyle and himself. "I mean, you and Stefan did do some heavy lifting, but we did all the fire stuff." "Not all of it," Ian rolled his eyes. "We wizards kicked butt with the fireballs." "Yeah, until your mana ran out," the young barbarian countered. I met Kyle's eyes as the 2 preteens started to go back and forth again. I wasn't sure if they were driving me crazy or if they were endearing. Probably a little bit of both. "Anyway," Kyle said and interrupted the boys. "About that sermon you were planning to give us?" "No sermon," I said. "We all know what's at stake here. It's not just getting out of the raid. That's definitely important, and we're going to do it because we've gotten this far working together. We just have to stick together for the rest of it." "We do work well together," Dusty said. "Yeah, we do!" Raven exclaimed as the necromancer popped up right behind the old wizard. "Holy!" Kyle jumped a full foot in the air. Then his attention snapped back to me, and I could actually see the fight in the rogue's face as he tried to find something that wasn't a curse word. He finally settled on, "Where have you been?" "Exploring," the necromancer said as if it was obvious. The mud river kept flowing all the way to the dome, so I went after it with my babies."
Kyle narrowed his eyes at her and then looked around at the rest of us.
"Why aren't any of you shocked?"
"I was terrified," Justin said in mock surprise.
"I thought she was another monster. I was ready to hit her with my warhammer."
His warhammer was currently resting on his shoulder. "Wow," the rogue said, and then spun to jab a finger at me.
"Et tu, Brute?"
"Yep," I snorted.
"She's been following us for a while. You really should have noticed her."
"I'm the sneaky one," he grumbled. "I don't look out for the sneaky."
Sure,
Raven winked and then stuck her tongue out at the rogue.
"Enough teasing," Stefan said, though there was an amused glint in the hunter's eyes. "Did any silt walkers follow the muddy river?"
"No," she shook her head.
"They pretty much all stayed with you guys. Specifically, they were all focused primarily on the paladin. I think if we had him in the last raid, then a lot more of us would have survived."
"I do try," I said.
"I saw the 2 jerks are dead," Raven said. "It was nice of you to loot their bodies and let them pass on. I would have made them rot there for leaving everyone and hiding during the battle."
"You left us," Justin pointed out.
"No, I did reconnaissance with my babies," she argued. "I would have come back and let you know if there were more of them. The muddy river thinned out pretty fast, though. By the time I came back, you'd already killed all the others. It was very sad. I dismissed my babies since they had nothing to do, and then decided to scare Kyle."
"Why just me?" the rogue whined. "I have a heart condition."
"You do not," I snorted. "At least you don't in the game, just like you don't have asthma anymore."
"You don't know my life," Kyle huffed and stuck his chin in the air stubbornly. I just lifted my eyebrow at him and then cleared my throat.
"Now that we're all together again, why don't we go inside?" I said, and gestured to the gates. "I'll do the honors." Raven skipped over to the rusted gate. The necromancer landed a perfectly executed kick right in the middle of the gate doors. They swung inward on creaky hinges, and the one on the right actually broke away from the top and hung at a dangerous angle as if it was about to fall off completely.
"Subtle," Kyle sighed.
"Come on," the necromancer cheered. "We have a level 35 monster to find and kill."
Chapter 21.
"Let's go kick some honey buns," Kyle said, and trotted after the necromancer. Raven bumped her shoulder against his as soon as they were side by side. I heard movie quotes going back and forth, and some I recognized from action movies, but most went over my head. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker was one that I'd know from anywhere. Die Hard was my favorite Christmas movie, and I'd die on that hill.
"Oh no, there's 2 of them," Sarah sighed.
"They're lively,"
Dusty chuckled.
"Which is really weird to say about a necromancer," Katie said. "Technically, don't they all deal with life rather than death?" Ashley asked.
"You know, I've never thought about it like that," I said. I held open the side of the gate, threatening to fall down on everyone, and gestured for them to head inside the courtyard. They filed in as a debate about whether necromancers were killers or healers started to rage. Ian and Justin were on opposing sides, while Aurelia, Sarah, and Ashley all agreed that since Raven technically brought people back to life, she should be considered a healer.
"What do you think?" Stefan asked as he came in last.
"I think it's a little bit of both," I said, and then carefully released the gate door.
"Raven definitely kills monsters with her skeleton minions, but she also kind of gives them life. Sort of. They're undead, so does it half count?"
"I'll have to get back to you on that," the hunter said, and then ducked under my arm to get through the gate door. It creaked and shifted as I lifted it a little higher for him. The hinge on the bottom finally gave way with a snap, and I barely jumped forward in time to miss getting dinged in the head.
The gate door fell to the ground with a loud gong-like sound that echoed through the courtyard. Well, that door was rude. Kyle walked over to kick the gate for emphasis, then looked at me. Try not to die before we even reach the big bad. You've already given me a few scares today, and quite frankly, I'm just about fed up with it. I chuckled as the rogue patted me on the shoulder with the usual teasing energy I'd become used to, but there was a hint of real fear in his eyes. It was the same expression Kyle had worn earlier when Katie almost died. I wrapped an arm around his shoulder and gave him a quick side hug for comfort. I'm not going anywhere yet, I said. Who else could look this good being the bait? It's a hard job, but you do all right, he snorted and shoved me away. You really have a thing for getting hit in the back, though. I mean, for real. If it weren't for Ashley, you'd have scars all over the place like you'd gone 10 rounds with a 9-tail whip. At least you have the shield to cover your back now and then, while you're just walking around at least. You look like a silver turtle. But with cool spikes on its shell, Ashley added. I take offense to that, Sarah huffed and put her hands on her hips. I helped a lot with keeping Josh alive, too. I appreciate all your hard work, I said with a small bow to both of the clerics. Yes, everyone is doing great, Raven grumbled. Can we please go inside the castle now? There's a monster waiting, and I didn't get to kill anything in the last stage. Whose fault is that? Kyle countered. You decided to wander off and follow the muddy river instead of sticking around to fight. I told you already that I was trying to make sure nothing else popped up and circled back around to kill us. The pale woman huffed and stomped her booted foot. I shook my head and turned my attention on the gray courtyard all around us. It was relatively small as far as castles went, but I could see where it looped around the back. A few stubborn blades of grass poked up from the ashen ground, but most were withered with scorch marks as if they'd been exposed to extreme heat. A dilapidated stable stood off to the left with hay spilling out into the walkway from the opened horse stalls. I spotted a few worn leather saddles hanging from rusted tracks, and a water trough out front was tipped forward from a broken leg. To our right was a moderately sized guardhouse with broken windows and a wooden roof like the rest of the homes in town. The door was shut firmly, but Raven skipped over and yanked on it with all her strength. Every muscle in my body tensed as I reached for my new longsword, half expecting something to burst out and attack us, but there was nothing but a dusty table, a cot, and a teapot on an iron stove. Guess Stefan was right about nothing attacking us until we find the big boss, Justin said. Guess so, I said, and slowly released my long sword's hilt. The timer is ticking down, Ian shifted from foot to foot. Maybe we should let it, Katie said, and then started to chew the inside of her cheek. I mean, if we fail, then we could just leave and not have to die. I think that might be the best idea. We should just do that. I don't know if that's a good idea, I said with a sympathetic smile. Why not? The female wizard asked. We've already lost so many people. We should just give up now. And hope whatever is left in this dome doesn't all come after us in the meantime, I pointed out. I don't think the game would react well to us trying to cheat our way out of here. He makes a valid point, Aurelia said in a gruff voice. The barbarian's glare could have curdled milk, but she must have realized how aggressive she looked because she coughed and then managed a smile. Look, you know how I feel about the strong protecting the weak, she said while still staring directly into Katie's soul. You're clearly too weak to survive on your own. Aurelia, Stefan said. The redhead gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. You clearly need help surviving, she started again. You need to trust us. You saw what happened to the people who tried to abandon the raid earlier. Do you think the game will be kinder to us if we don't finish all 3 stages? Silence fell on the courtyard as everyone processed her question. I'd already suspected as much, but hearing it out loud hit differently. It was as if the barbarian had finally mentioned the elephant in the room. The countdown that loomed at the top of my vision was like a constant reminder that my life had an expiration, and it would only be reset once we killed whatever level 35 monster waited for us inside the castle. I'm with Josh and Aurelia on this one, Sarah said and put an arm around Katie. We need to finish what we started. But... Katie sniffled as tears started to roll down her cheeks. I know you said we'd make it through if we worked together, but... The frail woman completely dissolved into tears. Sarah and Ashley were right there to give her hugs while the rest of us exchanged uncomfortable looks. It took a few minutes for the girls to finally calm Katie down, but she still had a pleading expression when she looked at us. Please, she whispered. I'm so scared. I get it, I said in a gentle tone. This is going to be really hard. I won't lie to you about that. But I meant what I said about us making it through if we work together. And I meant what I said about protecting you. Justin nodded and lifted his warhammer. I'll pummel anything that comes near us. Your job is to cast as many spells as possible and stay hidden. Josh is great bait, Kyle added. No one will even be looking at you. It's true, Ian piped up. You saw how all the other monsters reacted when he was around, and he's strong enough to keep us all safe. Okay, there were those weird rats in the first stage that were just evil. Oh my God, I noticed that too, Justin exclaimed. They were seriously evil. Like all the monsters are creepy and smart, but those ones in the third wave were just so off. So it wasn't just Kyle and me that noticed. We'd have to think about that later, but for the moment I just needed to reassure Katie that I was more than capable of being the distraction. I'll do whatever I can, I said, and flashed a reassuring smile at everyone. We have about 45 minutes. Aurelia is right. This game isn't merciful. If we don't finish this raid by the time the countdown finishes, then we'll likely be killed just like the people who tried to escape. It's going to take all of us to make it out alive, but we can do it, as long as we don't give in to the fear. And as long as you continue to do the hula for us, Kyle added, and then mimicked Timon. Katie whimpered as I met her gaze. Tears still streamed down her face, but she nodded in agreement. She shook like a leaf, but the wizard was tougher than she realized, and it didn't take too long for her to stop crying. A loud hiccup filled the silence that followed Katie's last sniffle. Everyone looked at her as a blush crawled up her cheeks, and then we all chuckled a bit at the tiny noise. It was like a dam had broken, and everyone started toward the castle again while we chuckled and chatted about all the loot we might get from the raid. I'm hoping we find the lore key, Ashley said triumphantly. A lore key? Ian asked as he tilted his head to the side like a confused puppy. I've never heard of it. We came across a journal that talked about it, she said, and then hopped over a particularly large rock in the path. The guy who wrote it said the key led to a temple nearby, but it's not on any of our maps. He said he got it from a raid, which is the only reason we actually signed up for this. And the experience, Kyle added as they started up the short staircase leading to the castle's double-door entry. Don't forget about the experience. We've already killed so many minions that we've reached that goal for Chapter 1. Our gold count has gone up a lot, too. The big bad will have even more money. Spoken like a true rogue, Raven rolled her eyes. You guys are always more worried about money and gemstones than the important things in life. Like what? Bones? He countered. Look at the bones, man! I highly doubt the main monster will be a giant man-eating rabbit, the necromancer said, and then tapped her chin thoughtfully. That would be convenient, though, especially if they have a bunch of bones I can collect. Not sure if collecting different animal bones will let me summon those animals, or monsters. Oh, it would be like a druid and necromancer had a baby. Ian clapped his hands excitedly. I shook my head at their conversation, but couldn't deny it would be cool to have giant rabbit skeletons fighting on the battlefield with us. We'd already decided that Ian, Justin, and Katie would travel together with Kyle, Ashley, and me. I was pretty sure we could convince the higher-ranking party to join us too, and then our little raid party could quickly move through the game as we fought monsters and gathered lore. "Yo, is the door locked?" Justin asked as he tried to tug on the right door handle. "You're just too weak to open it," Ian snorted and then turned to look at me. "Do you think you can pull it open?" "Sure," I said, and then stopped when Aurelia held out her axe in front of my chest. "No offense, Paladin, but it's my turn to have some fun," she said. "You've been doing most of the fighting, which I appreciate, but it's about time for me to show off just how epic I really am." I lifted my hands in the air in surrender. There was no way I was going to argue with the tough woman, especially after I'd seen her kill so many rats and how she'd defended everyone against the electric sables. I gestured for her to go ahead, and a sly smile spread across her face. "Kick it open like I did with the gates," Raven snickered. "I'm going to stay back here with you guys," Katie said. "Have your fireball at the ready," Dusty said as he scooted back to join us. "Never know what's waiting on the other side." Excitement coursed through my veins as Aurelia grabbed both door handles and pushed them inward with all her strength, and the effect was very Aragorn walking into Helm's Deep. Musty air blew outward and tossed her long red braid over her shoulder and ruffled her clothes as if she'd just broken the hermetic seal on the castle. "Okay, that was single-handedly the coolest thing I've seen since coming into this game," Justin gaped. "Seriously, Aurelia, when I'm old enough, I'm going to find you in the real world and marry you." The barbarian ignored him as she strolled into the castle with all the confidence of a warrior entering a battlefield. She paused with her axe in hand, looked around, and then motioned for us to come inside. "Everything looks good," she said. "The monster isn't waiting for us here." "Didn't think it would be," Dusty said, and then grunted as he stepped over the threshold. "I'm getting too old for all these stairs." "You're at full health," Ian pointed out. "My soul is weary, kiddo," the older wizard said and ruffled Ian's hair. "Remember to stay beside the clerics and Justin. The warriors are going to be doing all the heavy lifting. What he means is we're going to throw Josh in front of it just like we have with the other monsters and hope it doesn't realize we're there." Kyle chuckled. "Always glad to serve my party well," I snorted. Justin was still frozen with his eyes locked on Aurelia like she was an angel. His crush wasn't going to go anywhere, but I'd been there as a teenager, so I patted him on the shoulder and then headed inside. "I'm going to win her over one day," he whispered so quietly that I almost missed it. "I'm going to get out of here, grow up, and then find her in real life." "Everyone has to have goals," Ashley said. "Yours are definitely higher than others, but you keep dreaming." "Pretty sure we have a better chance of getting out of here without any more of us dying than you have of courting Aurelia, even if you wait until you're actually legal," Sarah said in a sympathetic tone. "Let's focus on surviving first," I interrupted Justin before he could say anything else. The castle's foyer was covered in a thick layer of dust, and little puffs floated into the golden rays from the dome spilling into the room through the open doorway. Wall sconces held half-melted candles with burnt wicks, but they were all squashed as if someone had smashed them down with a heavy hand. A table with long dead flowers in a crystalline vase sat a few feet back from the door, but the dried stems crumbled as another gust of wind blew down the stairs. "This place is creepy," Ian said. "I don't like it." "You're not supposed to," Kyle snorted. We're here to find a giant level 35 monster. You're supposed to be terrified." "It's giving horror movie vibes," Sarah said. "I like it," Raven said and ran a pale finger over the table. "It's so filthy, like the whole thing has been left to time." "I bet your house is filled with dust and cobwebs," Kyle said. "Absolutely not." The necromancer shook her head. "We surgeons tend to have impeccable hygiene, in and out of the hospital. I can't risk my patients getting an infection because I missed a germ. Granted, I'm not as sterile at home, but I still like to keep things clean and tidy." The look on Kyle's face was absolutely priceless. His mouth fell open like something out of a cartoon, and I swear his eyes actually looked like they were about to bulge out of his head. Wait, he said. "You're actually a surgeon?" "I did say I was a doctor." She smiled in amusement. "Did you think I was lying?" "No, not really," he muttered. "I just didn't think you were a surgeon. How on earth were you able to find time to play on opening weekend?" "I have so much vacation time saved up," she said. I had vacation time saved up. Now it's all just a waste. I really should have taken more time off." "We should keep moving," I said, as Kyle glanced at me as if I might be able to help him make sense of it all. "The monster isn't in the foyer." "Not in the ballroom either," Aurelia said as she strolled out from the door to the left. "Or the kitchen." "We should be moving together," I said, and pinched the bridge of my nose. "What if you'd gone in and activated a trap?" "Then I would have died, and it would have opened up for you," the barbarian replied with a nonchalant shrug. "Besides, I was pretty sure it wouldn't be down here. There's no health pools." I blinked a few times and then glanced around the first floor. There were several open doorways and a hallway leading beneath the grand staircase that curved up to the second floor, but not a single healing pool anywhere. I nodded in respect to Aurelia for having noticed it and then gestured to the stairs. "Guess we're moving on to the second floor," I said. "I'll go first." "Won't hear an argument from me," Kyle laughed. "That's the entire reason I became friends with you, so I can throw you at the monsters and run away." "That can't be true," Ian laughed. "You wouldn't do that." "He really wouldn't," I said as I started up the stairs. "Don't let him try to fool you. Kyle is loyal to the core." "I take offense to that, Paladin." The rogue hurried to catch up with me. "You take that back right now. I'm a vile, evil thief who would leave you to die the second things got bad." Sure, I said. I twisted around to make sure the others were following us and saw they'd already taken to the same configuration we used to fight the rats and the sables, with the wizards on the inside and Stefan and Aurelia taking up the back. The two warriors were talking to each other in hushed whispers, and Aurelia's brow furrowed with irritation, but Stefan just shook his head to something she said. I'd already fought beside both of them enough to know they weren't going to betray us like Katie's old team had, but there was clearly something going on, and I'd rather know about it before we fought whatever monster was waiting for us. "No healing pools here either," Ashley said as we stopped on the second-floor landing. "I don't know much about raids. My sister and her friends were always leading the charge, but I do remember we always had some kind of healing or weapons boost before a big fight. Isn't that like a fundamental joke with gamers?" "Yep," Justin smiled from ear to ear. "Anytime you find healing potions, a room with too many openings or ammo, then you're about to fight something nasty." The preteen wandered down the corridor to the right, poked his head into a few rooms, and then turned back with an unimpressed expression. "Doesn't look like it'll be here," he said. "Why would it be?" Ian scoffed and gestured to the thin, winding staircase off to the left. "That clearly leads to another floor, and I counted at least 3. Then there's the towers. A level 35 beast is going to be huge." I studied every inch of the hallway, but there were no clear signs of a secret passage to a room where our foe could be hiding, and absolutely no signs of a healing pool or restock anywhere. "Don't underestimate the game," I said as I continued to the next staircase. "Just because it's a level 35 doesn't mean it's going to be big. We ran into those kitten bees on the way here, and those tiny little guys were extra venomous. In nature, the most deadly creatures are colorful and small." "Like a dart frog," Katie gasped. "I always thought they were cute, but they are very deadly." "My son wanted one when he was a kid," Dusty said as he and everyone else fell into line behind me. The winding staircase was made from the same gray stone as the rest of the castle, but there weren't nearly as many wall sconces, and the few that were there held candles that had completely melted. Light peeked through tiny slits in the wall that were just big enough for archers to use during a siege, and there were a few vines crawling in as if nature was about to retake the whole place. I let the conversations fade to the back of my mind as I climbed. They kept them all quiet enough that no one would alert the monster that we were coming, though the gate crashing when we entered would have been enough to clue the beast in. My mind raced with the possibilities of what the monster could be. I'd been serious when I told Justin that it could be relatively small, even though it was a level 35, but it could also be gigantic. Either way, it was going to be deadly, and it would take all of us working together just to survive. Not that we had a choice. I was very sure the game would kill us if we didn't finish the raid in time. It didn't matter whether it was from the level 35 monster or a surge of the ones we'd met along the way. If we failed to complete the task in time, then there was a very real possibility we'd be overwhelmed and taken out for having the audacity to start a battle we couldn't finish. "What are you thinking?" Kyle asked from right behind me. I can practically hear the gears running at full speed. It's like the purr of a Ferrari's engine. "When have you ever heard a Ferrari?" I asked with a glance over my shoulder. "I'm a computer programmer, my guy," he reminded me. "I'm good at what I do, and I make good money." "Fair enough," I said. "So," he pressed. I ran a hand through my hair and ignored the sick feeling in my stomach as the winding staircase started to get to me. My health bar dropped a little, and I yawned so wide that my jaw cracked. I was going to need some rest before we went into the final battle, but there was only about 30 minutes left before the timer was officially out, so taking a nap was fully out of reach. "I'm thinking I'm going to sleep 10 hours when we finish this," I chuckled. The rogue's eyes narrowed as if he didn't believe me, but he just sighed in response. "All right, then, keep your secrets," he said. "Are you quoting Frodo to me right now?" I asked. "At least you can recognize real art," he said. "Potatoes," I snorted. "Boil 'em, mash 'em, put 'em in a stew," Ashley chimed in. The three of us laughed at our own nerdy joke, but then silence fell as the third floor stretched out in front of us. It spread to the left and right just like the second floor, but every door was already closed, and there wasn't a single candle in the wall sconces. I found the wax sticking to the long, thin carpet as if someone or something had smashed them to smithereens. A single doorway stood directly across from the staircase, and two small slits showed there was a walkway right outside. I couldn't make out exactly what was out there, but it was clear it led to the outside instead of more rooms. "Okay," I turned and smiled at everyone as they spread out. "It looks like we've officially reached the top of the castle. I don't see any healing potions or crates, so I'm guessing we need to go out through this door and head to the towers." "We don't have enough time to look through all four," Ian said. The young wizard bounced up and down as if he was about to take off running at full speed. "We'll just look for the one with the healing pools out front," I reassured him as I tugged the door open. I had to close my eyes as a breeze wafted over me, but then I stepped out into the wide walkway to scan the place real quick. The outer walkway had walls on either side that were high enough to cover soldiers from most ground attacks, but not so tall that the archers wouldn't be able to shoot. A few weapons racks were spread out to the left and right, but there was nothing we might be able to trade up for. Everything was rusted and had clearly been left outside in the elements for years. More importantly, the coast was clear, so I motioned for the others to follow. "It shouldn't be too hard to spot the healing pool," I said quietly. "We need to recuperate before we head into the battle. I don't know about you guys, but my health bar is starting to drop from exhaustion." "Healing spells can only go so far," Sarah nodded in agreement and followed through the door. "We should take the time to breathe, eat something, and then drink some water." "We should also go through our spells, cast the ones for the team, and then make sure they're ready to go when we go inside," I added and spun around to look for any healing pools. There were 3 towers visible, and the last one was on the other side, so we wouldn't be able to see it. But I spotted the one we needed to go to right away. It was hard to miss since it was the one to the left, and a bright red light glowed against the gray stone right next to the door. "There it is," I said, and pointed in the tower's direction. "It's gorgeous," Katie whispered. "I love the architecture." I nodded in agreement, but my appreciation for the columns and arched windows took a back seat to the steepled roof and the square design. It made it impossible to see around to the back, but it wouldn't be easy to see the other side even if the tower was round, so it wasn't that big of a deal. The inside of the tower was so dark that I couldn't see if the monster was already inside, watching us. "So close to the end," Kyle clapped me on the shoulder. "Come on, go ahead and eat one of your rations so you'll have the strength to keep going." "On it," I said, and then pulled the ration out from my inventory. The others had all taken seats around the doorway as they ate, but every few seconds someone glanced over to the tower I'd pointed out. A heavy silence fell on us as we tried to gather ourselves together to fight the last battle. I noticed everyone's health bars had dipped, probably from the same exhaustion overwhelming me. Sarah was right that the healing spells could only do so much, and the game did penalize us for not resting. I'd spent a lot of energy trying to get us to this point already, but it was still hard to stay put and eat so my body could recuperate. Especially with the countdown ticking down with every second. Of course, it would only end in disaster if we didn't take a second to prepare ourselves, but that didn't make it any easier. "We can only spend 5 minutes here," I said, and then took a bite from my ration. It was basically dried jerky, but it tasted decent enough. "That'll give us about 30 minutes to kill the beast," Raven said. "I think it only took us 20 minutes to kill the last one." "We were lower level then, too," Aurelia said. "We have a better balance of warriors and mages now, and we even have a paladin who can keep the creature's interest." "Which spells are going to be the best?" Ian asked. His eyes were already glazed over from looking at his HUD. "I have the lightning, fireball, and the water spells. They're not as strong as Dusty's is going to be, but won't it be important to know which one will work best? Like fighting in Pokemon. Water types are stronger against fire, electric are good against metal, yada yada." "I think it's a dragon," Raven said as she stretched out. "The design on the gate looked like a dragon." "Jesus Christ!" Kyle's eyes shot toward mine, and he grinned like a sheepish kid. "I mean cheese and rice, and crackers. Just a full charcuterie board of, oh no, is what I obviously meant to say." I snorted and just shook my head. "There's a lot of destroyed candles, too," Dusty said. "They were squashed, though, not burned down. Might not be your usual fire and brimstone type." "What other kinds are there?" Katie asked with wide eyes. Theoretically, it could be any element, Ian said around a mouthful of jerky. Just make sure you have access to everything, I said, and opened my own HUD. We're probably going to need it if it really is a dragon in there.
We will,
Stefan said. The hunter had been abnormally quiet since we'd entered the castle. His hushed conversation with Aurelia rushed through my mind, and I pressed my lips together. Do you think we could talk before we go in? I asked and pointed back inside, just to get our plans straight. I'll go with you, Aurelia said without missing a beat. We warriors should work it out together. That means I'll be going too, Justin said.
No, Stefan said and put up a hand. Your job isn't to attack the beast, it's to keep the wizard safe. You'll be fighting whatever minions are sent after us.
The preteen deflated a little, but then puffed up and lifted his chin in the air. Don't argue, kid, Aurelia said and patted him on the head. This is a grown-up conversation. I'm joining, Kyle said. The female barbarian pressed her lips together and audibly ground her teeth, but Stefan shook his head almost imperceptibly.
That's fine, the hunter said. The rest of you start casting your spells and take any mana boosts. We've recharged enough that our health bars should be okay now. We're going to go into the tower as soon as we come back.
Got it, Dusty grunted and went to work. Sarah glanced between us but didn't say anything. Ashley lifted an eyebrow in question, but I gave her a reassuring smile. Okay, I said, as soon as the door shut behind us. What were you two talking about earlier? Is there something about the final boss that we need to know about? No, Aurelia said and leaned against the wall next to the staircase. At least nothing that we can tell you. Raven is probably right about it being a dragon, though. She's eerily good at figuring things like that out. Then what is it? I asked. Stefan sighed, ran a hand through his hair, and then cracked his neck like he needed to prepare himself for whatever explanation he was about to give us.
It's the lore, he said.
What about it? I asked.
The key Ashley mentioned, he started slowly. It's the entire reason we're here.
So what? Kyle asked. You don't want to share it with us?
That's not it, the hunter said.
The key can't be shared, Aurelia said. Only one party can claim it, and only one party can use it.
Oh,
I said. A heavy silence fell on us. Finding the key was the only reason any of us were in the raid to begin with. I really didn't want to have to fight them for it, but I wasn't willing to give it up either. We needed it to find lore, and we needed the lore in order to find a way out. Finders keepers, Kyle said with a shrug. What? Aurelia scoffed. Finders keepers, the rogue repeated. Listen, I need the lore to figure out how this game is built. Once I find that out, then I can hack into the system and break us free. Stefan and Aurelia stared at the rogue as if he'd just grown a second head.
You can do that?
Stefan asked. Of course, my friend snorted. I'm very good at what I do, and I don't see any reason why I can't do it from in here. Just have to figure it out, that's all. And I can't do that without lore. Or more glitches like those rats who could fight against their aggro programming. Well, we need the lore to figure out how to survive this game, Aurelia said. If it can tell us what happened between the last game and this one, then we can find a way to conquer it. We all have the same goal, I said before Kyle could argue. We want to get the key and get out of the game. Why don't we work together? Whichever team finds the key gets to use it to find the lore. If we make it, then we'll share whatever we discover with you guys, and you can do the same. If the game will allow us, Kyle said.
I don't know if it will, Stefan admitted. We only know about the key because another group told us about it. They got one from the first raid they went to. They were headed into the swamp to find some temple their key had revealed to them. We were supposed to hit up the next raid together, but they didn't show up here. So there's no way for us to know if lore can be passed from one group to another.
You've already been to one raid, I pointed out. Didn't you get a key and go look for lore yourselves?"
"No." The hunter shook his head. "We didn't get a key."
"Wait, what?" Kyle asked. "So we might not get one either?" "We don't know the drop ratio," Aurelia confessed. "We're just hoping there will be one. There's no way we'll survive this place if we don't figure out what made it like this in the first place, so we have to take the risk." I nodded and tapped my foot as I processed. "I still say we try to work together," I said. "Our end goal is the same, even if the reason we want the lore is a little different. Whichever team gets the key first can go to the temple." "It might not be for the temple in the swamp," Kyle said. "There's bound to be more than one hidden around here." "Fair enough," I said. "Either way, we'll work together to find and share lore." "I bet the kids will want to be involved," Kyle said and jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "They're definitely not going after the lore," I said. "You heard what the journal entry said just as well as I did. The battle was harder than anything the team had ever come across, and they all died."
"Do you think the ones who wrote that were the same people we met?"
Stefan asked. "Probably," I said. "I doubt there are too many temples hidden in the swamp, and even fewer players willing to take on such a dangerous quest." All four of us stared at each other for several seconds, but it was Stefan who finally nodded in agreement.
"Fine," he said. "I want the key for my team, and I'm going to go for it if I see it. I get that Kyle thinks he can hack into the system, but I also know that finding the lore and knowing what happened between the first game and this one will help us figure out how to escape. You need to know your history before you can make a future."
"Not always, but I get what you're saying," Kyle said. "I'm going to go for the key too," I said, and then offered the hunter my hand. "To whoever finds the key goes the spoils. We can talk about sharing information after we actually have it to share. For now, we need to finish this before the timer runs out." "I promise I won't try to kill you, even if you get the key before us," Aurelia said as she pushed off the wall. "Though I can't say I agree with your idea of hacking into the system. It sounds like a good way to get yourself killed." "I do like to get into trouble," Kyle laughed. "Come on. We have a possible dragon to fight." "It's definitely going to be a dragon," the female barbarian said as the two walked back through the door. "You could have brought this up to us instead of talking about it quietly," I said as Stefan started to walk past me.
"I know," he said,
and stared at the others outside.
"You're a good man, but this is my team's survival we're talking about. The stakes are just too high this time around."
"The only way we'll survive is if we all work together," I said. "Community is what keeps people safe and gives them the strength to persist, not hoarding information."
"You're right,"
the big man said, and then offered a small bow.
"I'm sorry about keeping it from you. Don't think that will keep me from trying to get the key first if it drops. I still think my team is better than yours."
Sure, I chuckled as we walked outside. The wizards and clerics had already cast all their spells, and a quick check showed every healing, speed, strength, and stealth buff the group could throw at us. Even Kyle had added his, and I quickly cast my own. Most of them were new, but unlike the innate abilities, they had to be cast. Stefan added the same strength and speed spell he'd cast on me earlier, and I grinned at all the extra boosts now lining my HUD. Do You Even Lift Bro gave me a personal strength boost, while Punch Them Right in the Face helped the entire party. They didn't last long, but I had them at the ready so I could recast them when the cooldown was over. Not that we'd have enough time before the raid ended. Divine Spite was probably going to be the most important, since it was an AoE. It wouldn't be much against a level 35 monster, since it only hit for 75 damage, but anything that helped was better than nothing, and as soon as I leveled up, my other spells would become stronger. At least, that's what it had been like in the first game, and most of the magic seemed about the same. Finally, I pulled my shield around and slipped my arm through the two straps. My hand was still free enough for me to grab things, while my forearm helped me to guide the hunk of metal right where I needed it. For the first time in the game, I felt like a real knight with my sword and shield at the ready, though my armor was going to need some serious upgrades at some point. Still, having a shield immediately made me feel more prepared to face anything, and if we were actually fighting a dragon, then I'd also be able to stab it from as far away as possible. I looked around to see if everyone was ready. Ian and Justin both still looked as if they wanted to ask why we'd had a private conversation, but Dusty had a hand on each of their shoulders. The old man squeezed a little when Justin started to ask a question, and the words died on the preteen's lips. "Let's go get into a fight," I said, and pulled my sword from its sheath. "Remember, we need to stick together. It's going to be close quarters in there, and this thing is bound to be nasty." "Nasty," Kyle said in almost the exact same tone Pauly Shore had used in Son-in-Law. "How many movies do you know?" Ashley asked. "As many as I need to." The rogue grinned from ear to ear, and some of the tension drained from our group. I led the charge toward the tower with the healing pools out front. The bright red liquid only drained a little when I touched it, but my HP was almost full already. The golden dome made it hard to tell what time of day it was, but the sky beyond looked a lot darker than when we'd first entered. Hours had probably passed already, but we still had enough time before the raid was over to defeat whatever was inside. The door swung open on silent hinges, and Ian muttered something about it being the quietest doorway in the entire raid. He wasn't wrong, and the ease with which the thick wood slid inward did nothing to calm my racing thoughts. 4 braziers were set up inside the large room, one for each corner, and they all flared to life as we entered. The flickering flames showed a completely arbitrary room. It was about 30 feet by 30 feet, with no furniture except for the braziers and the columns holding the base of the roof up. The windows we'd seen from the walkway all had shutters on the inside, but there were no tapestries or curtains anywhere. "It's totally going to be fine," Katie whispered more to herself than any of us. "Totally fine. I'll be fine." "We'll make it through if we stick together," I said with a pointed look at Stefan and Aurelia as they stood by the healing pool. I didn't like that they'd kept their search for the key from us, or what it meant for any possibility of us all working together in the future, but I had to believe they'd stick to their word. Above all, I had to have faith that the Lord had a plan in bringing us all together for this battle. We'd survive, we'd get a key, and we'd all figure out how to escape the game. He could always make a way in the darkness, no matter how dark the night ended up being. "Here we go," Kyle said as Stefan and Aurelia finally stepped inside. The door slammed shut behind them, and the braziers flickered in an unfelt breeze. "What is that?" Ashley asked and pointed to a nearby window. A shadow moved through the opening and slithered across the walls. Every window shutter it passed flicked shut with a heavy thud, and our group gathered together in the center of the room. The monster's health bar appeared and disappeared so fast it was almost impossible to read it, just like the Siltwalkers, though there was no mud. "Everyone be ready," I said as the shadows pulled together. Heavy dread filled my stomach as the darkness puddled together like when Raven summoned her skeletons. But it wasn't an undead creature that formed in front of us. Chapter 22. Terror raced through my veins as I stared up at the monster's health bar. "Beware the wyvern in the darkness, level 35. It was the longest name I'd seen yet. I couldn't put my finger on why, but it made every hair on the back of my neck stand on end. It was like the longer name automatically made it a bigger threat, though there was no proof of that at all. I actually could hear Ian gulp behind me. I twisted around and shook my head in silent warning. The stealth spell was still in place at the moment, but one word would shatter that, and then we'd all be screwed. I watched as Katie put a shaking hand up to her mouth while the others all bobbed their heads. Even the higher-ranking crew had paled as if they wanted to melt into the floor and run away. I couldn't blame them. Sweat slicked the back of my neck, and my tongue suddenly felt way too thick for my mouth. I immediately mouthed, "Fear spell," to the others. Kyle rolled his eyes so far into the back of his head I couldn't even see his irises, and Justin sighed in the way only a preteen could. Thankfully, the sound wasn't loud enough to knock the stealth spell out, but we were in close quarters with this thing now, and it was only a matter of time before one of us made enough noise to expose us. I turned back around to study our opponent and search for any weaknesses, but none jumped out at me. The wyvern was almost 12 feet tall, with spikes along its spine all the way to its tail, and pure black scales that seemed to drink in the light from the nearby braziers. Fangs as long as my palm glistened in the flames, and its eyes scanned the room as if it was trying to find whatever opponent had dared come into its tower. 2 black wings were folded behind its back, but I could see talons flexing like blades ready to slash us into pieces from the point in the wings. The room felt smaller as it flexed its wings a bit, and I quickly took inventory of our new battleground. It was still 30 feet by 30 feet, but with the wyvern looming overhead and the doors and window shutters closed, it suddenly felt way too small. Even the 20-foot high vaulted ceiling seemed closer than it was before, though it stayed exactly where it had been when we entered. I glanced up at the steepled ceiling high above our heads and then around to the walls and the pillars lining them, hoping to find somewhere to hide or something that might drop in on us during the fight. There was enough room for the wizards to hide behind the pillars, but the columns would probably be the first thing to go if the wyvern started to lash out with its spiked tail, and the ceiling offered nothing but exposed wooden beams. The pillars were going to be our best chance. I'd just have to do my best to keep the monster's tail from hitting them with my new friends behind them. "Go," I whispered and pointed to the columns. "I'll keep it distracted if the stealth spell falters. You guys know the drill by now." They hurried over to the walls while the wyvern continued to study the room, and its wings flexed every few seconds as if it was getting irritated that it couldn't find us. A purplish-black fog dripped from its mouth and slithered across the floor like a thick mist made of cloudy snakes. It crowded around my feet, and every instinct told me something bad was about to happen, just like when the bullfrog monk's floating eyes locked on me. The magic tingled against my boots, and a quick glance at my buffs showed the stealth spell blinking rapidly before it disappeared altogether. "Naturally," Kyle hissed from behind one of the pillars. The wyvern's gaze snapped right to me the second the stealth spell was gone. The others were hidden well enough behind the pillars by now, and that just left me, the paladin. It sniffed the air, and its wings flexed again like it knew there were other threats. But I was standing center stage with my weapon and a shield, and it couldn't help but stay locked on me. My mind raced with every dragon-like creature I'd ever fought in the last game. There had been an ice worm in the North Mountains, hidden in a lake but able to break out to devour passers-by, and a few fire drakes bigger than the castle we were currently in, but I'd never seen a wyvern before. "How do we fight a wyvern?" Ian asked as I stared up at the giant scaled monster glaring in my direction. "I think it's a shadow creature," Raven said excitedly. "Did you see that mist? It was all black, and it blends in with the shadows. This is going to be so bad for us." I swear my eyes were still on the wyvern as I listened to their conversation, but between one breath and the next, it disappeared like it had been a mass hallucination. Then something slammed into me hard, and I flew backward against the door while my health bar plummeted. My shield thrummed loudly as the metal vibrated, but it had stayed intact, and I was pretty sure it was the only reason I was still alive. "Josh!" Ashley's scream echoed somewhere far away. My health bar was blinking, but warmth cascaded over me, and it skyrocketed back up to 75%. I rolled out of the way on instinct as the others began launching attacks on the wyvern, and I tried to ignore the itchy feeling of my ribs and muscles healing inside my body. It took all of my concentration to focus on thinking instead of giving in to the blind panic coursing through my veins. "Don't give in to the fear spell!" Raven called to me. "My pokies are on their way to help you!" The ground shifted beneath me as I used the wall to pull myself up to my feet. It was like someone had pulled a rug out from beneath my feet, and I looked down just in time to see the shadows shifting back toward the shuttered windows. "The wyvern!" I gasped and dug the spikes on my shield into the wall. They helped to keep me upright as I forced myself to breathe through the last of the pain. "The wyvern can turn into shadow." "We noticed that," Kyle said in a tight voice. The rogue was right next to me with my sword in hand. When had I dropped it? I took the weapon back, yanked my shield free, and then turned to blink into the darkness gathered around the windows. Both braziers on that side of the room had gone out. "Keep the fires lit!" I choked out. More warmth cascaded through me, and the dizziness and fear took a back seat to firm resolve. "Keep the fires lit, and hit the wyvern with as many fireballs as you can," I said. Another low growl rumbled the tower, and one of the pillars started to shift as if it was about to fall down. We needed to make this fight fast, but the creature hadn't taken any damage yet, and the clerics had already used a huge chunk of mana just to keep me alive. Raven's skeletons were currently hacking at its scales, but the damage was laughable. Even with all 10 attacking it at once, it had only gone down a few percent. There was no way we'd be able to kill it by just attacking it. No, we needed to do this smart, just like we had with the Sables and the Silt Walkers. "Any ideas?" Kyle asked as I stared hard at the momentarily trapped monster. "I really need you to have some ideas right about now, because that thing almost killed you." I'm thinking, I said. The wyvern let out a monstrous roar as one of the skeletons jabbed underneath one of its scales. Its face twisted into pure hatred, and one wing swiped outward to slam into 5 of the skeletons. The undead soldiers crumpled to the ground in a pile of tinkling bones, but the other 5 adapted and started stabbing underneath the monster's scales. They ducked when the wyvern slapped out with its other wing, and I watched as the leathery appendage started to smoke in the light from the braziers. "That's it," I said and turned to Raven. "We need to get it to the braziers." "It's going to douse them just like it did last time," the necromancer said. "That's okay," I said. "We just need to do enough damage to make it go to the second wave." The pale woman looked at me in confusion, but still gestured to her minions. A purple-black mist flowed from the wyvern's open maw as the skeleton slowly chased it into a corner, and in seconds the brazier behind it was out. That left 3, 1 on each of the remaining corners, and I studied the way the wyvern's mist snaked across the walls to extinguish those too. "Light the fires!" I shouted as we once again plummeted into darkness. The hollow sound of bones clattering to the ground was the only warning we had that the wyvern was on the move. I shoved Kyle out of the way as my eyes fought to adjust to the darkness. The rogue stumbled into a wall with a few choice curse words about my stubbornness, but I was focused entirely on the deep shadows that darted in my direction. I barely had time to see them and jump out of the way before a chilling wind passed by. "Aurelia, Stefan!" I shouted as I slashed outward with the longsword. "As soon as the fires are lit, you need to attack it! It's standing right where I was!" Flames blazed to life as the wizards cast their fireballs, and sure enough, the wyvern was exactly where I'd been. It roared and used its wings to cover its face, but that just gave my friends and I an opening. Aurelia slammed into the point in the wyvern's wing where the talon was. It fell to the ground as black blood spurted out from the injured wing, but the barbarian wasn't done. She wielded her axe like a lumberjack as she continued to hack at the leathery skin. Stefan joined in, and the two of them cut and slashed until the wing was more shredded than a kite in a thunderstorm. The wyvern's health bar dipped down a quarter of the way, and it let out another rage-filled roar as it slapped at the two warriors with its uninjured wing. But the duo were in sync and jumped back just in time to miss being hit. "Hey!" I shouted when the monster started to chase them. "I'm still your biggest threat!" I emphasized my point by stabbing into its spiked tail as hard as I could with my long sword. The metal whined as it grated along the wyvern's hard scales, but I must have found a weak point, because suddenly it only had eyes for me again. I yanked my sword out and rolled to the right as the massive beast turned into shadow again and darted toward me. The purple-black mist hovered around the ground and coated every inch of me as I popped back up. It swirled and swayed closer to the braziers as if it was trying to get away from the light, but it coalesced around where the wyvern reappeared. "Watch the mist," I said. "It telegraphs where it's going to—" I didn't have time to finish my sentence before the wyvern darted closer. I managed to move my shield into place again, but all the air left my lungs as the monster threw me backward like a rag doll. Thankfully, I slammed into Justin instead of the wall, and my shield managed to take the brunt of the hit again, though it wasn't nearly as hard as the first time. We were making progress, and it was getting weaker. Justin's scream echoed louder than the thrum from my shield as we toppled to the ground. His leg was bent at an awkward angle, but no bones protruded from his pants, so it could have been worse. "I've got it," Raven said as I rolled off the kid and stood back up. "Sarah, I need you to heal him the second I pull his leg straight." "I'm so sorry," I said as Justin braced himself. "Nothing to be sorry for," the preteen grunted while the two women worked together to heal him. "I saved your butt so you guys can kill that thing." "Appreciated," I chuckled, bent down to grab my long sword, and then turned to face my opponent. The wyvern had already retreated to the corner where it extinguished the flames again. Its eyes blazed with pure, unadulterated fury as it snarled at me. It disappeared into the darkness, and I watched for any sign of where it was going to pop up, but instead its health bar completely vanished. In its place, 8 more health bars rose out of the mist. Then 6-foot-long snakes with long fangs dripping with venom took the wyvern's place. They were made from the same purple-black magic, and their tails rattled in warning as they all turned to me and hissed furiously. Shadow Kings, level 27. "This is totally, absolutely fine," Katie said in a hysterical voice. "We're all going to die here." "Get it together," Aurelia snarled. "We're making progress," I said and rolled my shoulders to release the tension. "We're officially on stage 2. Keep the fires lit." "We'll keep you warriors alive," Ashley said. "Just kill those things. I do not like snakes." "Yes, ma'am," I laughed. The first snake slithered at me, and I slashed into its neck with the long sword, while Aurelia and Stefan bounded forward to attack the other snakes before they could follow their leader. The strike from my new sword did a lot more damage than my bear fang would have done, and I used the spikes on the shield to deal just a little bit more. I used my time as an assassin to pull back and slice into it again and again until black blood covered every inch of my skin. I managed to block a few attacks from the giant snake with my shield, but the metal was starting to look a little worse for wear. I wasn't going to hold up much longer, though neither were the rest of us. I needed to figure out a way to get us through the 3 waves as quickly as possible. The snake tried to bite down on me one last time. I stabbed at it with my sword, but the massive monster slithered in the opposite direction, so I slammed my shield's spike right into its eye. It popped like an egg yolk, and black goo dripped down the snake's face as it fell to the ground. "First one down," I grunted, and turned to see Stefan and Aurelia fighting off the other 7. The duo were closer to the monster's level, so it only took them a couple of hits to kill each one they came up against. But their health bars were dangerously low, and our clerics were running out of mana. "Congratulations, you are now level 10. I Got You has been upgraded to a level 2 spell." "Hell yeah!" Kyle pumped a hand in the air. "Just leveled up!" "Same," I said, and quickly cast the new spell. "I can now give you guys a 25% defense boost for 5 minutes. "Great," Ian said, "because we have 10 minutes before this raid ends." I recast every spell that was ready and could feel my muscles fortifying from the upgraded defense spell in real time as I swung outward with my longsword. The blade cut into the back of 3 of the snakes, and their health bars depleted the last few points to finish them off. I hopped to the right as Aurelia and Stefan finished the last 4 Shadow Kings. Their bodies slumped to the ground in a writhing mass as if they hadn't quite gotten the memo they were dead yet, but then they dissolved back into the purple-black mist they'd come from. Bright red health potions popped up throughout the room, but we'd all just leveled up again. It was happening even faster now that we were facing opponents almost triple our levels, and since we weren't sharing the XP with as many people, but higher-level monsters also meant we took a lot more damage. Still, my Do You Even Lift Bro spell was upgraded to a level 2 spell when I became a level 11, and I quickly cast it to help give me an extra strength boost. At this point, I needed to be as strong as possible, especially since the wyvern erupted from the darkness with a roar that threatened to bring the roof down on us. The exposed beams high above our heads cracked, and splinters showered down on us like deadly confetti. "Watch out!" I shouted as the wyvern came right for me. I was too close to the others, but someone must have given me a speed boost because I ran faster than ever as I put distance between my friends and me. "You're welcome, bro," Kyle said in a smug voice from behind one of the pillars. "You're the best," I panted. Then my foot slipped on the wyvern's inky blood, and I went down hard. A sickening crunch echoed through the room as my kneecap snapped like a dried sand dollar, followed immediately by blinding pain that made everything spin around me. "I got you!" Ashley shouted, and warmth cascaded over the wound. "Now you're the best," I gasped and rolled out of the way as the wyvern came after me again. "Dude!" I heard Kyle scoff somewhere to my right. "You're doing great!" Ian shouted over the monster's angry growls. "Just keep it distracted," Stefan said. "It's wearing down." "Doing the best I can," I grunted. I managed to find my footing and raced closer to one of the windows. Shadows pooled all around the shutters and shoved them closed every time I tried to yank them open. The wyvern definitely wasn't going to let me open them until the fight was over, but it was still worth a shot. A cold chill ran down my spine, and I twisted to the left before the monster slashed through the air with its only remaining talon. Its health bar was officially below 50% and was slowly lowering with every slash and cut from Aurelia and Stefan. I added a little damage to its last wing when it spun to face me again, but the creature still managed to slap me against a pillar. All the air in my body left at once, but thankfully I'd landed right next to one of the red health potions. They hadn't disappeared yet. The Lord was truly blessing me. I downed it fast while Aurelia used her axe to chop off a few spikes on the wyvern's back. "We need to finish this," Dusty said as the old man came to help me up. "We're already on wave 3, I panted. "We just have to kill it before it kills us." "Which isn't looking good because we're officially out of mana," Ian said from behind a nearby pillar. "The clerics are low too." "And now there are more of those damned snakes," Justin huffed. "I am not strong enough to keep the wizard safe by myself." "You're not alone," I promised, and went after the new batch of Shadow Kings. Kyle and Justin joined me, and soon we'd all leveled up again while the snakes disappeared back into the mist. "Back to full mana!" Ian exclaimed and cast another fireball at an extinguished brazier. "The bastard's down to 30%, Stefan grunted. I whipped around to see the wyvern was officially paying more attention to the two warriors rather than me, and they were backed into a corner. Aurelia was hacking and slashing at the monster's last wing, and blood oozed out from stab wounds made from Stefan's blades, but it was also knocking them back into the wall and trying to bite them. They'd managed to avoid having anything bitten off, but the speed spell Kyle cast would only last so long. "I have an idea," I said, and turned to Kyle. "You still have all those pelts and the mini flamethrower, right?" "It has 2 uses left," he said with a confused expression. "What are you thinking?" "I think it's time this thing goes down in a burning ring of fire," I said. "Did you just make a Johnny Cash reference?" Dusty asked in an impressed tone. "Here I thought your generation didn't appreciate good music." "I usually follow you, Josh, but you've got me stumped on this one," Kyle said. "I need you to hand out the furs," I said. "Everyone take some and create a giant ring in the middle of the room. I'll lure it inside, and then you guys use the mini flamethrower and all your fireballs to ignite them. It won't be able to escape." "And the light will damage it," Raven exclaimed happily. "I'll send my Pookies in with you so you're not alone." "Great," I said. "I'm counting on you guys." I raced to help Stefan and Aurelia with the wyvern. Almost all my spells were still on cooldown, but I still had the new AoE that was just beginning to be tested. Divine Spite reached them before I did, and a giant glowing hand slammed down on top of the wyvern. I wasn't sure what I'd expected the spell to do, but a massive hand wasn't it. At least it did some damage, and the monster had paused its attack for a second. Stefan and Aurelia were almost down to a quarter of their original health, and Aurelia was bleeding from a wound in her arm that looked suspiciously like a bite mark. I skidded between the barbarian and the monster, lifted my sword, and stabbed it in the top of its mouth as it went to bite her again. Then I smashed it in the face with my shield for good measure. "Go help the others," I grunted and yanked my arm free. Blood seeped down my arm from where the wyvern's fangs had cut through my armor, but my health bar was still above 50%. More of the bright red healing potions littered the floor from when we'd killed the Shadow Kings, and I slid toward one like a runner going for home plate. The wyvern's attention was back on me as it chomped down over and over and shook its massive head. Stefan circled around to help me up, but the hunter might as well have been invisible to the monster looming over us. "We're going to make it," I said loud enough for everyone to hear. "We just have to finish it off." "I'll circle around and stab it in the spine," Stefan said. "My blades are starting to wear down, but I think they have a few good hits left in them." "Go help the others," I said, and shifted to the left as the wyvern stopped shaking its head. "I'll be right over. Just let me know when the circle is ready." The hunter hesitated for half a second, but then patted me on the shoulder and rushed over to help the others. I could hear Kyle filling him in on the Ring of Fire plan, and could even sense the others moving behind me. There wasn't much room for me to dodge as the wyvern clapped both of its shredded wings together like I was a mosquito it was trying to squash. The leathery skin dripped with black blood, and the thin tissue molded itself around me like I was a mummy being wrapped for burial. Panic raced through every inch of my body, but I still had my sword and my shield. I shifted it so the shield covered my head to my chest and created an air bubble. Then I started stabbing and slicing with all my strength. Raven's minions were on the other side doing their level best to puncture through the leathery wings, but they were little more than gnats. They did manage to irritate the beast enough that it loosened its grip, but not enough for me to get out. The slivers of tissue were stuck together better than a papier-mâché piñata. My health bar was dangerously low, even though I'd figured out a way to give myself extra air, and no warmth from the cleric's healing spells spread over me. They were probably out of mana now, which meant I was officially in a race against the wyvern's depleting HP. It was either going to be it or me, and I really, really didn't want it to be me. I wiggled and cut with my long sword until the creature stumbled back. It roared and snapped at my face, but I spun on my heel and rushed into the ring of pelts my friends had been making. I barely had time to register that it was complete before the wyvern was on top of me. The monster's weight pushed down on me like a massive boulder, and all the air left my lungs. My shield let out a shrill screech as it scraped against the ground, and I fought with all my strength to free myself, but the wyvern was too heavy. Stars danced in the corners of my eyes, and heat spread throughout my body as death took hold of me. "Hang in there, Josh!" Kyle's voice shouted. Heat. I was hot and sweating, but death was supposed to be cold and unyielding. A roar filled the air until it felt like it would echo in my head for the rest of eternity. The wyvern collapsed onto its side, and I instinctively reached for the longsword it had knocked out of my hand. The monster's screams grew louder with every second, but I forced myself to focus on the scale right above where I figured its heart must be. I could feel every single muscle as I pushed forward. The scale lifted just enough to expose the soft flesh underneath as the wyvern thrashed around in the fiery pelts surrounding us. I put all my weight behind the point of my long sword, and a soft pop sound joined the monster's death screams as I drove the blade all the way to the hilt. Time seemed to stand still as the wyvern went rigid. I vaguely recognized my own heartbeat as it thundered in my ear, but my focus was on the slowing rhythm of the heart in my opponent's massive chest. It finally stopped completely, and the monster dissolved into a blast of purple-black mist that skidded me across the floor and straight into the wall. Congratulations, you are now level 15. You have unlocked I Could Do This All Day. The notification popped up in front of my face immediately after impact, and I quickly checked to see what the new spell did, just in case. It was my first personal healing spell, and it healed me for a full 10% each time with a 5-minute cooldown. My health bar was once again back up to 100% along with my mana, so I didn't need it at the moment, but the new spell was going to come in handy later. my attention shifted to the giant chest that landed right in the middle of the room. The wyvern was officially gone, and its mist thinned until the room was just a normal tower. Congratulations on surviving Stage 3. You have completed the raid. We hope you have enjoyed the battle. Enjoyed the battle? I huffed and used the pillar behind myself to stand back up. It was a blast, Kyle snorted and then looked at me. Sorry, you actually were blasted backward a few times. At least I didn't get this shirt all cut up, I laughed. Yes, we all survived, Raven said. Even my Pookies made it, but we have a giant chest to open. Go ahead, Stefan laughed and gestured to the massive box. I did say if we made it through, then you'd be able to open the end chest. The necromancer wasted absolutely no time running over to the chest. There was a lock on it, but it was only partially latched. Not enough for her to easily open it, though, and soon she was fighting to pry it wide enough to slide through the latch. We actually did it! We survived the raid! Ashley said and bounced a little. Sarah grabbed Ashley's hands, and soon the two of them were jumping up and down while they squealed like teen girls at a sleepover, but I couldn't blame them. Dusty was using the wall to hold himself up. The old man's eyes were locked on Ian and Justin as the two preteens prattled on about how it was the most fun they'd ever had, even if they would pass on doing it again soon. It had been a hard-won battle, and Raven was about to open the chest for us so we could get all the rewards we'd worked so hard for. Hopefully that included a key, and hopefully my team got it before the others. Not that they couldn't handle it, but I wanted to find lore so bad that I could almost taste it. I've got this, Raven grunted to herself when Justin offered to help. Then I want to open the next chest, Justin said. In fact, I demand I get to open the next one. If I ever do a raid again, you might be on your own, Ian said. I'm very glad we made it, but there's no way I'm doing that again. We almost died like 50 times. If it wasn't for Josh distracting it, then we would have died in seconds. I'd like to think we healers had a pretty decent hand in it too, Ashley teased and ruffled the kid's hair. You did, he said with a quick bow. You definitely did, I said. If it wasn't for you, then I'd be worm food right now. Don't you forget it, she said. I'm just glad everyone is okay. Aha! Raven shouted as she pried open the lock on the chest. It was as big as the necromancer's head, and it took all of her weight to yank it open with a click that echoed through the suddenly too quiet room. I glanced at Kyle, and an entire conversation passed between us without a single word being spoken. The adrenaline from the battle still coursed through my body, and I watched like a hawk as Raven popped open the massive chest. No matter how happy I was about us surviving the third stage without any more losses, my focus was now solely on finding that key. Loot spilled out onto the ground all around the room. The glittering gold disappeared and split between us the second Ashley leaned down to touch it. Weapons and armor skittered across the stone floor as well, but my one and only purpose was to find the key. The only problem was that I had no idea what it looked like. I scanned everything as quickly as possible while I slung my shield back over my back and sheathed my sword, but there was nothing except armor, weapons, and a few health potions that would help us restock. I inched closer to the chest while Kyle took to the outskirts of the room. Both of us were crouched over and searching while Justin and Ian all started going through the rest of the loot and talking about all the trades we would have to make once we figured out who would need what. Then something silver glinted beneath a heavy wool shirt, and I snatched the whole bundle up faster than a Black Friday shopper. I slipped my fingers into the fabric and felt them close around something cold, something solid, and something very distinctly key-shaped. Congratulations, you have found the key to the Moss Temple. Yes! I shouted at the top of my lungs and pumped my fist in the air. Shit! Aurelius swore and kicked a pair of thick leather boots.
We did say whoever found it first would be the one to keep it, Stefan reminded the barbarian, but it looked as if he'd swallowed an entire lemon. You did well, Josh.
What did you find? Ashley asked, and then clapped excitedly when she spotted the key. Oh my gosh, you found it! I was starting to think there wasn't going to be one. Sarah said they weren't sure if it would even drop. The blonde cleric rushed over to stare at the key in my hand, and I lowered it so she could study it better, but the second she tried to take it, the thing vanished into my inventory. What? She grumbled and looked up at me as if I'd purposefully sent it away.
The other team said only one person can keep it in their inventory, Stefan said, and crossed his arms over his chest. Not even their own teammates can touch it. Their party is the only one who will be able to enter the temple.
What are we talking about? Justin asked. A key to a hidden temple, I said. There's supposed to be lore inside. Lore? Ian perked up. I like lore. Can we all form one giant party like we did for the raid? I don't think that's how it works, kid, Aurelius said. Parties can only hold 5 players unless it's specifically in a raid. Boo! The preteen huffed. Does that mean we won't be able to know the lore? Or are you going to share it? I'll share it if the game lets me, I said. Nice. Justin nodded in approval. Wait, is this what you guys were talking about earlier? The reason you wanted to have an adult conversation alone? Yep, I said, and then ruffled his hair. Rude, he grumbled, but didn't smack my hand away this time. I'm grown up enough to fight a wyvern, so that means I'm grown up enough to go lore hunting. I love lore. No way, Kyle said firmly, and then flashed a bright smile. You're a precious little baby that we need to keep safe. You can't be going off on adventures where you'll definitely die. Excuse you, the young barbarian snapped. I'm tough enough to survive anything. You broke your leg just catching Josh earlier, his friend pointed out. If it weren't for Raven and Sarah, then you'd be all hobbled and broken. That's because I landed wrong, Justin shouted and threw his hands in the air. It was a freak accident, and I saved Josh's life. Yeah, you did, I said. You did amazing. Everyone here did. If it wasn't for our teamwork, then that thing would have killed us. It helped that we leveled up so much, Ashley said. If it weren't for those Shadow Kings, then we definitely wouldn't have had enough mana to keep up. Amen, Kyle exclaimed and then bumped his shoulder with mine. Any great speeches about how our faith brought us through, old great paladin? Come on, this feels like the right time for it. I chuckled and shook my head. Not really, I said. I did feel a bit like David facing down Goliath a few times, but instead of extra stones, I had you guys to back me up, which I appreciate more than I could ever tell you. Wait, Justin said with wide eyes. Are you actually Christian? Yeah, I said. It's the reason he switched from being an assassin to being a paladin, Kyle sighed. I'd share how much this has destroyed me, but it honestly suits him so well I can't even be that annoyed anymore. I smirked. Yeah, I wanted to play a class that reflected my faith, and I like using my abilities to protect people. It's honest work. Stefan nodded in approval. You do a great job of it, Ian said. Thanks, I said, and gave the young wizard a high five. I don't know, I thought all Christians were just preachy goody two-shoes who thought they were better than everybody else and waved their righteousness in everyone's faces, Justin said. Kyle snapped his fingers and pointed at the kid as if to say, see what I mean? It happens. I lifted an eyebrow at the kid, but couldn't exactly argue with him. Besides, the way he said the words made it clear they hadn't come from his own mind. It was as if he was reciting something from memory, probably something his parents had told him more than once. Not all of us, I said. There are bad ones, obviously. It's honestly the reason I kind of put distance between myself and God for a long time." "Wait, you didn't tell me that," Kyle said. I shrugged. I understood where you were coming from when we first talked about it. There are people who don't do justice to their faith, and it made me conflicted for a long time. But recently I've been getting to know him again, and let me tell you, there's no way I would have made it through if it weren't for him. Those were very timely level-ups." "Huh," the young barbarian said. "I didn't think about that." "Alas, Josh is one of the good ones now," Kyle said and clapped a hand on Justin's shoulder. "I'm sure he'll answer all your questions like the blessed paladin he is, but first we need to figure out what we're going to do with all this loot." I shook my head as the rogue motioned to all the loot around us. "We should organize it first," Ashley piped up. "We'll need to put everything in piles. Everyone, pull out what you've already added to your inventory, and we'll do trades. Shirts over here, boots here, pants here, etc., etc. Separate the weapons as well between melee and ranged. Also, one-handed or two-handed." The former executive assistant moved with an efficiency befitting her old job, and it didn't take long for us to have everything sorted. She stood over each pile with a pensive expression, and I could practically see the inventory list forming as she looked between the new gear and us like she was already allocating what would go to who. "We need more light," she declared. "I'll open the shutters," Dusty said. The older wizard shuffled over to pull open the first set of shutters. I expected the golden light from the dome to pour in on us, but there was nothing but a few shafts of silver moonlight. Night had fully fallen since we entered the tower, and Dusty leaned further out of the window he'd opened, twisted to look up at the sky, and then remarked on how beautiful the stars were. "That's not going to be enough for us to see by." Ashley frowned and put her hands on her hips. "Can someone relight all the braziers and open the rest of the windows so we can have some fresh air, too?" "She's very bossy when our lives aren't in danger," Sarah laughed. "I'm not bossy, I'm decisive," Ashley said. "You're amazing," I said, and walked over to help open a few windows. I could see all the way across town and out into the plains now that the golden dome was gone. Some part of me expected to see monsters descending on the now vacated area, but everything was quiet. I saw something bound across the grass, but it turned and hurried back toward the river rather than come closer to us. "Interesting," I said. "What is it?" Kyle asked. "Just wondering if we'll be able to sleep peacefully here, or if we need to find somewhere else," I said. "I really don't want to go anywhere," Katie said. The female wizard had been so quiet that the sound of her voice so close beside me almost made me jump out of my skin. "What the actual Kyle started and then bit down on the curse word. "Well, hello, Katie. Where have you been hiding?" I stayed behind one of the pillars," she confessed as a deep blush crawled up her cheeks. "I didn't feel like I should have any of the loot. After all, the only thing I did was light a few fires." "Those fires saved our lives," I said with a reassuring smile. "You did great." "Better than your teammates," Kyle snorted. "Come on, I'm sure Ashley has already assigned you something." The rogue led the skittish woman over to where Ashley had already started to pass out loot, but I stayed by the window. I stared out at the plains and wondered if we should stay or not. Most areas stayed vacant for a while after a major battle, so it was very likely the monsters in the plains would leave us alone for the night, and I didn't think anything else would spring up in the town now that the raid was over. We'd also need a good night's rest, since leveling up and healing potions would only go so far. Our safest bet would be to stay in the tower where we could easily defend ourselves and then head out in the morning. "I'm not exactly happy you got the key," Stefan said as the hunter walked up to me. "You've gained a few levels, but my team is still higher leveled than yours, and there's only 3 of you." "Technically, there's 5 of us," I said. 2 of them stayed in Wenkar and weren't part of the raid, but
They'll buffer us when we go to the temple." I glanced at my HUD to see Inara and Chrome's names were once again lit up. They were still part of our party even after the raid, though they didn't share in the XP or the loot. I'd have to transfer them some later or make it up to them by killing a few more creatures on the way to the temple. "You'll still only have 3 of you going in," the stern man said. "That could be suicide." "True." I sighed and ran a hand through my hair. "I have a few ideas, though. Ones we'll have to go over in the morning when we've all had some sleep, and after I've had time to really process." Stefan lifted an eyebrow in interest and then shifted his attention back to the plains. "This tower is a lot better place to crash for the night than the last town we were in," he said. "It wasn't as defensible, and it was still daylight when we finished the first raid." "I was thinking we'd take shifts and figure out what we all want to do in the morning," I said. "It's been a long few hours. We deserve some sleep." "I'll take first shift," the hunter said. "I'll take second," I said. "You'll also take this ring," Kyle said and produced a solid silver band. "Ashley said it gives you extra concentration, but not for spells like the necklace you gave her. And since you're the one we throw in front of the bad guys, I need you sharp as a tack, boss. I need you thinking fast on your feet and hitting that beautiful mind type of synergy, all right?" "Sure, thanks." I chuckled and accepted the ring. I think it took about 5 major battles before I found useful jewelry in the last game. I quickly opened my inventory to see the ring's stats. Name: I thought you'd be smarter, blue. Description: plain silver ring. Strength: 0. Dexterity: 0. Speed: 0. Stamina: +15. Bonus: wearer has higher focus and is less vulnerable to mental or emotional attacks. Okay, that could definitely come in handy, especially if there were any more monsters with fear spells. The last thing I needed was something to fear kite me when I was supposed to be the bait. "This game may be scarier, but it does have really great loot," Kyle said as I waved away the description. "Look, now we both have rings." He held up his hand to show off his own ring. "I'm thinking this officially makes us best friends," he said with a cocky grin. "Oh yeah?" I snorted. "Totally. Come on, say it with me." Kyle smiled even more. "Ring buddies! Or should we go all in with ring buddies for life? I think we're ready, honestly." I just held his gaze and let him soak in that one for a minute, and he broke down into snickers and giggles pretty fast. "Fine. Well, the rest of the loot has already been passed out, Grumpy," he continued. "Ashley saved you a sword that's a little better than your longsword. No shields, though. That one did take some damage, but it's gotta hold up. It served you so dang well in that last stage. We'll find a weapons master. The Wyvern didn't give us too much in the way of gear, but what it did have was pretty nice, and the gold payout brought me all the way to the 10,000 I needed for Chapter 1. "Wait, really?" I said, and quickly pulled up the quests. "Wow!" I'd officially reached the 10,000 gold I needed. At least 2,000 had come in from all the smaller monsters we killed, but the Wyvern had given me at least 8,000 gold. The raid itself had given me enough to finish the monetary goal from Chapter 1. "I only have a few levels left before I reach level 20. We've already killed enough minions, and now we have all the gold we need," I said. "We can focus on the pelts, side quests, and armor next." "I like the way you think," the rogue said, and then trotted over to the rest of the group. I watched them joking around and laughing as if we hadn't just been in a fight for our lives. Someone had produced rations and ale, and Dusty had gathered a few leftover pelts to make a nice little campfire in the middle of the room. I was sad so many died in the raid, but there was nothing I could have done for them. People had the right to make their own choices. It was all part of the free will the Lord gave us. I didn't have a right to make decisions for others, even if what they did hurt them.
The crew that survived were closer than ever, though, and I was grateful for that. If we had to face such terrifying stakes, at least we could gather strength as a community from that and use it to buoy ourselves through hard times. I'd take the blessings where we could find them in here. I smiled as I walked over to join them for food and drinks. We'd need to figure out if we were sticking together or not in the morning, but for now, we could just relax and take a moment to breathe. "Where does the key lead?" Ashley asked as everyone chatted and joked about how ugly the rats had been. "A moss temple," I said, and leaned against the giant chest behind me. "That's got to be the one the guy in the journal was talking about," she gasped. "Probably," I said. "Oh, I brought you a present," she said, and handed me a silver and gold sheath. And here I was thinking you were just going to give me a ring. I chuckled and unsheathed the blade. It didn't curve the same way my longsword did, but it did have serrations from the hilt halfway up the blade. They were deep and sharp, like the grooves on a shark tooth on steroids, and they'd do a lot of damage to any opponent. I pulled up the stats and let out a low whistle. "Name, take a little something with you. Blue. Type, stabbing. Damage, 100 to 120. Attack speed, moderate. Bonus damage, does an extra 20 points damage for any stabbings that go all the way to the hilt." I quickly equipped it and sent the longsword to my inventory. "This is really amazing," I told Ashley as I adjusted the sheath so it laid against my leg. "It's even better than the one the Siltwalkers dropped." "I thought you'd like it." She grinned from ear to ear. "We have to keep our paladin well armed if he's going to stick around and keep protecting us, especially if we're going to fight in a temple." "What are we talking about?" Kyle asked as he plopped down on my other side. "The key, the temple, and my awesome new sword," I said and turned to Ashley. "What all did Sarah tell you?" "She just said she and her team were all here for the same key we were," the cleric said. "That they knew another team who had found one, and that they wanted to go after lore, but that not every raid dropped keys, so there was no guarantee." "Did you tell her about the journal we found?" Kyle asked. "No." She shook her head. "I didn't want to give her too much information. I just wanted the lowdown on what you guys went to talk about." "Fair enough," I said and took a deep breath. "Since the key is in my possession, I'll be the one to open the temple doors, but whoever is in my party should be able to come with me. If it's the same one that the guy who wrote the journal was talking about, then it's going to be very, very hard." "Are you thinking about disbanding the party?" Kyle asked. "I wouldn't blame you. Inara and Chrome won't be there to physically help." "I don't know," I said honestly. "We might need to go back and talk to them about it. Maybe they'll want to come with us." "Do you think the others will?" Ashley asked. "Justin and Ian were talking about going to a city with Katie so they can recuperate. Apparently Justin's sister is in the game too, so he's been out adventuring to find her. But I think after the raid he wants to take a break." "Not that he'll admit it," Kyle snorted. "That kid is too proud for his own good." "Weren't we all at that age?" I chuckled. "I wouldn't want them to come with us anyway. They're too young to be at risk like that. Still, it would be a shame for us to part ways completely." "Maybe we can have our own little community base?" Ashley asked. "I'm sure the other team will go out and find lore too. What if we all agree to meet up and share information?" "It's a good idea," I said, and drummed my fingers on my thigh. "It would help us to defeat the game faster. They might also be able to come with us to the temple. They couldn't go in, of course, but there are bound to be enemies outside they can fight." "I like that idea," Kyle said. "We could make Wenkar our home base." "Perfect," I said. "That'll give us a reason to keep Inara and Chrome in our party, and give us a reason to go back and talk to them." "It's a plan," the rogue said, and then chugged his ale. "Now, if you'll excuse me, Dusty has some more ale that I need to drink. Responsibly, and not at all to excess." He shot me a thumbs up before he stumbled over to the older wizard and asked for more booze. I grinned a bit. He really was a reliable teammate, and we worked well together. All of us did, actually, and it gave me hope that we'd be able to finish the game if we stuck together. The only problem was going to be convincing everyone else. Chapter 23. 10,000 years in a lamp will give you such a crick in the neck. Kyle's dramatic voice broke through the fog of sleep. Bro, I grumbled as I pried my eyes open. Really? Do you need to quote movies this early in the morning? Who said it's early? The rogue laughed. I blinked in the morning light and stared up at the vaulted ceiling. It was a lot more illuminated than it should have been. I sat up to see most of the crew had already left, and the buttery sun blazed through the window opposite of the giant chest I'd fallen asleep next to. Darn it, I grumbled. How many days has it been? 3 days from when everyone else logged in, plus my first night, then our night in Wenkar, then last night. So this is day 7? Sounds about right, Kyle said. What did you and Rosie guess at how long we could stay in the game? If we're comatose and not actually in the game, then anywhere between 16 to 32 days, I said, and ran a hand over my face. We have at least 9 more days before people start dropping. That's if their families haven't found them and gotten them to a hospital. Not great, but not the worst, he said. I'll keep searching for any bugs in the system. I'm almost positive those rats from last night were buggy. They were way too smart, smarter than anything else we've come across, and the way they fought the aggro was strange. Do you think they left something behind? I asked. Something we could exploit? No. He shook his head. I checked earlier, but there were no signs anything even happened. I think I would have had to catch it when it happened. Makes sense. I nodded. I pulled a leather water bottle from my inventory. I'd need to restock soon, but we were currently in between cities. If I remembered correctly, then the town we were currently in was equidistant from Wenkar, Akasli, and Zoradin. Not a bad location to start from. It was all just a matter of which city we wanted to go to first. Wenkar might be the best option since I needed to talk to Inara and Chrome about whether or not they wanted to join us for the temple, but we still needed to reach at least one more city to finish Chapter 1. Ashley probably needed to reach 2. Where is Ashley? I asked. Oh, she went out with Sarah and Aurelia, Kyle said and handed me a ration. They wanted to take a walk and get some fresh air. I think they were really looking for somewhere to bathe, which, honestly, I'm hoping they find. That wyvern blood smells rough. I sniffed my shirt and immediately gagged. It was like a mixture of copper, mud, and the waxy scent of decay had all been thrown together in the world's worst perfume. I tried to breathe through my mouth, but then I could taste it, and that was even worse than just smelling it. Yeah, you're right. I coughed and debated pulling off my shirt entirely. Thanks for pointing it out. I might have actually made it through my breakfast without noticing it if you hadn't. That's what I'm here for. The rogue winked and bumped his shoulder with mine. I used one of my extra water rations to clean myself off in that corner. None of the girls are here, so if you want to wash up, now is the time. I didn't have to be told twice. I didn't have too many water supplies left, but there was a perfectly good river outside the town where I could refill the leather water bottles when the time came. It took almost 5 minutes of scrubbing, but finally the dried, caked-on blood had all been washed off. The puddle beneath my feet dripped toward the wall, and I realized there were actually drains all along the floor. A million questions tumbled over themselves in my mind as I wondered what the tower was traditionally used for, but there was no way of knowing for sure, and honestly, the holes may have been put there just in case someone left all the shutters open during a thunderstorm. Feel better? Kyle asked as I walked back over to reclaim my ration. Yes, I said and plopped down. You definitely smell better, he snorted, and then eyed the dried jerky I was gnawing on. We really need to make our way to another city. Don't get me wrong, the rations are fine, and so is the water, but I want coffee. And maybe a hot croissant that just came out of the oven. That bakery back in Shellendar was practically divine. Will you be paying for these pastries, or will you be snagging them from someone? I asked, and then polished off my meager breakfast. Oh, definitely stealing them, he chuckled. Unless you feel like buying extra. It would be the righteous thing to do, wouldn't it? Aren't you supposed to feed the hungry and care for the sick? I'll gladly help feed someone who is broke, I countered. You have plenty of money. You just don't want to spend it. Always with the stone-cold facts. Kyle sighed and shook his head. Where I'm from, that makes you a bona fide party pooper. I couldn't help laughing along with him at that. The tension from the day before seemed like it was 1,000,000 miles away. We'd beaten a raid, leveled up, and I had a lot more gold in my bank account. What are you guys laughing about? Justin asked as he strolled in with Ian and Dusty. Nothing you need to worry about, little one, Kyle snickered. Justin rolled his eyes in response and started to argue, but the smell of freshly baked bread filled the tower, and my stomach growled in protest as if it was offended it had to eat jerky when there were pastries available. I told you it was a good idea to buy extra, Ian smiled smugly, and then held out a brown paper bag in our direction. I bought you both chocolate croissants. I brought coffee, Dusty said, and held up 2 ceramic coffee mugs. There was more, but I'm an old man now, and climbing up those stairs wasn't easy. I tilted to the side more than once. It took me way longer than it should have to process the reality staring me right in the face, but it was hard to believe the guys had actually found somewhere to buy pastries and coffee, especially since there was still steam coming up from the mugs. Whoa! Kyle stared with wide eyes. There is a God. I thwacked him in the arm despite my chuckling, and then I hurried to take the offered treats. Where did you guys get coffee and pastries? I asked. Oh, I opened a bakery, Ian said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. I still had to buy them, even though the shop is mine, which is totally bogus, but we made plenty of gold from the raid, so I didn't mind splurging. It's the very least I can do to pay you back for saving our lives so many times. I nodded along as I took a long sip of the still steaming coffee, and I savored the heat as it cascaded down my throat. The caffeine hit me right away, but I still couldn't understand what Ian was even talking about. How the hell did you start a bakery in an hour? Kyle asked around a mouthful of chocolate croissant. Oh my God, this is the best thing I've ever had in my entire life. Josh, try it. Dusty, thanks for the coffee. No problem. The old wizard laughed and handed the second cup to the eager rogue. I can start my day without it, but why would I when there's an option? You will be paying me back, though. Sure, Kyle said, and then chugged the deep brew. Damn, that's good. Kyle, seriously, dude, watch your language around the kids, I huffed as I pulled the last chocolate croissant from the bag. Aye, Captain, the rogue said with a sharp salute. What I of course meant to say was, hot dog, this sure is some mighty delicious fare we've got today. I rolled my eyes, but my irritation quickly gave way to pure bliss as I bit into the chocolate croissant. It was still warm, and the dough was perfectly buttery and flaky. I let it wash over my tongue for a few seconds before taking another long swig of coffee. Seriously, where did you get these? I asked, and then continued to munch on the delicious second breakfast. It's from my bakery, Ian persisted. I created it this morning. Granted, the place still needs a lot of work, but the buildings are repairing themselves as we speak. I just paid the price to the judiciary, and he got the paperwork started. It's seriously cool, Justin said. I watched him fork over the gold, and then all of a sudden the building he selected had new windows and a new paint job. There's even small tables, like a real cafe. No kitchen, though, Dusty said. You'd think they'd add one of those. The display cases were nice, though. It was like they were speaking a foreign language. I understood everything they were saying overall, but not in the context of the town we'd gone through the night before. It had been run down, and there were absolutely no NPCs. I don't really need the kitchen, since all I do is buy the ingredients and then press a button, Ian said. I'm still 12. I don't actually know how to cook. Mom's taught me a few things, but I admit I wasn't really paying attention, and I always burn the scrambled eggs. If we ever get out of here, then I'm going to take it more seriously. Maybe I can even be a chef. We know a chef, Kyle said. One of the other people in our party is a chef. She runs a tavern back in Wenkar. She can make anything taste delicious. I bet if you gave her shoe leather, she'd make it edible. Oh, I'd love to meet her, the preteen said. I looked between the two of them as they chatted about life on the outside. It didn't take me long to polish off the coffee and chocolate croissant, but my confusion grew with every second. I needed to ask more questions, but honestly, food and caffeine were my main priorities at the moment. Instead, I answered some of the questions by pulling up the map on my HUD. Sure enough, the town we were in had officially become a city. Its name was in bold, smack dab where the fountain had been the night before, and the crumbling wall we'd climbed over the night before was a solid line, as if it was marking off where Frendil ended and the prairie began. The name was familiar, and it took me a few seconds to unearth it from the memories locked all the way back in the back of my mind. It had been one of the smaller cities in the first game, nestled right between the plains and the mountains, close enough to the river to use it as a water source, and protected from the harsh storms by the high peak swiftly rising behind it. I knew it, I said, and pumped my fist in the air. Knew what? Justin asked. I knew this place looked familiar last night, I said. I was almost positive it was one of the cities from the last game. I just couldn't place which one. Oh, the preteen said with a nod as if he understood everything. I didn't really play the first game. I mean, I was only 2, so it's not like I was old enough to hold a controller. Was this place big? Not really, I said, and waved away the map. It was about the same size as it is now, not much bigger than Wenkar. Did you say you were 2? Yeah. He shrugged like it was obvious, but a little part of my soul died. Man, I'm old. I laughed and ran a hand through my hair. We're ready for the grave, Kyle whined, and then burst into a coughing fit like an old man on his last breath. We haven't been there, he said. That's the one in the swamp, right? Yeah, I said, and started to pace around the room. There was plenty of room for me to walk back and forth, and the ache in my muscles from sleeping on the floor slowly started to fade. Excitement coursed through my veins as I processed what it meant for the town to have become a city again. You said there was a judiciary? I asked. Yeah, Ian said, and then flashed a bright smile. His name is Roxas Gravis. Ridiculous. That is ridiculous, I snorted, and then jolted. Wait, I'm pretty sure that's the same last name as the judiciary in the first game. I wonder if he's a descendant of the same guy. How long was supposed to have passed? No idea for certain, Kyle said thoughtfully. It said it's been thousands of years, but that could be anything between a couple thousand or 10,000 years. Do you think the same surname would be in use? I'm not sure, I said, and started drumming my fingers on the huge chest. I guess there might be some records we could look for in City Hall. There might even be a history to say what happened in the first place. Lore? Here? Ian asked as he perked up a little bit. I wouldn't mind scouring for it while you guys go out adventuring. Kyle said you were going to use the key to go and open the temple.
Ian, Katie, and I have already decided that we want to stay here and open businesses, Justin added. I'll gladly go out and kick some monster butt with you at some point, but since this place is a safe zone now, I think my sister might make her way here, especially if it was actually a city in the first game. She'd definitely want to check it out after it pops up on her map. I hope she does. I smiled and ruffled his hair. It would be a good idea for you guys to stay here and be a home base for us. We need to go back to Wenkar at some point and talk to our other party members, but maybe we can convince them to come here. We could have our own city, Justin exclaimed and jumped up and down. It'll be the perfect place for adventurers to come and relax. I'll be the mayor. You? Ian scoffed. Absolutely not. You couldn't even get our class to agree to vote for you as the class president. How are you going to run an entire city? It's a fantasy, duh, Justin huffed. I can be whatever I want to be. You still need to actually have the skills to run things, his friend said. I'd give it 2 days before you started ordering everyone around like an evil dictator. I think Josh should be the one in charge. Me? I asked and pointed a finger at myself. Yeah, the preteen said. You led us all through the raid last night and were even willing to sacrifice yourself to keep us safe. You're a great leader.
The kids are right, Dusty said and patted me on the shoulder. You helped us make it through that raid like it was just another mission. Did you have some kind of military training on the outside? No, I shook my head and put my hands in the air. I was just a regular office worker. So he claims. Kyle sent a loaded look to the group, and I elbowed him. It's the truth, ignore him, I told the others. Well, the Lord clearly has more planned for you than sitting behind an office desk, son, the older wizard said with a sage nod. I've met a lot of good men in my time, some even great, but not many would have been able to face the monsters we did yesterday at your level and not run for the hills. Even fewer would have been the man out front. I do love our shiny paladin, Kyle laughed and put an arm around my shoulder for a side hug. He could use some knightly armor, but he's definitely the best bait a guy could ever ask for. Oh, absolutely, I grinned. Did I tell you I picked him up in Shellendar? The rogue continued. There weren't a lot of paladins in the seaside town, but I spotted him and immediately recognized his gamer tag. He's the whole reason I came into this game. Krista and I wanted to work with him, and he's been even better than I ever could have imagined. Of course, he kind of had to beg me to join his party. After you tried to punch me, I sent him the strongest side eye I could muster. You did what? Ian gaped. I might have been drunkenly mourning the love of my life, the rogue said, and then cleared his throat. I realized my mistake the second I woke up the next morning, though, like a totally functional adult. The most functional, I nodded. He chuckled as he let his arm fall, but then he turned to the others with a more serious expression. I also knew Krista would be disappointed in me. The rogue's face fell, but tears didn't prick his eyes like they usually did when he talked about his lost love. So I asked Josh here to give me a chance at being in his party, and he took the gamble. He had no reason to, honestly. He could have picked literally anyone with his reputation, but we've made a good go of it. More than good, I replied. We're doing great. Krista would be proud of you. She would. Kyle smiled a little, and he looked down for a moment with an expression as if he was going through every memory they ever shared together. It was progress, and I squeezed his shoulder in support, though I was sure it wouldn't be a linear process. There would still be hard days, but my new friend was tough, and he'd make it through to the other side of his grief. Anyway, he sucked in a deep breath. What were we talking about? Oh, yes. The point is, you really are a great paladin, and I'd personally vote to have you be mayor of anywhere. You clearly have excellent judgment, and I can't imagine a lot of people would have jumped in front of a wyvern for the rest of us. That thing was terrifying. Is that why you were hiding in the back? Justin snorted. Excuse you, the rogue huffed. I'll have you know that I helped Josh out quite a bit. And you, if it wasn't for me, then you wouldn't have been able to keep all the wizards safe. Excuse you, the young barbarian shouted. I was holding my own just fine. I didn't need some thief coming in to help me out just so he could steal all the credit. The two of them devolved into bickering, and I turned back to Ian and Dusty. I can't tell which one is the 12-year-old, Dusty snorted. Both, Ian laughed. I think I'm more mature than Kyle is. Probably, I said. You've already got your own business. Yeah, I do, the younger wizard preened. Of course, the only people who have purchased anything so far are from our raid, but I bet there will be others coming soon, now that this place is a safe zone. I'm going to be very honest. I didn't exactly want to go back out right away. Understandable, I said. It is, Dusty nodded in agreement. It's not easy for adults to go out and face the monsters lurking in this world. The only reason I joined this raid was because Justin said we should, he confessed. I don't think I would have left the city we came into if it wasn't for him, but now he's ready to stay in one spot and wait for his sister. She's a survivor, so I know we'll see her again. I'm sure you will, I said, and then focused on Dusty. Did the rest of your team leave? Or are they down in the city? I think they went to help Katie set up her new tavern and inn, the older man said. I've never seen someone so relieved in my entire life than that girl when she saw the NPCs and realized the town was now a city and a safe zone. I don't think we'll ever be able to pry her out of here. She did lose her entire party, I pointed out. They weren't that much of a party to begin with, Kyle said as he stopped bickering with Justin. I'm not saying I would wish ill on anyone, but I said it before and I'll say it again. I'm not going to mourn them. Ditto, Justin said. I sighed and shook my head at the two of them. I couldn't exactly blame them, and Katie's party had been filled with some world-class jerks, but no one deserves to die the way they did, especially not Brian and Brandon in the barrels. Why don't we go down into the city, I suggested, as I walked over to retrieve my shield and sling it over my shoulder. If Katie has an inn, then I'm going to rent a room just for the shower. You're brilliant, Kyle said and practically ran out of the tower. He really does need a shower, Justin grumbled as we followed after the rogue. I took a deep breath of fresh late morning air as soon as we were outside, and with it came the distinct scent of baked goods. I wondered who was running the shop without Ian there, but then again, there probably weren't too many customers yet. A comfortable silence fell on us as we walked down the winding staircase to the second floor and then down the grand staircase to the first floor. I took in everything we passed like I needed to memorize it for a pop quiz. Every wall fixture was polished and shiny as if a team of servants had been there already, and I didn't see a single speck of dust anywhere. Even the rug looked thicker and fuller than it had been when we entered, though I was almost positive it was the exact same design. The biggest change came when we walked out of the castle. The fountain we'd destroyed the night before was back in working order with crystal clear water spouting out from the top of a pristine statue. There wasn't a single scratch or crack to show where it had been damaged, and the water basin was filled with what looked like gold coins from people making wishes. This all happened overnight? I asked in wonder. Guess so, Dusty said, and then huffed as the merchant noticed us. Welcome! You're just in time. I received a new shipment recently, he said with a jovial smile. Not interested, the old wizard grumbled. I swear they're all the same, no matter what city you're in or whether it's in this world or the real one. They'll latch on to you the second they see you. You've got to just keep going." "Solid advice," I said as we walked around the fountain. "You should see me dodge the cologne ladies in the mall." He chuckled heartily, and he nodded like a man who had likewise pulled many Matrix-level maneuvers to avoid being sprayed before. I spotted Ian's bakery a few buildings down the road. What I thought were houses the night before were actually storefronts. It explained why there hadn't been any beds in the one that collapsed, but they'd also been abandoned for so long it had been impossible to know what their original use was for. A bright blue sky with white puffy clouds spread out like a warm blanket above us, and I noted the healer, the weapons master's forge, and even the general store clerk all back to back. Only the weapons master was outside, but the soot-covered man was in the process of fixing Stefan's swords. "Hey," I said as Stefan turned to glare at us. The big man's face immediately softened when he realized who we were, and a smile spread across his face. "Ah, the great paladin," he said. "I was beginning to think we'd worked you into a coma." "Almost," I chuckled and then gestured to the city. "Didn't expect to find this when I woke up." "Me neither." He accepted his twin swords from the weapons master, sheathed them, and then jutted his chin down the street. "Katie's new inn is closer to where we came through the wall. The whole thing was rebuilt overnight, so the only way in and out is the main road." "That's good for a city," Dusty said as we strolled along the main street. "Needs to be defensible, especially in a game like this. Never know when monsters are going to try and break through the safe zone."
"Can they do that?" Ian gasped. "I thought the whole purpose of a safe zone was that they couldn't get in."
"Something had to have happened," Kyle pointed out. "There's no way the raid could have taken place here if it hadn't." "It could just be that the city died out," I said. "It's been a long time since the first game. People could have moved on." "Well, it's a city again now," Stefan said. "I'm sure you saw it on the map already." "Yeah," I nodded. "Did the last place you had a raid turn into a safe zone?" "Nope." He shook his head. "Then again, we didn't really stick around. Like I said last night, it was daytime when we finished, so we were able to book it to a city we knew would be safe rather than stick around." "Fair enough," I said and ran a hand through my sweat-slicked hair. "I really need a shower." "Conveniently, the inn has showers," Ashley said, as she, Sarah, and Aurelia all came up beside us. "Looks like you guys have already had one," Kyle said as he whipped around to study the three women. "Where have you guys been?" "Checking for lore?" Ashley shrugged and Ian perked up. "I thought maybe since the city reverted to a safe zone like it was in the last game, that there might be some hidden knowledge. I told you before that it was my favorite part of playing. Anyway, I've checked all the spots where it could have been hidden, but they're all empty."
"Man, that sucks,"
Ian groaned. "They're not going to make it easy on us," Aurelia said. "I think the only time we'll get any lore is by making our way through those temples." The barbarian's gaze flickered to me with a mixture of frustration and worry, though most of it seemed to be the former. "We'll go through the one in the swamp and bring the lore back to you guys," I promised. "If the game will let you share it," Sarah said. We reached the inn, and I stared up at the sign that had a fireball held over an ale pint. It swung in a breeze coming from the plains, but the well-oiled hinges didn't even creak. I pulled my attention away from the strange symbol that Katie had to have let the boys pick out, and then headed inside. It had almost the exact same setup as the one in Shellendar. Long wooden tables with pitted marks and stains lined the room, and a bar stood opposite from the door. A staircase to the right led to the second and third floors, where I was guessing the rooms were located. "Welcome to my inn," Katie greeted us with a bright smile and an attempt at a classic NPC voice. "Care for a brew to wet your whistle?" All of us chuckled, and she gave a little bow before popping back up with a giggle. "Do you like it?" she asked. "It cost almost a quarter of my prize money from the raid, but it was worth it." "I can tell," I said with an impressed nod. "The house specialty today is rabbit stew and fresh baked bread," she added giddily. "I'm still working on the ale, actually. Apparently the game has to brew it, and we have to wait for a few hours before the first batch is ready. But then, after that, I think it just does it continuously. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure how everything works, but I'll figure it out. Oh, and don't worry about the cost of anything, because I set it as low as I possibly can." The female wizard was practically glowing as she rambled about her new inn, and I couldn't help but smile at how happy she was. It was a complete 180 from the frightened woman the night before, and I sincerely hoped her inn would do well so she wouldn't have to go out and face any more monsters. At least, I hoped she could stay safe until she absolutely had to leave, or until I could find a way to break us out from the video game. "It looks great in here," I said, as Katie looked at me expectantly. "Thanks," she sighed, and then jolted. "Right. You probably want a shower and to clean up first, right? Maybe even nap in a bed instead of on the floor? After seeing you in action yesterday, I feel like paladins should never be allowed to sleep on floors. It just seems disrespectful." "I don't mind," I assured her with a chuckle, but she was still barreling on. "You also probably need time to process everything," she realized. "I haven't actually done that yet. We honestly just came down to find a place to shower this morning, but then we found the NPCs, and, well, the rest is kind of history." "It really is," I said. "I'm actually a little hungry. Do you think you could get me some of the rabbit stew and bread? I'll take water to drink if that's available." "It is!" she exclaimed. "I'll take the same," Stefan said. The rest of the group joined in, and soon Ian and Justin had been roped into helping her serve all of us. I made my way over to one of the longest tables and sat down. Everyone else followed suit, though none of us said anything as we waited for the food to arrive. I wasn't particularly hungry, not after the ration, the chocolate croissant, and the coffee, but something about living through an entire raid made me feel like I had a bone-deep need for more sustenance, and the stew did sound pretty good. Raven skipped down the stairs right as Justin brought us the last bowl and sat down next to Kyle. She had freshly washed hair and still damp robes as if she'd washed them in the bathroom shower. "Hello there, sleepyhead." The necromancer plopped down on Kyle's other side with her gaze locked on me. "How are you liking the new old city? It took me a second to place it, but I've definitely been here before. I bet you recognized it." "I did, and it's nice," I said, and tore a piece of bread off to nibble on. "I won't be staying too long, though." "Of course not," she snorted. "You were the one who picked up the key last night, so obviously you and your party will go to the temple." I glanced at Ashley and Kyle, and both nodded in agreement. "We will," I said. "We might want to go talk to our other party members first, but then we'll make our way to the temple. Would you guys like to join us?" "I thought I told you that only one party can go into the temple," Stefan said. "The key's instructions tell you as much." "It says only one party can go in, not that only one party can be present," I pointed out. "Huh," Dusty whistled. "I'll be damned. That'd be a good way to work the system." "See, that's why I cling to him like a lost baby koala." Kyle nodded. "This man sees all the logic, where all I see is ale, or a lack thereof." "Do not compare yourself to a koala with regards to me," I snickered into my soup. "But, Papa," he sent me a mock devastated look complete with quivering lip. I sent him a spoonful of potatoes and broth to the chest, catapult style. Stefan chuckled as he drummed his fingers on the table, and I could practically see the investment banker calculating our odds, but I'd already done the math myself. If only one party could go in, Then another party could stay outside and keep an eye on any extra enemies that might try to join the fray.
"It's not a bad idea," he said slowly and glanced around at his own party. "Would you all be okay with that? It might be dangerous."
"We were already planning on it," Aurelia said with a pointed look in my direction. "If he hadn't found the key first, then it would be us going into the temple, but since we can't, we might as well stay outside and make sure they have a clear path when they come out." "My Pookies will have so much fun," Raven said, and then slowly slid my bowl of rabbit stew closer to herself. Great. Now there were 2 thieves. I caught the edge of the bowl with my spoon at the last second, then swiftly flicked it back toward me like a hockey puck. Raven narrowed her eyes, and I made direct eye contact with her as I scooped a hefty spoonful into my mouth. Kyle snickered and leaned toward Raven's ear. "Nice try. This one doesn't abide stealing. Tisk, tisk." "Interesting," she smirked at him. "Almost detestable." "I concur, but what can I say?" Kyle sighed. "He's better than us, and he likes to aggro everything. I try to make do." I grinned at the pair and rolled my eyes as I enjoyed the last of my soup. "What about us?" Justin piped up. "Katie, Ian, and I plan on staying here. Will you guys come back here?" "We do need a home base," I reassured him, "and this place is a great location. Didn't you say you wanted it to be a haven for adventurers?" "As long as he's not the one in charge," Ian said. Justin shot his friend a death glare, jutted his chin in the air, and then slammed a hand on the table as if he'd just had a brilliant idea. "Wait, why don't I be the mayor and Josh can be the lord?" the young barbarian asked. "I'm not the lord," I said automatically, at the exact same time Kyle said, "Amen." No, not like God or whatever," the preteen said. "I mean like the lord of the manor. You could be the one to coordinate everything. I'll take charge while you're out adventuring, and then when you get back, you can help us organize. You did really well last night." "It would be a good idea," Kyle said as he bit into a piece of bread. "Seriously, you're really good at keeping us all in line, and I trust you to do the right thing, given you're actually one of those Christians who does what the Bible says." "He did try to lay down his life for us last night," Dusty agreed. "I've very rarely seen an example of a Christian, or a man in general, who practices what the good Lord preaches." I stared between the 3 of them as I tried not to show how intimidated I was at the prospect. It was one thing for me to help everyone stay organized during the raid, and something entirely different to become the lord of an entire city. I was just an office worker on the outside, not even management. I wasn't the guy people ran to when they needed help unless the printer was jammed or a report had to be finished right away. "Think of it this way," Ashley started and then flashed a warm smile. "If you're the leader, then the other adventuring parties who come through will want to give you an update. We're on a deadline, right? So why not have everyone look to someone who can actually get the job done and organize everyone?" "Organizing people and information is your specialty," I laughed, but couldn't deny the truth behind her argument. "Ashley is right," Kyle said. "If Rosie was onto something and we're comatose on the outside, then our bodies only have so long before we need to be out of here or risk dehydrating and dying. I'd rather not go that way if it's all the same to you, boss." "Wait, what?" Justin asked. "How long are you thinking?" "Anywhere between 16 to 32 days, I said, as I drummed my fingers on the table. "If our bodies are on the outside, then that sounds about right," Raven said in a suddenly serious tone. "We can't survive much longer than that." "I do like a solid deadline," Aurelia said. "It's good to have," Stefan said. "I thought we were in the game," Ian said more to himself than to us. "It's possible we are," I said with a reassuring smile. "Whether we are or not, though, we need to put a timer on when we're going to leave this place. If we work together like we did in the raid and gather more parties into our city who will help us, then we can complete all the chapters and finish the game before it gets so bad that everyone dies. I can also hack into the system if we find enough lore, Kyle added. We've already established that it's not easy to come by, but if I know more about what happened, then I can know the flaws in the story and make those work in our favor. There have to be loopholes or issues that will tell us why we're stuck in the first place. I'm still planning to check City Hall, Ian said. I already checked there, Ashley said. All the books are blank inside. It might be level locked, so we can't read it until later. Or maybe we need to be further into the game. Either way, our best bet right now is to look for lore in the temples. Though the journal we found said it was almost impossible to beat, Kyle said. All the more reason for us to travel together, and why we should try to gather more adventurers together, I said. I think our plan is pretty solid. I do too, Stefan said, except for who will be in charge while you're gone. You should be the lord of the city, but the mayor should be Katie, not Justin. I'm qualified, Justin shouted and jumped up from the table. Said in a calm and mature manner, Kyle muttered under his breath. Yeah, you're too young, Aurelia tugged him back down. Katie will be able to handle it. I don't know, the female wizard said from behind the bar. I'm not exactly the leading type. Why don't the three of you take over while we're out, I suggested. You can keep records of everyone's stories and tell them our plan. I can be in charge of telling everyone the plan, Justin said quickly. I don't mind taking notes, Ian offered. I bet a lot of people will talk to me when they come to buy pastries. I'm sure they will, I smiled at the young wizard. Between you and Katie, we'll have everyone covered, and Justin can be the coordinator for those who want to come and stay, and for those who plan on going back out. Do you think you can handle that? It's a big responsibility. Of course I can, he scoffed. I'll be your eyes and ears, your right-hand man. I'll be his right-hand man, Kyle said. The two started to bicker back and forth over who I'd need more, and the rest of us all shared a look as if we couldn't decide who was the actual 12-year-old. I'm glad you joined our raid, Stefan nodded in respect. Me too, I smiled back. I think I'm going to go upstairs, wash up, and then go through all the progress we've made in Chapter 1. Meet back down here in an hour so we can head out? Sounds like a plan, the hunter said. Here's a key to room 207, Katie said as she tossed a key in my direction. I figured lucky number 7 would suit a paladin best. Thanks, Katie. I caught it effortlessly, stood, and then made my way to the stairs. The last few days raced through my head as I climbed up to the second floor. I was still locked in a deadly video game with no real way out except to beat it, but I'd found allies and friends who trusted me to see us through. There were still 1,000 questions I needed answered if we were going to figure out how to actually survive. Like who on earth made the game in the first place? And why did this city come back to life when others hadn't? Was it because we stayed overnight? Or was there something else to it? And would the answer to why the city was now a safe zone help us to find a way out? I could still hear Justin and Kyle bickering downstairs, but their conversation had turned to whether or not the preteen should be allowed to drink, since technically his in-game body was past the age limit. Raven and Dusty joined in, and I laughed to myself as I let myself into the bedroom. They were all good people, and I was going to do everything in my power to make sure they not only survived, but made it back to their families. The upcoming days were going to be filled with a lot of fighting, healing potions, and teamwork, but we'd made it through the raid, and we could make it through whatever was about to come our way. I just had to have a little bit of faith. We hope you have enjoyed this production of The Paladin, a faith-based lit RPG by James Creed. Narrated by Kirby Hayborn. Copyright 2025 by James Creed. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated. Tantor is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.